Chapter 761. 120,000 initial parallel universes? The other 9-level civilizations were stunned. This was the first time they had heard of this statement. But they would not think that the Crystal Clan leader was lying to them. That would not be good for the Crystal Clan at all. Now we are all on the same boat. If the boat sinks, no one will be able to think well. Even if we know the role of the 120,000 initial parallel universes, can we still take action against the parallel universes? The Stone Clan leader asked. The other 9-level civilization leaders were also waiting for the Crystal Clan leader's answer. After all, the parallel universe is the reverse scale of the universe's operating rules. As long as someone dares to touch it, the universe's operating rules will immediately kill them. Even the 9-level civilization that controls the authority of the universe's operating rules cannot stop it. This is an iron law. Yes, under normal circumstances, we cannot touch those parallel universes. As long as there are no problems with the 120,000 parallel universes, the entire universe will be safe. But now we don't need to take action against the parallel universe. We just need to interfere with other dimensional spaces. The Earth Federation can help us solve the problem of parallel universes. Now the Earth Federation has changed the parallel universe by some unknown method, although that parallel universe is still at the position of the dimensional node. But sooner or later, the Earth Federation will raise the dimension of the parallel universe to the same level as the large universe. At that time, we don't need to do anything, the dimensional fulcrum will have been destroyed. We just need to work on other dimensional levels, and then the dimensional balance of the entire universe will be easily broken. So what we have to do now is to wait for the Earth Federation to raise the dimensional level of the parallel universe. The Crystal Clan Patriarch said. Doesn't that mean we can't do anything before that? We can start to change the dimensional rules little by little from now on. As long as it's not too extreme, the Earth Federation won't be able to find out. After considering for a while, several leaders of the 9th-level civilization agreed to the Crystal Clan's plan. After all, they couldn't move the Earth Federation now, so they might as well wait for an opportunity. In this way, after suffering a great loss, the 9th-level civilization did not retaliate against the Earth Federation, but instead fell silent strangely. Shinkong, notify the Academy of Sciences to give up the splitting of physical rules. It is no longer necessary now. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. Okay, boss. As the physical rules of the universe have been almost split, the physical rules have also calmed down, and there will not be occasional rule fluctuations like in the previous 2 eras. Overall, this time the Earth Federation led all civilized races to split the physical rules of the universe again, which is still good for the universe. At least now the volume of the chaotic star field has been reduced a lot, and the rule conflicts are not as intense as before. However, for the 6th-level civilization from now on, the universe after the physical rules are split is their nightmare. From now on, the difficulty of a level 6 civilization breaking through to level 7 has increased by more than 100 times. If in the previous universe, there were still a few level 6 civilizations breaking through to level 7 in each era, then in the current universe, let alone one era, it would be very good if one level 6 civilization could break through to level 7 within 10 eras. Xiang Qian had expected such a situation, but he didn't care at all. Because even if the difficulty of a level 6 civilization breaking through to level 7 is reduced, what can it do? Now in the universe, except for civilizations above level 8, even level 7 civilizations cannot dominate the fate of their own race. Shinkong, is there any movement from the level 9 civilization? After a while, Xiang Qian asked Shinkong. Boss, there is no movement from the level 9 civilization. Xiang Qian nodded and said nothing more. The level 9 civilization was severely suppressed by the Earth Federation this time. The expansion of the special universe is almost coming to a halt. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if the level 9 civilization did not retaliate against the Earth Federation. Now the level 9 civilization has not made any moves. It may be brewing some conspiracy, or waiting for some opportunity to prepare to give the Earth Federation a fatal blow. Anyway, Xiang Qian would not believe that the 9th level civilization was afraid of the Earth Federation. Even without philosophical weapons, the 9th level civilization was still the 9th level civilization. Even Xiang Qian did not dare to underestimate their foundation. However, all this would have nothing to do with the Earth Federation, because Xiang Qian had decided to stop updating the physical rules and return to the parallel universe. As long as the flagship of the civilization race of the Earth Federation stopped wandering outside, the Earth Federation in the parallel universe would not be afraid of any retaliatory actions of the 9th level civilization. As long as the Earth Federation does not allow the parallel universe to merge with the universe, the parallel universe is the safest place. Starry Sky, return to the parallel universe. Xiang Qian no longer wants to play with the 9th level civilization, so there is no need for the bait of the Earth Federation Civilization Race flagship to wander in the universe. The return of the Earth Federation Civilization Race flagship to the parallel universe also means that the feast of dividing the authority of the universe's operation rules has ended. Although there are still many 8th level civilizations that are still working hard to study the physical rules of the universe, the most glorious period has passed. From now on, the universe will fall into a strange calm again. Even those newly promoted 7th level civilizations, no matter which side they belong to, will not foolishly stay on the battlefield to fight with the other side. Because at this time, as long as they are not fools, they will know that the future of the universe is not determined by their war. So their war is meaningless, so why stay here foolishly? Many races that have just broken through the 7th level civilization have not actually sailed in the universe. In addition to the information about the universe learned from the materials, they have never personally experienced what the universe is like. So at this time, many level 7 civilizations left the battlefield and went to various places in the universe to take a walk and see and experience the situation of the universe firsthand. And few of the level 7 civilizations that stayed behind participated in the war. They all stayed in their respective territories and did their own things. The only level 6 civilization that could not control its own destiny still fought on the battlefield under the orders of the level 7 civilization, but the intensity of the war was more than twice as low as before. Neither the 9th level civilization nor the guide paid any attention to such a situation. Not to mention Xiang Qian, who had nothing to do with the matter. Even if those civilizations and races fought to a loss, it had nothing to do with the Earth Federation. Time passed quickly in such a calm state, and 50 epochs passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, all the civilizations and races in the universe felt that the physical rules of the universe had fluctuated violently. And the civilizations and races above the 8th level cast their eyes to the edge of the universe. After receiving the notice, Xiang Qian saw the position that caused the fluctuation of the physical rules of the universe at the first sight, and he knew what was going to happen. The special universe built by the guides has been successful, and is now swallowing up the space of the universe and expanding outward. Chapter 762. The special universe rule system fluctuates, take stabilizing measures immediately. The dimension level is upgraded, the universe crystal wall is formed, and it begins to break through the barrier of the universe. The guides, protectors, fusions, and a large group of clan leaders of level 8 civilizations are all staring at the data on the big screen at this time. The repulsive force of the physical rules of the universe is too strong and must be weakened, otherwise it will not be able to break the barrier of the universe. At this time, the curved data on the big screen began to show abnormalities, and the alarm light began to flash. After seeing this, a task dispatcher immediately said to the guide, because this was not a problem he could solve. "Let me do it, leave this problem to me," the shelter said directly without waiting for the guide to speak. The next second, the shelter left the special universe and came to the big universe, and the special ability was fully deployed. In an instant, the physical rules that repel the big universe were all blocked, and the special universe finally began to expand outward from an origin. "I will speed up the expansion of the special universe, and I will leave the rest to you." At this time, the fusioner also began to take action. With the special ability of the fusioner, those space forces that are incompatible with the special universe are still quickly merged with the special universe under the special ability. For a time, the expansion speed of the special universe doubled again. As the expansion speed of the special universe becomes faster and faster, even the shelter cannot completely resist the rejection of the physical rules of the big universe. After all, the special universe is too big, and the ability of the protector is limited. It is impossible to block the repulsive force of the physical rules of the big universe all the time. So at this time, the fluctuations of the physical rules caused by the special universe are becoming more and more intense, and the space within hundreds of light years around is filled with countless huge cracks. This is the fault formed by the space under the compression of the special universe. It can be said that at this time, if there are no special problems, the special universe built by the guides is basically safe. As long as the area of the special universe is fully expanded, the first step is completed, and the next step is to expand the volume of the special universe by hard work. However, the 9th level civilization cannot watch the guide's special universe take root in the big universe, so when this special universe has not yet fully expanded, they use the authority of the universe operation rules to suppress it. In an instant, the authority of the universe operation rules mastered by the ninth level civilization offset the authority of the universe operation rules mastered by the guide, causing the guide's special universe to be greatly suppressed. It can be said that no civilized race in the big universe knows the situation of the special universe better than the ninth level civilization. So they attacked the guides at this time, just hitting the weakness of the special universe. When the special universe merged with the big universe and began to swallow the big universe space and expand outward, it can be said that the special universe was the strongest, or it can be said that the special universe was the weakest. It is said to be the strongest at this time because the special universe has not expanded at this time, and all the forces are concentrated together. Even if the physical rules of the big universe are repelled, it cannot cause much damage to the special universe. But the reason why it is the weakest at this time is that the special universe has just begun to expand, and the internal force is spreading outward. Once the external force is too strong, it is easy to cause problems with the cosmic crystal wall of the special universe. It is like a balloon. The air inside is bound by the balloon itself. But when the balloon is in the water, when the water pressure is balanced with the internal air pressure, the balloon itself does not need much force to be bound. But when the balloon continues to move underwater, the water pressure is greater than the air pressure, and the balloon will shrink. Once the balloon reaches the limit it can bear, it will explode. Now the special universe is in such a situation. At the beginning, the special universe is in an origin state, which is balanced with the repulsive pressure of the large universe. When the special universe begins to expand, the pressure inside the special universe begins to increase, causing the special universe to squeeze the large universe space outward. At this time, the repulsive force of the physical rules of the large universe is lower than the force of the special universe to expand outward. However, this expansion of the special universe cannot be controlled unless the special universe is expanded to the limit and restored to its normal size. Otherwise, the power inside the special universe will continue to spread outward, which is an irreversible process. But at this time, once the external force of the special universe is too strong, and the power inside the special universe is constantly increasing, the crystal wall of the special universe will bear huge pressure. Once the pressure is too great, the crystal wall of the special universe will break. At that time, the special universe will be destroyed in a short time, and finally become a huge black hole. And now, the ninth level civilization has seized this opportunity to attack the guides, so that the power of the special universe to expand outward is lower than the repulsive force of the physical rules of the big universe. On the Earth Federation side, when Xiang Qian saw the ninth level civilization take action, he smiled contemptuously and said, "I just can't understand why the ninth level civilization chose to take action. They should know that with their limited authority over the rules of the universe, they can't stop us from joining forces with the guides. Just now, the ninth level civilization didn't take action, and we didn't take action either. Now that the ninth level civilization has taken action, do they think that we, the Earth Federation, won't take action? Are we going to watch the guides and their special universe being destroyed? I really don't know what they think. It's not a disadvantage to try. What if you don't plan to make a move? Then the ninth level civilization will make a profit." The prophet then said, "Okay, let's stop talking. Let's make a move quickly, otherwise the guide will collapse." Xiang Qian shook his head and said. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, Lu Sun, Dilong and Xiang Qian, the 4 first-generation special evolutionists, immediately began to communicate the rules of the universe, and then used the authority of the rules of the universe to suppress the repulsive force of the physical rules of the big universe on the special universe. After Xiang Qian and his team took action, the special universe of the guides and their team expanded outward crazily, as if it had been suppressed for a long time and suddenly rebounded. 10 minutes later, the ninth level civilization stopped and no longer interfered with the expansion of the special universe. After the ninth level civilization stopped, Xiang Qian and his team also stopped. The rest did not need their help, and the guides and their team could handle it themselves. 3 days later, the expansion speed of the special universe of the guides and their team decreased by n levels, from the speed of flying to the speed of a snail crawling. This also shows that the special universe has restored its original size. The next expansion is to increase the actual volume of the special universe. After the guides were done, they came to the Earth Federation to express their gratitude to Xiang Qian and others. However, when the guides had just arrived at the Earth Federation and the dinner had not yet begun, the physical rules of the universe once again fluctuated violently. This kind of fluctuation is very familiar to everyone, because just now, when the guides and their special universe merged with the large universe space, it caused this kind of physical rule fluctuation. Then at this time, the physical rules of the universe have such fluctuations, which means that another special universe is merging into the universe. This shocks Xiang Qian and the 9th level civilization, because the civilizations that are known to be able to build special universes have already completed the construction of special universes. So who built this special universe that caused the fluctuations in the physical rules of the universe? Xiang Qian and his companions came to the command hall, looked at the source of the fluctuations in the physical rules on the big screen, and began to guess which civilization this race had arrived at. No, this location is not where the civilization cemetery is, the fusionist said immediately after seeing the coordinates. Civilization cemetery? Could it be that some civilized race transformed the civilization cemetery into a special universe? Xiang Qian said in surprise. Impossible. Transforming a civilization cemetery into a special universe is not lower than transforming a parallel universe into a special universe. Unless there is a special ability, even a level 9 civilization does not have the ability to transform a civilization cemetery into a special universe. The guide shook his head and said, but the next second, the physical rule fluctuations and dimensional curvature model displayed on the big screen told everyone the answer. This is the special universe. Xiang Qian looked at the data on the big screen and said slowly. Chapter 763. The civilization cemetery was transformed into a special universe. This explosive news spread throughout the universe in a short period of time. After all, the location of the civilization cemetery is not a secret at all. Anyone who wants to know the information about the civilization cemetery knows it. So now the civilization cemetery has suddenly become a special universe and started to devour the space of the universe, which makes all civilizations feel incredible. Which civilization race in the universe has the strength to build a special universe? Xiang Qian asked the guide. Except for the 9th level civilization, I can't think of any other civilization that has the power to transform the civilization cemetery into a special universe. But the 9th level civilization can't do this, so I can't think of which civilization is the work of this. The guide said seriously. Could it be the first generation of special evolutionists, whose abilities are similar to Xiang Qian's, so they can transform the civilization cemetery? The fusionist frowned and said, no, we are the only first generation of special universe evolutionists. If there is an extra first generation special evolver, I can't be unaware of it. The Vidin prophet said affirmatively. If this special universe is the trump card of the 9th level civilization, then it should not be revealed at this time. It is not the trump card arranged by the 9th level civilization. Which other civilized race in the universe has such strength? The shelter thought for a long time, but could not come up with any useful information. Just as Xiang Qian and others were watching the big screen and guessing which civilized race had created this situation, the 9th level civilization was also discussing this issue. However, the result of their discussion was similar to the conclusion reached by Xiang Qian and his team, that is, they could not imagine which civilization or race was responsible for this. However, this does not mean that the 9th level civilization has no idea about the special universe transformed from the civilization graveyard. Compared with Xiang Qian and his team's mentality of watching the fun, the 9th level civilization is thinking about how to win over this new special universe to their side. At that time, they can use the power of this special universe to fight against the Earth Federation and the Guiders. Of course, this is the most ideal state. Even if they cannot make the other party fight against the Earth Federation and the Guides, they cannot push this civilized race towards the Earth Federation and the Guides. Soon, the fluctuations of the physical rules of the universe became very intense. At this time, the special universe transformed from the civilization cemetery has formed an origin in the universe. The next is the biggest difficulty in the formation of the special universe: how to stably expand the special universe in the universe. Do you think this special universe can be successfully expanded? The fusion master said to everyone. It's hard to say. Although it is reasonable to say that without the protection of the power of the universe's operating rules, it is basically impossible for the special universe to resist the repulsive force of the physical rules of the big universe and successfully expand. But since this unknown civilization race in front of us can transform the civilization graveyard into a special universe, maybe they have some special methods that we don't know about. The guide said with a frown. In fact, the guide was very depressed at this time. He led the 8th level civilization to spend dozens of epochs to build a special universe. But before they could be happy for long, a new special universe appeared, which made him very depressed. Whether they can become it has nothing to do with us. What I want to say is that if the 9th level civilization attacks this civilization, should we help the 9th level civilization to destroy this special universe, or help this civilization to resist the attack of the 9th level civilization? Xiang Qian looked at the big screen and said slowly. Xiang Qian's words stunned everyone. If the 9th level civilization did not take action, they would definitely not do anything. It's not that they are raising a tiger to cause trouble, nor that they feel that this civilized race is not threatening. It's just that Xiang Qian and his people are not capable of doing such a thing with their personalities. If they really want to destroy the other party's special universe, Xiang Qian can definitely destroy this undeveloped special universe by using the power of the parallel universe and philosophical weapons without anyone else's help. But if the 9th level civilization takes action, it's hard to say whether this special universe can be safely developed. At this time, whether they should take action and who to help is a very difficult choice. It is basically impossible for them to help the 9th level civilization. But to be honest, they are unwilling to help this unknown civilization. Although it can discuss the 9th level civilization, it is completely meaningless. And this unknown civilization will still be their enemy in the future. Knowing that they will be enemies in the future, they still help the enemy, which is a bit uncomfortable. What will you do in the Earth Federation? The guide said to Xiang Qian. To be honest, rationally we should suppress the emerging special universes other than ours, but in reality I will not do anything. Whether the 9th level civilization takes action or not, it has nothing to do with our Earth Federation. As long as we do our own thing, this approach of suppressing the enemy to ensure our lead is not in line with my principles. So later, whether the 9th level civilization takes action or not, our Earth Federation will not take action. Whether the special universe can be successfully expanded under the suppression of the 9th level civilization depends on the means of that civilization race. Xiang Qian said seriously. The same is true for us. I don't believe that we will lose to them based on our real strength. After listening to Xiang Qian's words, the guide also nodded. In fact, the Earth Federation and the guides, although they cannot be said to be enemies at present, they are definitely opponents. But both Xiang Qian and the guide know that no matter who becomes the final winner, they will not eliminate the other party. So although there is a conflict of interest between the Earth Federation and the guides, it is still within the controllable range. Therefore, in terms of the general direction of the other side, the Earth Federation and the guide are an alternative alliance. They are currently catching up with the 9th level civilization and becoming a god-level civilization, and both sides are very confident now. The guide's confidence is that they have completed the construction of the special universe, and the expansion speed of their special universe is much faster than that of the 9th level civilization. It won't take much time to surpass the special universe of the 9th level civilization. At this time, the parallel universe of the Earth Federation has not yet become a special universe, and has not yet begun to develop, so the guides are not afraid that the Earth Federation will surpass them. Xiang Qian, on the other hand, was more confident than the guide. Although the parallel universe of the Earth Federation had not yet merged with the big universe, it was almost at the last step. But once the parallel universe merged with the big universe, the expansion speed of the parallel universe would definitely not be comparable to that of the special universe. It was because both sides had such confidence that they would not lose their composure because of a new special universe. But at this moment, whether it was Xiang Qian or the guide, whether it was a level 7 civilization or a level 8 civilization, as long as they were civilized races that control the authority of the universe's operation rules. They all felt that the authority of the universe's operation rules they controlled had been reduced. It would be more accurate to say that it had been diluted. Chapter 764. The Earth Federation's overall authority over the universe's operating rules has been diluted by 3.8%, which has also reduced the percentage of the Earth Federation's authority over the universe's operating rules to less than 20%, leaving only 19.5%. Compared to the Earth Federation, the guides and level 9 civilizations are even worse off, because they already have less authority over the universe's operating rules than the Earth Federation. Now that it has been diluted like this, there is even less left. What's going on? Our authority over the universe's operating rules has been diluted. What about yours? Xiang Qian asked. Same, the original 5% authority of the first generation of special universes was diluted again, and now only 2% is left. The Vidin Prophet said. It's the same for us. The Fusion, the Protector and the Man in Black also nodded. At this time, the guide was contacting several other level 8 civilizations, but judging from the expression on his face, it seemed that the answer he got was not very good. We lost a total of 2.3% of authority. After hanging up the call, the guide said with a dark face. Losing 1 percentage point of the authority of the universe's operating rules is equivalent to a significant reduction in the expansion speed of the special universe, so it is normal for the guide to look unhappy. However, Xiang Qian and the guide have suffered losses, and the 9th level civilization is also in trouble. This is not the era when the ninth-level civilization has the monopoly of most of the control over the authority of the universe's operating rules. Every 1 percentage point of the authority of the universe's operating rules is the lifeblood of the ninth-level civilization. So this directly diluted the authority of the universe operation rules of the ninth-level civilization by 5 percentage points. No matter what the reason is, it is considered to be a deadly enemy with the ninth-level civilization. But that's not right. There are only 2 possibilities for the increase of the authority of the universe operation rules. The first is that the 6th-level civilization breaks through the 7th-level civilization, or the 7th-level civilization breaks through the 8th-level civilization. But just now, we didn't feel the update of the physical rules of the universe at all. That is to say, it is impossible to dilute so much authority of the universe operation rules instantly just by relying on the civilization race to break through the civilization level. The second one is even more so. When the first generation of special evolutionist civilization breaks through the 7th level of civilization, the first generation of special evolutionists can get the reward of the authority of the universe's operation rules. But according to the dilution ratio of all of us just now, at least 8 first-generation special evolutionist civilizations must break through the 7th level of civilization at the same time to achieve such an effect. But the situation just now obviously exceeds the scope of these 2 dilutions of the authority of the universe's operation rules. DeLong said doubtfully. Is it the work of this civilized race that transformed the civilization graveyard into a special universe? Now they are the only ones who urgently need the authority of the universe's operating rules. Lucen said. The Vidin Prophet looked at the big screen and suddenly thought of something. His face changed instantly and became very ugly. What's wrong? What did you predict? The man in black saw the change in the expression of the Vidin Prophet and asked. Hope's guess is wrong. The 2 situations DeLong mentioned just now are 2 ways to obtain the authority of the universe's operating rules. But this does not mean that there is no third way to obtain the authority of the universe's operating rules. It's just that such a method is incredible. For example, in the civilization cemetery, such a method is required. The Vidin Prophet pointed to the civilization cemetery on the big screen and said, What? Civilization cemetery, you mean? The fusioner looked at the Vidin Prophet, then looked at the big screen, and instantly understood something. That's right, you tell me. The Prophet Wei Tan nodded and said. The third method Wei Tan mentioned is to revive the civilized races in the civilization cemetery. Because any civilized race in the civilization cemetery is at least level 7 civilization, and there are many level 8 civilizations. These civilized races were all civilizations that mastered the authority of the universe's operating rules when they were alive. Although these authority of the universe's operating rules was taken back after they entered the civilization cemetery and died, this does not mean that they are not qualified to master the authority of the universe's operating rules. Once these civilizations are resurrected, regardless of whether the cosmic physical rules they provided are still used by the cosmic operation rules, they can get a certain amount of compensation for the cosmic operation rules. Although these compensations are only slightly more than the cosmic operation rules obtained by ordinary level 6 civilizations after breaking through to level 7 civilizations, it is still very terrifying if the amount of compensation is increased. The fusionist said in a deep voice, and his tone could not hide his surprise and a hint of fear. How many civilized races are there in the civilization cemetery? Have all these civilized races been resurrected now? Xiang Qian instantly understood what the fusion master meant and asked immediately. I don't know whether all the civilized races in the civilization cemetery have been resurrected, but the number of civilized races in the civilization cemetery is definitely more than 1 million. I don't know whether there are 2 million. More than 1 million, close to 2 million. Everyone took a breath, and when they looked at the big screen again, their eyes changed. If all the civilizations in the civilization cemetery are resurrected, then the force that controls the civilization cemetery will really be the second largest force in the universe. Except for the Cosmic Guardian Alliance led by the level 9 civilization, no other force can have so many civilizations above level 7. Even if the total power of the guide and those level 8 civilizations is added together, it will not reach the million level. Although the civilizations in the parallel universe of the Earth Federation crushed the civilization cemetery in terms of quantity, the quality is very different and there is no comparison at all. It can be said that the civilization cemetery is stronger than any other level 9 civilization and the Earth Federation except for its top combat power. Of course, this does not mean that the Earth Federation and the level 9 civilization should be afraid of this civilization cemetery. In the universe, it is the top combat power that counts. A level 9 civilization can crush dozens of level 8 civilizations at any time. Except for the level 8 peak civilization with the first generation of special evolutionists. Even if 10 level 8 civilizations join forces, they cannot compete with the level 9 civilization. However, the rise of this civilization graveyard has put too much pressure on the guides. In terms of top combat power, they have 4 first-generation special evolutionists. But the special abilities of the 4 of them, except for the killer, are not combat-oriented. They are not top combat power at all, but top auxiliary power at most. In this regard, whether it is the Earth Federation or the 9th level civilization, they are crushed. In terms of subordinate race strength, the guides can rank 3rd in the entire universe, but this is completely useless. The real control of the universe does not depend on the power of these subordinate races. It can be said that after the civilization cemetery showed their power, the power of the guides instantly fell to the bottom. Just as the guide's face kept changing, the special universe formed by the civilization cemetery began to expand outward, and its expansion speed was a few points faster than the expansion speed of the special universe built by the guides some time ago. Seeing this situation, the guide's face became even uglier. Chapter 765. Boom boom boom. The huge civilization graveyard special universe rapidly expanded outward, and the surrounding space was squeezed by the huge force and full of space cracks. Of course, this is also the most vulnerable time for the special universe. Once it cannot withstand the repulsion of the physical rules of the big universe, the entire special universe will collapse. If the 9th level civilization takes action, it will definitely choose this time node. Xiang Qian looked at the big screen and thought to himself. However, as time passed, the 9th level civilization still did not take action. Just when Xiang Qian thought that the 9th level civilization would not take action, the 9th level civilization finally took action. In an instant, the expansion speed of the special universe on the big screen increased by more than double, and the repulsive force of the physical rules of the big universe was rapidly weakened. What's going on? The 9th level civilization helped. Could it be that this civilized race that transformed the civilization cemetery was arranged by the 9th level civilization, or their subordinate forces? Lucen looked at the special universe on the big screen, whose expansion speed suddenly accelerated, and said in surprise. Could it be that the civilized race has reached some agreement with the 9th level civilization? Otherwise, the 9th level civilization would never help them. The Protector was also surprised. Then what should we do? Should we take action? Once the special universe of this civilized race is expanded, we will have one more enemy. Di Long said anxiously. Xiang Qian, the Vidden Prophet, and the guide looked at each other, and the 3 of them saw the doubts in each other's eyes. Logically speaking, this civilized race that transformed the special universe should not have been arranged by the 9th level civilization. Because there is absolutely no need for a level 9 civilization to do this. One special universe is enough to consume energy. If 2 special universes are created, the energy consumed will definitely exceed the limit of a level 9 civilization. And no matter how many special universes you have, if you want to become a god-level civilization, you only need to expand one special universe to 1% of the size of the large universe. Let's not talk about whether it is possible to expand both special universes to that size. Even if it is possible, the 2 special universes combined will increase the strength, but the civilization level is still determined to be a god-level civilization. In this case, it is completely unnecessary for the 9th level civilization to create 2 special universes. But now the 9th level civilization actually helps this civilized race, which is a bit unbelievable for Xiang Qian and others. Let alone the 9th level civilization suddenly finds its conscience and is ready to be a saint. That is simply impossible. The only explanation is that the 9th level civilization can get benefits after helping this civilized race. What do you say, the Earth Federation? The guide looked at Xiang Qian and said. Obviously, the guide was tempted. After all, if this special universe was born, then their guide's power would be suppressed by the other party. So now he wants to join the Earth Federation to take action and directly eliminate this threat in its infancy. Although the guide had no such idea before, the other party's strength in plundering the authority of the universe's operating rules just now made the guide very cautious. So it is understandable that the guide wants to kill the other party now. But they can't do this with their strength alone. Only when the Earth Federation takes action can they achieve this goal. If the 9th level civilization had not intervened, the Earth Federation would definitely not have taken action. But now that the 9th level civilization has taken action, it has given the Earth Federation a reason to take action. Now it depends on what Xiang Qian says. Xiang Qian did not answer immediately, but looked at the Vidden Prophet. The meaning was very obvious, that is, He wanted the Vidin Prophet to predict. When it comes to the special universe, my ability is not very useful at all. But according to my hunch, we'd better not take action. As for why, I don't know. The Vidin Prophet opened his eyes and said. Xiang Qian thought for a while after listening, and said to the guide, we, the Earth Federation, will not take action. Although I don't know why the 9th level civilization wants to help this civilization, my feeling tells me that even if we take action, it will not make much sense. How can it not make much sense? By concentrating the authority of the universe operation rules that we control, we can completely offset their authority, so that the repulsive force of the physical rules of the universe will not be weakened. A special universe that is still expanding is subjected to 100% repulsion from the physical rules of the universe at this time. I don't believe that this special universe can still withstand it. The guide frowned and said that although he had considered the problem that Xiang Qian would not take action, he really didn't expect that Xiang Qian's answer was because he felt it was wrong. If this special universe is an ordinary special universe, I might take action. But this special universe was transformed from a civilization graveyard, so things are hard to say. The civilization graveyard itself will evolve according to the rules of the universe. Although it has been transformed into a special universe, it still bears the imprint of the big universe in essence. This is different from the special universe built by the 9th level civilization and you. Your special universe is completely built by you, without any trace of the participation of the rules of the universe. Therefore, the repulsive force of the physical rules of the big universe that your special universe encounters is much stronger than this special universe transformed from the civilization graveyard. In this case, even if we take action to offset their authority over the rules of the universe, this special universe itself can still withstand the repulsive force of the physical rules of the universe. Xiang Qian shook his head and said to the guide. After listening, the guide frowned, thought for a long time and didn't say anything, and finally just sighed. At this time, Queen Mingwei suddenly said, I think you all fell into a misunderstanding. The starting point of the 9th level civilization to help this civilization may not be to help this civilization, but to harm him or us. If we take action now, there are only two results. The first is that we successfully destroy this special universe. The second is that we do not destroy this special universe. If it is the first result, what did the 9th level civilization lose? They have no loss at all, because it is not their special universe that was destroyed by us. On the contrary, they can also gain the favor of this race that has the ability to transform the civilization graveyard into a special universe, as well as the favor of the millions of civilization races that have been resurrected. On the contrary, I didn't get anything, and I also created a lot of enemies, which doubled the strength of the 9th civilization. If it was the second result, then the 9th civilization would have been a good guy and successfully made us enemies with this newly born big force. It can be said that as long as we took action just now, no matter what the final result was, it would be more than the gain. Now if we don't take action, the 9th civilization will only get a little goodwill from the other party. This little goodwill is nothing in front of the interests of the civilized race. So the one who wants us to take action the most should be the 9th level civilization. The words of Queen Mingwei instantly shocked everyone. On second thought, if they took action, wouldn't it be just as Queen Mingwei said? All the benefits went to the 9th level civilization, and they also made mortal enemies with millions of civilized races. The guide was even more embarrassed at this time. Thinking of what he said just now, he decided that his brain was filled with water. But no one blamed him. After all, anyone who sees a force stronger than himself rising will have a sense of crisis, and want to nip this force in the bud. Should we help them like the 9th level civilization? Dilong said. No need, we just don't do anything, we all be enemies in the future anyway. Even if it's to discuss the 9th level civilization, we don't need to do that. Xiang Qian shook his head and said. After figuring out the evil plot of the 9th level civilization, everyone no longer cared about whether to take action or not. On the contrary, at this time, everyone was thinking about what kind of impact this newly born great power would have on the current situation of the universe. This is what everyone needs to think about now. Because judging from the current situation, the birth of this new great power has become a foregone conclusion. Chapter 766. With the expansion of the special universe transformed by the civilization cemetery, it also means that a new major force has been born in the big universe. After the other party's special universe was expanded, the 9th level civilization immediately extended an olive branch, but in the end, no response was received. For such a situation, several patriarchs of the 9th level civilization were also very angry. It can be said that since their special universe appeared in the big universe, everything they did has not been smooth. This made the patriarch of the 9th level civilization, who had dominated the universe for thousands of epochs, feel angry. Although they wanted to vent their anger on the Earth Federation or the Guide, they never found an opportunity. Now this newly born special universe just became their new target. But the reality is cruel. Although they helped the other party just now, the other party now ignores them. Who came up with this bad idea? Not only did the Earth Federation and the Guide not fall for it, but now we are also being treated as fools by others. I think it would be better if we just took action. I don't believe that the Earth Federation and the Guide would leave this special universe opportunity to go against us. What's the point of saying this now? I don't know who said yes just now. You guys keep arguing. Just let me know if you have any news. I have something to do in my tribe, so let's not talk about it for now. The 9-level civilizations are not on good terms, but it's not time to go their separate ways yet, and everyone's interests are still tied together. Once the gap between several level 9 civilizations is too large, the current fragile alliance relationship will collapse in an instant. All level 9 civilizations know this, but they cannot show it openly. Everyone is privately trying to win over other level 9 civilizations to form a smaller, but more solid alliance. As time goes by, the mysterious race that controls the special universe of the civilization cemetery has not appeared. So far, all civilizations and races are still unclear about which civilization this race that controls the special universe of the civilization cemetery has millions of advanced civilizations under its command. It seems that this mysterious civilization is consciously hiding itself. No matter which civilization race sends a communication or sends a low-level civilization into the civilization graveyard, no answer can be obtained. None of the low-level civilizations that entered the civilization graveyard can come out. After the initial curiosity disappeared, all the civilization races in the universe no longer studied this mysterious civilization. Anyway, this mysterious civilization only controls the slow expansion of the special universe, but has not sent any subordinate races into the universe. It seems that it has no intention of intervening in the situation of the universe. So everyone gradually gave up and stopped focusing on the special universe of the civilization cemetery. They only kept the necessary surveillance and did what they should do. The Earth Federation was the same. Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to monitor the situation of the civilization cemetery at any time, but he did not send a single message to the other party. He did not take this new big force seriously at all. Now Xiang Qian's main job is to help the Academy of Sciences deduce the last step of the fusion of the parallel universe and the big universe. After dozens of epochs of efforts, the Earth Federation has basically overcome all difficulties. Now it is only the last step away, and the Earth Federation can merge the parallel universe with the big universe. In the calm state of the big universe, time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 epochs passed. On this day, cheers broke out in the Earth Federation Academy of Sciences. The Earth Federation succeeded, and all the difficulties of merging the parallel universe with the big universe have been overcome. According to the simulation results just now, the success rate of merging the parallel universe with the big universe has reached more than 95%. Although it is not 100%, a success rate of 95% is already very good. As long as there are no major problems, such a success rate means that the next fusion will be successful. When will we merge the parallel universe with the big universe? Lung Ning said to Xiang Qian with a smile. Don't worry, let everyone rest for a while, and then use the time at the end of this era to do some preparatory work, and then do the fusion after this era is over. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, well, 3,700 years is not a long time. It's just the beginning of the next era. Lung Ning calculated the time and nodded. In the next few hundred years, the Earth Federation began to take a holiday, all personnel rested, and no one was left on duty. In the parallel universe, Xiang Qian was invincible, so there was no need to keep any personnel on duty. As long as there was a slight mistake, Xiang Qian could stabilize the situation in an instant, so he was not afraid of problems at all. When there were 3,000 years left before the end of this era, the parallel universe of the Earth Federation began to emit waves of rule fluctuations, which were almost the same as the fluctuations of the physical rules of the universe itself. It can be said that just looking at the rule fluctuation curve, the two rule fluctuations basically overlap, and there are only a few differences in some subtle places. But that little difference does not affect the overall situation at all. As time goes by, the rule fluctuations emitted by the parallel universe of the Earth Federation, even that little difference, began to decrease. It can be said that at this time, the Earth Federation has made all preparations, just waiting for the end of this era, so that the parallel universe can merge with the big universe. After discovering the actions of the Earth Federation, the ninth-level civilization quickly analyzed that the Earth Federation may have changed the core of the rules of the parallel universe, and the Earth Federation may start to act next. For the belated action of the Earth Federation, the ninth-level civilization has waited for so long that the flowers have withered. As early as 50 epochs ago, the special universe of the ninth-level civilization was basically stagnant because of the storm of splitting physical rules caused by the Earth Federation. In the past 50 epochs, the combined expansion of the special universe of the ninth-level civilization is not as large as the expansion of one epoch at the beginning. Such a slow speed has already driven the ninth-level civilization crazy. Now that the Earth Federation is finally ready, the opportunity they have been waiting for has finally arrived. So now, let alone their actions to destroy the Earth Federation, even if other civilized races want to destroy the Earth Federation, they will have trouble with them. Therefore, in the last few thousand years of this era, the ninth-level civilization issued a special order, asking their subordinate civilizations not to change the physical rules of the universe. What they feared was that the interference of the physical rules of the universe would cause delays in the Earth Federation. Although this possibility was relatively small, they really didn't dare to gamble. Because they had waited too long, they were more afraid of accidents than the Earth Federation. Without Xiang Qian knowing, the ninth-level civilization had guarded the Earth Federation for more than 3,000 years, allowing the Earth Federation to adjust to the best state. The whole process was smooth, which made Xiang Qian feel a little incredible. However, Xiang Qian did not have any wild thoughts. 10 days after the new era, he decided to start working on merging the parallel universe with the big universe. The third phase of the earth-shaking plan begins. Xiang Qian stood inside the command hall and gave the order to start. Chapter 767. Boom! Following Xiang Qian's order, the entire parallel universe trembled violently, as if the entire parallel universe was roaring. On the big screen in the command hall, the huge elliptical sphere representing the parallel universe began to shrink rapidly. But inside the parallel universe, it felt completely wrong that the parallel universe was shrinking. As the parallel universe began to shrink, the entire universe was slightly shaken. It started. The leaders of the ninth-level civilization all turned their eyes to the location of the parallel universe of the Earth Federation, quietly waiting for the Earth Federation to improve the dimensional level of the parallel universe. Has the Earth Federation finally taken action? The other civilized races in the universe also turned their eyes to the location of the parallel universe of the Earth Federation the moment they noticed this space fluctuation. When the image representing the parallel universe on the big screen turned into a black dot, the inside of the parallel universe finally changed. The space was squeezed layer by layer, and multiple cross-sections appeared like a mirage, and then these layers of space began to expand over time, as if they wanted the entire parallel universe to expand outward. However, as these layers of space expanded to their limits, and the parallel universe did not have enough space for them to expand outward, the incomparably huge spatial force exploded. Even the people inside the parallel universe felt that their bodies were oppressed, and it was an all-round oppression. At this time, Xiang Qian also felt that the power inside the parallel universe had accumulated almost enough. With a thought, the entire parallel universe began to break away from the space-time turbulence layer and rush towards the dimension where the big universe was. Soon, the origin of the parallel universe broke through the dimensional membrane of the big universe and successfully reached the space of the same dimension as the big universe, that is, the big universe where all civilizations are located. At this time, a singularity appeared in the big universe. This singularity did not have a huge gravitational force, like a black hole. On the contrary, the power emitted by this singularity was an extremely huge repulsive force. Xiang Qian, who controlled the parallel universe, deeply felt the repulsion of the parallel universe by the physical rules of the big universe through the parallel universe. Although this kind of repulsion is not as strong as that of the special universe, he still felt that if the parallel universe expands outward, it will still be rejected to a certain extent. There is no way to deal with this. Even if the Earth Federation's plan to change the world is much stronger than the plan to devour the universe, it is still fundamentally to absorb the power of the big universe to strengthen the parallel universe. So even if the physical rules of the parallel universe and the big universe are almost the same, that kind of natural repulsion still exists. It's like a fat particle growing on your body. Although it grows on your body, the body's instinctive reaction will still reject the growth of the fat particle. Of course, parallel universes are already pretty good. The special universe of the ninth-level civilization is completely equivalent to planting a seed or parasitizing the eggs of other creatures on the body. It is conceivable how strong the repulsive force of the big universe is to the special universe. If it were not for the strong strength of the ninth-level civilization and the authority of the universe's operating rules, the big universe would have destroyed the special universe long ago. Adjust the curvature of the rule fluctuations of the parallel universe and the big universe at any time. I'm going to start expanding the parallel universe, Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. Okay, boss. The next second, the parallel universe of the Earth Federation began to expand outward under the gaze of all civilized races in the universe. However, the expansion speed of the parallel universe shocked all civilized races. It was not too slow, but too fast, incomparably fast. Every second, the parallel universe expanded outward by dozens of light years, and this expansion speed was slowly accelerating as time went by. With such an expansion speed, no matter whether it was the special universe of the ninth-level civilization, the special universe built by the guides, or the special universe transformed from the civilization cemetery, when they expanded, they would never reach the expansion speed of the parallel universe of the Earth Federation. Even the fastest civilization graveyard special universe is more than 3 times slower than the expansion speed of the Earth Federation parallel universe. What does 3 times mean? It means that the special universe that others need 3 days, or even longer to expand only takes 1 day for the Earth Federation. And this initial expansion speed also represents the expansion speed of the special universe in the future to a certain extent. Thinking about the current expansion speed of the Earth Federation parallel universe, we can predict the expansion speed of the Earth Federation parallel universe in the future. If this ratio is followed, it may not take long for the Earth Federation to surpass the special universe of the ninth-level civilization. Therefore, after seeing the expansion speed of the parallel universe of the Earth Federation, all the civilized races in the universe were shocked. However, while they were shocked, they also knew that the future structure of the universe would change again. Xiang Qian had no time to care about how other civilized races viewed the Earth Federation at this time. Because with the expansion of the parallel universe, the regular fluctuation curvature displayed on the big screen began to show obvious errors. The most frightening thing is that this error is not within the scope of the previous simulation calculation of the Academy of Sciences. Shinkong, has the Academy of Sciences found the cause of the problem? Will this error affect the final fusion of the parallel universe and the big universe? Xiang Qian asked seriously. Boss, the Academy of Sciences is calculating, and it is not certain yet. Let them hurry up. I will slow down the expansion speed of the parallel universe first, so that the time of the final fusion will be postponed. Xiang Qian nodded and said, there is no other way at this moment. Even if he wants to withdraw, it is impossible. This fusion is irreversible. So Xiang Qian can only slow down the expansion of the parallel universe to buy time for the Academy of Sciences. After Xiang Qian slowed down the expansion of the parallel universe, the civilizations of the entire universe were curious. Is the Earth Federation under attack, or is the ninth-level civilization blocking the Earth Federation? In particular, the struggle at the level of authority of the universe's operation rules is too high-end, and ordinary 7th and 8th level civilizations cannot understand the situation at that level. So after seeing the expansion of the parallel universe slow down, they could only guess randomly. However, these civilizations did not know the situation for several days, but they guessed right that the 9th level civilization was indeed causing trouble for the Earth Federation. Of course, the real purpose of the 9th level civilization was to cause the collapse of the great universe, and causing trouble for the Earth Federation was just a byproduct. The dimensional fulcrum of the great universe has been destroyed, and the stability of the space and dimensional levels has begun to slowly decrease. Now is the time for us to take action. When the 9th level civilization saw that the parallel universe of the Earth Federation began to expand outward, the 9th level civilization, which had endured for dozens of epochs, finally took action. Chapter 768. The target of the 9th level civilization is not the Earth Federation, nor the parallel universe that is expanding outward, but the chaotic star field that is completely unrelated to the Earth Federation. All civilizations and races in the entire universe know what the chaotic star field is. That is where the rules of the universe release pressure. Since the physical rules of the universe are not strict, conflicts will occur between rules. Although in the universe outside the chaotic star field, the rules of the universe suppress that kind of rule conflict with enormous power. But it can be suppressed temporarily, but it is unrealistic to suppress this squeezing force forever. So for the peace of the universe, the rules of the universe found a place to release this pressure, that is, the chaotic star field. In the chaotic star field, the rule conflicts of this distance are constantly erupting. Even if it is an 8th level civilization, it dare not say that it can stay here for an epoch. Because the power erupted by some rule conflicts is already the power of the 8th level civilization rule weapons. Therefore, in the universe, apart from individual beast-like civilizations that enter the chaotic star field to seek breakthroughs, few civilized races will enter the chaotic star field. But today, the chaotic star field, which has stabilized a lot due to the splitting of physical rules, once again erupted with huge and chaotic rule fluctuations. This time, the explosion has doubled the volume of the chaotic star field, which has shrunk a lot. And this is not a one-time thing, but a continuous outward expansion. It seems that there is endless power inside the Chaos Star domain, helping the Chaos Star domain to expand outward. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the Chaos Star domain? Could it be that there is another civilized race that has built a special universe in the Chaos Star domain? Many civilized races were confused after discovering this special situation in the Chaos Star domain. They didn't understand what happened today. The Earth Federation made a breakthrough, but the Chaos Star domain also joined in the fun. At this time, all civilized races had not discovered that the dimensional level of the universe had begun to change slightly. This change is very subtle. If you don't study it specifically, ordinary civilized races really can't find such a change. Now in the entire universe, except for the 9th level civilization, only the Earth Federation has discovered this slight change. You mean that the dimensional level that causes the change in the curvature of the rule fluctuations has begun to decay, and there is a problem with the dimensional barrier of the universe. Xiang Qian said to Vacadia with an unbelievable look. That's right. According to the analysis of the curvature of the rule fluctuations, the simulation calculations we conducted before are basically exactly the same as the data we have obtained so far. Even if some data have errors, they are within the allowable range. However, only the data about the dimensional structure have undergone large-scale changes, and this change is still increasing. So according to our calculations, we found that the current dimensional level of the universe is decaying. Once it reaches a certain limit, the current dimensional structure of the universe will not be able to support the huge space of the universe. At that time, the entire universe will collapse and become countless small universes. Vacadia answered seriously. How long can the universe last? Xiang Qian rubbed his brows and asked. Xiang Qian was in a terrible mood now. He had never expected that there would be problems with the dimensional structure of the universe. You should know that the dimensional structure belongs to the most basic rule data. Whether it is the parallel universe of the Earth Federation or the special universe built by the 9th level civilization, all dimensional structures are exactly the same as the dimensional structure of the universe. So in the previous simulation calculation, the problem of dimensional structure was not a problem at all. This is just like putting two 3-story buildings together. It is impossible to have a 4 or 5-story building. The difference between the two buildings is only the height and thickness of each floor, which is what needs to be paid attention to in splicing. But the current situation is that Vacadia told Xiang Qian that the building collapsed, and the 3-story building became a 2-story building. Isn't this a joke? Since the rate of dimensional level decay is similar to geometric multiplication, the analysis result of the Academy of Sciences is that it will not exceed 15 days at most. If affected by other factors, the speed will be even faster. According to conservative estimates, there are still more than 10 days before the collapse of the universe. Vacadia said. About 10 days. Xiang Qian suddenly felt overwhelmed. The principle of geometric multiplication is known to elementary school students. The power of geometric multiplication may not be shown in the early stage, but when the power begins to show, it means that there is not much time left. Especially in the later stage, every increase in geometric multiplication data is extremely crazy. Xiang Qian can now imagine the situation of the universe in 10 days. Okay, I understand. Let the Academy of Sciences continue to study the cause of the problem. After Xiang Qian finished speaking to Vacadia, he immediately turned to Shinkong. Shinkong, notify all civilized races, whether they are high or low in civilization level, to start manufacturing space stabilization equipment immediately. Okay, boss. Shinkong nodded. After arranging these things, Xiang Qian began to control the parallel universe to expand with all his strength. Now is not the time to wait for the results of the Academy of Sciences. Let the parallel universe merge with the big universe earlier, so that we can prepare earlier. If we face the collapse of the big universe without preparation, the days of the parallel universe will not come soon. As Xiang Qian made the parallel universe begin to expand at full speed, the speed soared more than doubled. The surrounding big universe space was no longer a problem of cracks. The power of the parallel universe completely squeezed out a spatial fault. Is the Earth Federation crazy? Why is it suddenly speeding up its expansion? Aren't they afraid of the increased repulsive force of the physical rules of the universe? The level 7 and 8 civilizations in the universe, who are familiar with the situation, were stunned after seeing Xiang Qian's actions. You must know that force is mutual. Even the transmission of force in space follows this most basic rule. The faster the parallel universe of the Earth Federation expands, the stronger the squeeze on the universe, and the stronger the squeeze from the universe. You have to know that at this time, the parallel universe is still under the repulsive force of the physical rules of the universe. The Earth Federation dares to play like this. Isn't the Earth Federation afraid of problems? Now these civilized races simply can't understand why the Earth Federation made such a move. Only after the 9th level civilization discovered this situation did they know that the Earth Federation also understood the situation it would face next. So now, they are starting to expand the parallel universe frantically, so that they can make preparations after the parallel universe is expanded. But they have planned a plan for dozens of epochs, so how could the Earth Federation deal with it so easily? Chapter 769. One day later, the parallel universe of the Earth Federation was fully expanded. However, after the expansion, Xiang Qian did not allow the parallel universe to continue to merge with the big universe. In other words, the Earth Federation's plan to change the world is still one step away from the last step. The current parallel universe is just a space with almost the same physical rules as the big universe, but it is still in an independent state. As for the last step of the plan to change the world, Xiang Qian did not dare to implement it even if he wanted to. Because the big universe is about to collapse. Once the parallel universe merges with the big universe, when the big universe collapses, the parallel universe will also be seriously affected. After the parallel universe expanded, Xiang Qian called everyone to a virtual conference room. At this time, the Academy of Sciences had analyzed all the data and found the cause of the collapse of the big universe. However, after the reason was read out, Xiang Qian and others had strange expressions on their faces. Because the root cause of the collapse of the big universe lies with the Earth Federation. It is because the Earth Federation has pulled the dimensional level of the parallel universe to the same level as the macrocosm, which has caused serious loopholes in the dimensional nodes of the entire macrocosm, and then caused the collapse of the macrocosm under the effect of chain reaction. Now the big screen in front of Xiang Qian and his team is playing the analysis model of the cause of the collapse of the macrocosm. In the multidimensional space level of the macrocosm, the parallel universe is one of the fulcrums. Now the Earth Federation has removed this fulcrum, resulting in an unbalanced force on the macrocosm, and the layers of dimensional membranes are directly pierced by the huge pressure of the macrocosm. Finally, the huge universe was depleted of its internal support, and the entire universe collapsed, turning from a huge universe into countless small spaces like a honeycomb. This is the reason for the collapse of the universe. At present, this situation cannot be reversed at all. In other words, in a maximum of 10 days, the universe around us may break into a small universe. The Cadia said to everyone after the explanation. Okay, we already know the reason for the collapse of the universe. So what will happen when the universe collapses? Will it affect the parallel universe? Can we stabilize the surrounding universe, so that it will not be affected by the collapse of the universe? Xiang Qian asked several questions in one breath. Now the mistake has been made, there is no way to remedy it. Then the only thing the Earth Federation can do now is to protect itself and minimize the impact of the collapse of the universe on the Earth Federation. When the universe collapses, there will be dimensional chaos, and many three-dimensional spaces will even be reduced to two-dimensional spaces. Of course, there will also be two-dimensional spaces that will be promoted to three-dimensional spaces. The four-dimensional space is also greatly affected. Different four-dimensional spaces will merge, and then a dimensional fault will appear at the fusion point. The large universe is affected by the dimensional chaos. At the beginning, various chain reactions will appear in the large universe, such as low-level space cracks and space faults. In the later stage, the two-dimensional space inside the large universe may exist independently. At that time, the two-dimensional space will become a flying knife flying freely in the large universe. At the end, the universe is affected by the dimensional decay, and the two-dimensional space, or even the three-dimensional space in different dimensions will continue to merge and decompose. Maybe the space around us is still there in this second, and the space around us will fly to the edge of the universe in the next second. And the two-dimensional space, or even the three-dimensional space, at the edge of the universe, will come around us and merge with the space around us. After such continuous decomposition and fusion, the universe will completely become countless independent spaces, and the dimensions of these spaces are different. The most terrifying moment is when you think you are in a three-dimensional space, but in fact you are in a two-dimensional space. Then when the civilizations in three-dimensional space, or even higher dimensional space see us, it is like seeing a painting. Of course, we may also be in a four-dimensional space, and when we can't feel anything, our time will pass millions of times faster. In short, the impact caused by the collapse of the universe is extremely terrifying. Hawking, an academician of the Space-Time Rule Research Center of the Academy of Sciences, replied. Let me add that although the impact of the collapse of the universe is very terrible, as long as we are in the parallel universe, this impact will not cause any trouble to us. The only problem is that our parallel universe, as the fulcrum of the universe dimension, has now been moved away by us. So the location we are in will be the most affected when the universe collapses. So if we want to survive this disaster, we need to make the parallel universe as high-dimensional as possible from the moment the big universe begins to collapse. As for the big universe around the parallel universe, it is difficult for us to preserve it, because we are in the strongest position when the big universe collapses. Unless we can make the other dimensional fulcrums of the big universe collapse first, we will face the most powerful force when the big universe collapses. Old Manly said immediately. That is to say, if we detonate other dimensional fulcrums in advance and let the power generated by the collapse of the universe be released from other fulcrums first, then the power we bear will be reduced. Xiang Qian said thoughtfully. That's right, but the dimensional fulcrum of the universe is the 120,000 parallel universes. If we want to make the fulcrums where these 120,000 parallel universes are located collapse first, then we must move these parallel universes, and then destroy the dimensional balance around this fulcrum. But we can't get past the rules of the universe. We can't move a parallel universe within 10 days even if we have all the authority over it. The only way left is to use powerful forces to push the parallel universe away, but that is equivalent to attacking the parallel universe. The rules of the universe will still destroy us in the first place, so this method is basically impossible. The only way we can do this is to use the conflict of rules to shake the universe, like the ninth-level civilization. The collision between causal weapons will intensify the rule conflict. This violent rule conflict may not have any impact on the universe before. But at this time, such a violent rule conflict will shake the space, further increase the bearing capacity of the dimensional membrane in space, and finally break the dimensional balance, causing the universe at that location to collapse first. But this approach is meaningless to us, because even if the dimensional collapse of a location is detonated in advance, its intensity is not enough to reach 1/10,000th of the total power generated when the universe collapses. Such a small reduction in strength is completely meaningless to our Earth Federation. Old Manly said helplessly. If the parallel universe is in this position, when the big universe collapses, can the parallel universe withstand such a huge force? Xiang Qian frowned unsteadily. According to our calculations, theoretically it can, but even if the parallel universe withstands the force of the big universe collapse, the parallel universe will be severely damaged. Chapter 770. You just said that the ninth-level civilization is using causal weapons to create rule conflicts. When did they start, and what was their purpose? Xiang Qian asked after a moment of silence. It was still uncertain at the beginning. When the parallel universe expanded outward, we had no time to pay attention to the movements of the ninth-level civilization. But according to calculations, the ninth-level civilization should have started when we started to expand the parallel universe. They are now using causal weapons to increase the power of rule conflicts in the chaotic star field. We really don't know what their purpose is. According to the calculation of the model of the collapse of the universe, the 9-level civilization caused the chaotic star field to explode, which seemed to have no other effect except accelerating the collapse of the universe. Old Manly shook his head and said, in order to accelerate the collapse of the universe, could it be that the 9-level civilization had anticipated this situation from the beginning? But why did they want to accelerate the collapse of the universe? What good would it do for them? Xiang Qian muttered while turning his head to look at the Vidin prophet. The Vidin prophet saw Xiang Qian's eyes and understood what he meant, so he said nothing and closed his eyes directly. Regarding the collapse of the universe, the prophet Vidin's ability to predict was completely invalid. When the Earth Federation began to implement the third phase of the plan to change the world, the prophet Vidin did not feel any danger at all. When he felt the danger, the parallel universe had already begun to expand, but even if he knew the result at that time, it would be meaningless. Vidin was very depressed about not being able to predict things related to the special universe. But he had no choice. Although the physical rules of the parallel universe were almost the same as those of the big universe, the actual controller of the parallel universe was not the rules of the universe, but Xiang Qian. So even if he knew that Xiang Qian was going to implement the third phase of the Earth-changing plan, the rules of the universe could not predict what would happen before the Earth Federation took action. A few minutes later, Xing Kong suddenly appeared and said to Xiang Qian, "Boss, The ninth-level civilization has begun to create rule conflicts at this location. Before Xiang Qian could say anything, the Vidin prophet opened his eyes, with an ugly expression. What's wrong? Seeing the ugly expression of the Vidin prophet, Xiang Qian asked nervously. If violent rule conflicts occur here, and in these places, what consequences will be caused? The Vidin prophet ignored the nervous Xiang Qian, but instead marked a few marks on the universe star map, and then asked the scientists of the Academy of Sciences. This requires simulation calculations, and it will take some time to get the results. The scientists looked at these locations on the star map, and said with a frown, Then do simulation calculations. The Vidin prophet said immediately. What did you predict? What do these points represent? Xiang Qian nodded to the scientists, and then said to the Vidin prophet. He saw clearly that one of the locations marked by the Vidin prophet was exactly the place Shinkong just mentioned. The Vidin prophet looked around and saw eyes staring at him, and slowly said, Those locations are where the ninth-level civilization will use causal weapons to create rule conflicts in the next few days. As for the consequences of creating rule conflicts at these locations, let the scientists explain it later. I can only see the results, but I can't explain the reasons. What results did you see? The man in black asked. The end of the universe, the space around the Earth Federation is completely annihilated. The Vidin prophet paused and said, Suck. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the Vidin prophet to predict the result to be like this. In theory, even if the universe collapses, the overall space of the universe will only be transformed into countless small universes, and it is impossible for space to be annihilated. It's because of the ninth-level civilization, Xiang Qian said with a cold face. Thinking of the hint from the starry sky just now, he figured it out instantly. Whether it is or not, we will know after the Academy of Sciences finishes the analysis. Although the Vidin prophet did not give a definite answer, everyone knew that the result he predicted must be related to the ninth-level civilization. Everyone stopped talking and waited quietly for the Academy of Sciences to analyze the reasons. At this time, Xiang Qian had made up his mind. If things were really irreversible, and the Earth Federation could not avoid it, then even if the parallel universe was destroyed, he would severely damage the special universe of the ninth-level civilization before the collapse of the big universe. He didn't believe that the special universe that was severely damaged could still smoothly overcome the difficulty of the collapse of the universe. The chaotic star field has been dealt with. We don't need to do anything next, it will collapse on its own. Now start attacking the second node. We must arrange all of these before the Earth Federation reacts. I guess they can't react. They don't even know the nodes of the universe dimension. How can they calculate the reaction when the dimension collapses? Besides, even if they react, can they still stop all this from happening? But as a level 7 civilization, it is very powerful to be able to force us to this extent. The first generation of special evolutionists are indeed worthy of being the darlings of the universe. The special abilities they possess are so attractive that even we can't help but be moved. Unfortunately, our level 9 civilization will never have the first generation of special evolutionists. No matter how powerful they are, what's the use? I don't believe that if the universe collapses, the special abilities of their first generation of special evolutionists can still exert the power they have now. The collapse of the universe will also severely damage the rules of the universe. The rules of the universe will no longer be able to restrict us. At that time, no matter what special abilities we have, they will be nothing more than clowns in the face of absolute power. In fact, we should thank the Earth Federation. If it weren't for them, we would not be able to collapse the universe, let alone escape the restrictions of the rules of the universe. Yes, we should thank them. A group of 9th-level civilization patriarchs control the causal weapons, while releasing the pent-up energy in their hearts for so many eras. They seem to have seen the scene where the Earth Federation was annihilated by the huge force of the collapse of the universe. The results are out. This is the result obtained after the simulation calculation. According to Vicadia's voice, the evolution of the physical simulation of the collapse of the universe began to be played on the big screen. How could this happen? After the big screen started playing, many people shouted in surprise. After seeing the picture on the big screen, Xiang Qian's face became more and more ugly, but the cold light in his eyes became more and more intense. Chapter 771. Several huge black holes were displayed on the big screen, each of which spanned dozens of standard jump-star zones, stirring up the vast universe of billions of light-years around it. The most terrifying thing is that these 9 huge black holes are not black holes in the broad sense, but extreme singularities formed by dimensional collapse. Around these black holes, there is no gravity, only extremely chaotic dimensional space. The current location of the Earth Federation parallel universe is just surrounded by these huge black holes. Seeing this image, even a fool would know that this is definitely not a coincidence. As the images on the big screen played excitedly, the universe began to collapse, and the locations of several huge black holes were like hundreds of billions of supernovas exploding at the same time. Boundless power gushed out around. In the shock wave, there were different levels of dimensional space imprisoned by huge power. These chaotic dimensional spaces were like cannonballs, destroying the universe along the way. Those two-dimensional space fragments cut the space along the way, the four-dimensional space fragments stirred the space to split continuously, and the five-dimensional space directly caused the space to become chaotic. What is even more terrifying is that a large one-dimensional space and a high-dimensional space directly penetrate the hidden level, making the already chaotic dimensional level even more chaotic. And the space generated by this chaotic dimensional level will also spread outward with the shock wave. The Earth Federation is located at the center of several black holes. Once the shock wave of the endless dimensional turbulent space arrives, the parallel universe of the Earth Federation will have to bear the impact of this huge dimensional turbulence. If this is the case, the Earth Federation is not unable to bear it. But up to this point, it was only a precursor to the collapse of the universe. Because with the explosion of these black holes, the collapse of the surrounding dimensional levels triggered the entire universe. Just like when one of the load-bearing walls of a building collapses, the fulcrum of the entire building is destroyed, and cannot bear the weight of the building. The entire building will tilt towards the collapsed load-bearing wall, and finally a large part of the force of the entire building will be pressed on the position of the load-bearing wall that collapsed first. The collapse of the universe Vitten is the same. Since the fulcrum of the Earth Federation is destroyed, when the entire universe collapses, the huge dimensional turbulence will first impact the Earth Federation. If there were no such huge black holes, the Earth Federation would at most be able to quickly upgrade the parallel universe to a higher dimension when the universe began to collapse. After all, the higher the dimension, the less impact it will be affected by the collapse of the three-dimensional universe. In that case, the parallel universe would have no problem surviving the disaster of the collapse of the universe. At most, it would suffer some damage, but it would not damage the foundation of the parallel universe. But now these black holes have triggered the collapse of the universe in advance, and also erupted a huge dimensional turbulence. At this time, although the power from other parts of the universe will squeeze towards the Earth Federation, it will be resisted by the huge dimensional turbulence force detonated by these black holes in the early stage. Although it seems that the dimensional turbulence resists the huge power from the outside world to buy time for the Earth Federation, allowing the Earth Federation to quickly upgrade the dimensional level to a high-dimensional state. However, there is a saying that it is better to open up than to block. When the overall power of the universe accumulates to the power that can destroy the dimensional turbulence, the huge power that explodes instantly will have an extremely huge impact on even the parallel universe of the Earth Federation in the high-dimensional space. Even the high-dimensional space will be destroyed by the huge force, causing the parallel universe of the Earth Federation to fall into dimensional turbulence. This is the most terrible thing. Once it falls into dimensional turbulence, it is a question whether the parallel universe can still support the endless dimensional turbulence space until the big universe stabilizes again. According to the calculation of this simulation result, if such a situation really occurs, can the parallel universe support it? Xiang Qian asked calmly, but anyone could hear the chill in his words. Can't hold on. The Cadia said very straightforwardly. Okay, I understand. Next, your Academy of Sciences will focus on three things. The first thing is to analyze how to quickly pry open the large universe and form that kind of dimensional singularity. The second thing is to calculate how to solve the problem of dimensional singularity around the Earth Federation. You can use the same idea to solve this problem. The third thing is to calculate the same layout nodes based on the location of the special universe of the 9th level civilization. I need the Academy of Sciences to tell me the results in the shortest possible time. You can leave now, Xiang Qian said to the scientists. Okay. Many scientists nodded and left the virtual conference room at the same time. In the next few days, the think tank will cooperate with the general staff to take over the parallel universe. Any civilized race that makes trouble at this time will be killed. Then install the nodes of all the space stabilization equipment manufactured in the next few days, and arrange them inside the parallel universe, Xiang Qian said to the think tank and staff members below. Understood. After everyone left, Xiang Qian's cold face softened a little. You should know what's going to happen next even if I don't tell you. Vitten Prophet, Xingyu, we need your help in the future plans. And to stabilize the parallel universe you, the man in black, are also needed. Since the 9th level civilization wants to destroy our Earth Federation this time, they can't have an easy time either, Xiang Qian said to Vitin Prophet and others. Now that we know the plan of the 9th level civilization, we don't have to be afraid. But I want to know what their expressions will be if they find that dimensional singularities have also appeared around their special universe, the Vitin Prophet said with a smile. At this time, he could already guess Xiang Qian's idea. According to Xiang Qian's method, the Earth Federation can definitely survive the disaster of the collapse of the universe. The same is true for others. Although Xiang Qian didn't say it, everyone can guess it based on the two things he arranged for the Academy of Sciences to do. It is nothing more than to release the huge power of the collapse of the universe through more dimensional singularities, and at the same time, it can also pit the 9th level civilization. However, this plan looks simple, but it is not as simple as it sounds to implement. This is why the Earth Federation has Xiang Qian, Vitin Prophet, and Xingyu, the 3 first-generation special evolutionists, otherwise they can't do it even if they think of a way. The next day, the Academy of Sciences has taught Xiang Qian how to pry the universe space at the fastest speed. The Academy of Sciences has almost figured out how to break the deadlock of the Earth Federation. As for the location of the dimensional singularity around the 9th level civilization, it is still being calculated. After all, the location of this dimensional singularity is not based on the distance inside the large universe, but on the dimensional level, and how to keep several dimensional singularities at the same distance from the 9th level civilization special universe after the dimensional collapse. Chapter 772. 3 days after the Earth Federation parallel universe appeared in the universe, basically all the civilizations in the universe have known that the universe is going to collapse. All the level 6 and 7 civilizations are restless, but level 8 civilization is still okay. With the strength of level 8 civilization, it is not a problem to survive the disaster of the collapse of the universe. Mainly level 6 and level 7 civilizations. If level 7 civilization can survive the collapse of the universe with the power of the flagship of the civilization race, then level 6 civilization has no hope at all. As long as the universe collapses, the 6th level civilization will not be able to struggle in the dimensional turbulence. The lucky ones can keep the civilization race flagship intact, and then follow the dimensional turbulence into the high-dimensional space, waiting for the universe to evolve again, so there is still a little hope of survival. The unlucky ones will be directly hit by various dimensional spaces when the universe collapses, and the civilization race flagship will be directly destroyed. So after the news of the imminent collapse of the universe came out, countless 6th and 7th level civilizations began to seek shelter from high-level civilizations. Level 7 civilizations are easy to deal with. No matter which level 8 civilization is sure, they will agree to let level 7 civilizations become subordinate races and then protect them. But level 6 civilizations are different. Who wants such cannon fodder? It is better to protect a level 7 civilization than to protect a level 6 civilization. So these level 6 civilizations, when they are desperate, find the Earth Federation, which is closest to them, and want to enter the parallel universe. Anyway, as long as the parallel universe is not destroyed, they will be fine if they stay in the parallel universe. However, Xiang Qian did not directly accept these level 6 civilizations that came to him into the parallel universe. Instead, he asked them to wait and enter the parallel universe after being selected. Of course, Xiang Qian did not need to take care of these things. His main task now was to solve the desperate situation currently faced by the Earth Federation. Xingkong, notify the Vitin Prophet and Xingyu to come to the command hall. We are going to take action, Xiang Qian said to Xingkong while holding a large universe star map marked with many red dots. Okay, boss. 1 minute later, Xiang Qian, Vitin Prophet, and Xingyu appeared in the command hall. Xingkong set off. Xiang Qian gave the order. Soon, the Earth Federation race flagship left the parallel universe and came to the big universe. As soon as he entered the big universe, Xiang Qian clearly felt a very uneasy atmosphere. And Vitin Prophet frowned, because the whole big universe was filled with dangerous breaths from all directions, which made him very uncomfortable. After the Earth Federation civilization race flagship came to the big universe, the 6th-level civilization surrounding the parallel universe went crazy and rushed to the civilization race flagship quickly. At the same time, countless communications poured into the system of Xingkong like snowflakes. However, Xiang Qian ignored these level 6 civilizations and took out the star map of the universe to explain the action plan. Let's start from here. Xingyu will block the connection between this location and the universe, so that everything here will be normal. Then the Vitin Prophet and I will work together to disrupt the dimensional level of this location. The order of action is to start with Xingyu, Then the Vidin prophet uses the real prophecy, and I will finally add fuel to the real prophecy. Is that okay? Xiang Qian pointed to a point on the universe map and said to Vidin prophet and Xingyu. No problem, it's very simple. The two said at the same time. Then let's start, Xingyu, you take action. Xiang Qian nodded and said. Xingyu closed his eyes first, and then began to use his special ability to shield that piece of starry sky, so that all the information emitted by that piece of starry sky was changed into a pattern. As a deceiver, Xingyu's special ability seems to have nothing to do with combat, but in fact his special ability is definitely not weaker than that of Vidin prophet and the man in black. Just like now, even if a supernova explodes inside the starry sky he shielded, the shock waves emitted after the explosion will never spread to the outside world. Once those shock waves touch the boundaries set by Xingyu, no matter what they are, they will be transformed into the information he has set in advance. That is, when a projectile from a supernova explosion touches the boundary, it will also be transformed into a particle, transmitting normal information here to the outside. So Xiang Qian asked Xingyu to isolate this starry sky first, because he was afraid that the rules of the universe would prevent him from destroying the dimensional level. After all, destroying the dimensional level of the universe is definitely not within the scope allowed by the rules of the universe. If the Earth Federation wants to break the trap set by the 9th level civilization in a short period of time, it must use the power of the rules of the universe to destroy the dimensional levels of some dimensional nodes. In this way, the entire dimensional fulcrum can be pried, making this place a vent for power when the universe collapses. No problem, Xingyu said after he finished. The Vidin prophet nodded to Xiang Qian and Xingyu without saying anything, and closed his eyes directly. Xiang Qian also entered the god's perspective state at the same time. Once the real prophecy of the Vidin prophet was used up, he would use the power of the universe's operating rules to promote the real prophecy, so that the result of the real prophecy would be achieved instantly. Compared with the 9th level civilization using causal weapons to form rule conflicts, and use the power generated by rule conflicts to pry the dimensional nodes, Xiang Qian and his team's approach is more direct, because the real prophecy of the Vidin prophet is to directly point to the dimensional level, causing chaos in the dimensional level. Therefore, Xiang Qian and his team were able to pry the dimensional nodes faster than the 9th level civilization. However, this also had a disadvantage, that is, once the dimensional nodes were pried, they could not be reversed. This meant that Xiang Qian and his team could not make any mistakes when prying the dimensional nodes, otherwise the final result would be far from what they had imagined. This was unlike the 9th level civilization, which could continue to adjust its direction even if the dimensional chaos caused by the conflict of rules deviated. After all, they were prying the dimensional nodes from the outside to the inside, not in one go. Soon, the first node was done. Xingyu removed the shielding, allowing the dimensional nodes to spread and affect themselves, stirring up the surrounding large universe. Anyway, as time goes by, this node will become a dimensional singularity, causing the surrounding dimensional levels to collapse. Then Xiang Qian and his team started to work on other nodes, resting for a while when they were tired, and then continuing. Anyway, with the abilities of the three of them, it would be no problem to get all these nodes done within a day, so there was no problem of rushing. When Xiang Qian and his three companions cracked the trap set by the 9th level civilization, the 6th level civilizations around them were very anxious. Because they didn't know what the Earth Federation was doing, whether it was a test for them or something else. So even though these 6th level civilizations were almost like ants on a hot pot, they didn't dare to disturb the flagship of the civilization race that was really close to the Earth Federation and could only wait around. The 9th level civilizations were paying attention to the flagship of the civilization race, and they couldn't figure out what the Earth Federation was going to do. Did they abandon the parallel universe and escape alone? Chapter 773. Boss, the Academy of Sciences has calculated all the dimensional nodes around the special universe of the 9th level civilization. Xingkong said to Xiang Qian. Yes, we know. Xiang Qian nodded and said. Although the Academy of Sciences has calculated the dimensional nodes, Xiang Qian is not ready to start today. After all, this method was thought up by the 9th level civilization. If we start to work on those dimensional nodes now, once they are discovered by the 9th level civilization, they will most likely be destroyed by them. Therefore, to attack the 9th level civilization, they must wait until the universe is about to collapse. By that time, even if the 9th level civilization finds out, they will not have time to stop it. By the evening, Xiang Qian, Xingyu and Vidin Prophet had already solved all the dimensional nodes that cracked the 9th level civilization trap. Next, they just need to wait for the dimensional nodes to have problems on their own, and they don't need to do anything at all. This is much easier than the 9th level civilization having to constantly use causal weapons to attack the dimensional nodes. At this time, the 9th level civilization was still attacking the dimensional nodes around the Earth Federation. They had no idea that the Earth Federation had quietly cracked their trap and was waiting to use the same method against them. On the 5th day, the entire universe had already shown signs of collapse, the most obvious of which was that space was becoming increasingly fragile. Now the influence of the chaotic star field has expanded by a full 30 times, and is spreading outward at a speed of nearly 1 light-year per second. The rules of the universe are no longer able to suppress the huge power generated by the conflict of rules, which also leads to the unbridled release of the power generated by the conflict of rules into the universe. The weakest is that the universe cannot be repaired at all, and is always in a broken state. Shinkong, how many civilized races are still asking to enter the parallel universe? Xiang Qian looked at the countdown of the collapse of the universe on the big screen, and said to Shinkong, "Boss, there are still 6.83 million level 6 and 7 civilized races who want to enter our parallel universe." Shinkong answered immediately, "How many level 6 and 7 civilizations belong to the Universe Guardian Alliance? And how many level 6 and 7 civilizations belong to the Guide? How many people really want to join the Earth Federation? Have you counted them?" Xiang Qian asked. "It has been counted. There are 2.21 million level 6 civilizations, and 120,000 level 7 civilizations on the Universe Guardian Alliance side. There are 2.37 million level 6 civilizations, and 490,000 level 7 civilizations on the Guide side. The total number of level 6 and 7 civilizations that really want to join our Earth Federation is only 1.64 million, of which there are only more than 50,000 level 7 civilizations," Shinkong said while showing the data. "Let Lucen, Dilong, and Kaya conquer those civilizations that want to join our Earth Federation. If they agree to become a subordinate race, they can enter the parallel universe. If they don't agree, then stay in the big universe and try your luck." Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, "Okay, boss. What should we do with the civilizations that belong to the Guide? The Guide has contacted the Prophet Vitten before, hoping that the Prophet Vitten will help to take these civilizations into the parallel universe, and release them after the collapse of the universe and the replay of the new universe. That's a good idea. Pick out the civilizations with potential, and ask them if they are willing to join the Earth Federation. If they don't want to, forget it, don't force it. But don't let them in now, wait until the universe collapses before letting them in," Xiang Qian said with a sneer. "Okay, boss." Shinkong disappeared after saying that, and never mentioned the question of how to deal with the level 6 and 7 civilizations belonging to the Universe Guardian Federation. It's not that Shinkong forgot to ask, but this question doesn't need to be asked at all. If they are really loyal to the level 9 civilization, then Xiang Qian would not take them in. If they are not loyal, then if they want to survive, they should join the Earth Federation. It's that simple. Otherwise, how could there be 1.64 million civilized races that want to join the Earth Federation? All these civilizations that want to join the Earth Federation have defected from the two camps. Although these civilizations are traitors, they are not afraid of being accepted into the Earth Federation. After all, once they sign a civilization contract, they can't regret it. In a blink of an eye, the 7th day has passed. At this time, the universe is becoming more and more chaotic. Even the universe that is slightly closer to the dimension node is already full of huge cracks. If you use a space detector to scan the universe, you will find that the entire universe is full of space cracks, like a broken glass, with countless spider web-like cracks on the surface. Only at the node position, dimensional chaos has occurred at this time. The layers of dimensional space are sandwiched together, and even the power of rules has been disturbed. The 9th level civilization has been arranged. Now it's our turn. Xiang Qian looked at the dimensional structure diagram of the universe on the big screen, and said in a cold tone, "The huge dimensional singularities around the Earth Federation shown on the big screen have begun to show their boundless power. It's time to take action. After we have arranged it, even if the 9th level civilization finds it, there will be no time for them to solve it." The Vitten Prophet nodded and said. Then Xiang Qian and the other three began to act on the dimensional nodes around the special universe of the 9th level civilization, according to the results calculated by the Academy of Sciences. When Xiang Qian and the others acted, the 9th level civilization was compressing their special universe, and did not notice the situation of the dimensional nodes under the shielding of Xingyu at all. It was not until Xingyu released the shielding of the first dimensional node that the 9th level civilization discovered the abnormality there. However, before the 9th level civilization could calculate the problem at that dimensional node and what impact it would have on their special universe. The 2nd dimensional node then showed an abnormality. When the 5th dimensional node showed an abnormality, the 9th level civilization finally figured out why these dimensional nodes were abnormal. But at this time, they found out that it was too late. Boss, the 9th level civilization spirit race sent a communication. Do you want to connect it? When Xiang Qian and his team had just fixed the dimensional nodes around a special universe of the 9th level civilization, Shinkong suddenly appeared and said to Xiang Qian, 9th level civilization spirit race. Connect it, I want to see what they have to say. Xiang Qian hesitated for a moment before speaking. Okay, boss. Soon, the big screen showed the image of a spirit race person with a human body, but no nose on his face. Chapter 774. I am the leader of the Eldar, and Yun. And Yun spoke first. The controller of the Earth Federation, I hope you will not destroy the dimensional nodes around the Eldar's special universe. We can talk about what you want. Sir and Yun, do you think our Earth Federation lacks something? Or do you think you have a bargaining chip that can impress me? Xiang Qian said with a smile. Our Eldar can help the Earth Federation destroy the other 8 level 9 civilizations. Is this bargaining chip enough? And Jun ignored Xiang Qian's contemptuous smile and continued to speak in a deep voice. Help us. Even without the help of your spirit race, we can still destroy those 9 level civilizations, including your spirit race. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Xiang Qian said disdainfully. Do you think the collapse of the big universe can destroy us? Even if you destroy the dimensional nodes around the special universe, our special universe cannot enter the high-dimensional space for refuge when the big universe collapses. But that would at most destroy our special universe, and our level 9 civilization can still survive the collapse of the big universe. As long as our civilization still exists, we can rebuild the special universe at any time. But with the help of our spirit race, it will be different. Even if the collapse of the big universe cannot destroy the other 8 level 9 civilizations, they can still be severely damaged. If we are lucky, it is possible to directly destroy 1 or 2 of the level 9 civilizations. And Jun was still not angry and continued to talk to Xiang Qian. As a level 9 civilization, why do I feel like you want the other level 9 civilizations to perish? Is there something wrong with your internal situation? Xiang Qian asked with narrowed eyes. This time Xiang Qian did not refute in Jun's words. Indeed, even if the Earth Federation's plan succeeded, at most it would destroy the special universe of the level 9 civilization. He was not arrogant enough to destroy the level 9 civilization by relying on the plan of the collapse of the universe. You are wrong. There has never been such a thing as internal affairs among our level 9 civilizations. To be honest, if it weren't for you, the first generation of special evolutionists who disrupted our plan, you might have seen a direct fight between several of our level 9 civilizations. But now you have suddenly risen, so we will unite to face the outside world. However, after this incident, we, the Eldar, believe that your Earth Federation is already the top civilization in the universe. Then it is not embarrassing for us, the Eldar, to cooperate with you and jointly destroy other civilizations. What's more, there is not much hatred between us. On the contrary, the gap between our 9-level civilizations is relatively large. And Jun said slowly, not hiding the disagreements between the 9-level civilizations at all. Okay, I believe it. But so what? The conflicts between you 9-level civilizations have nothing to do with me. On the contrary, destroying your special universe will be a practical benefit to us. So I'm sorry, forget about cooperation, you 9-level civilizations should just get together and play. We, the Earth Federation, are not on the same side as you. Xiang Qian shook his head and said. In fact, Xiang Qian also considered cooperating with the Eldar, but what good would it do to the Earth Federation to destroy the 9th-level civilization? At most, there would be no 9th-level civilization to do something to them and retaliate behind their backs. But is the Earth Federation still afraid of the revenge of the 9th-level civilization? Not at all. If they were afraid, they would not have taken action this time. So Xiang Qian chose to destroy all the special universes of the 9th-level civilizations between destroying a few 9th-level civilizations and destroying all the special universes of the 9th-level civilizations. As long as the special universe of the 9th-level civilization is destroyed, the 9th-level civilization will have no competitiveness. When they rebuild the special universe and sprint towards the God-level civilization again, the Earth Federation will have gone a long way on that road. At that time, it will not be them chasing the 9th-level civilization, but the 9th-level civilization chasing them. Are you sure? And Jun's face finally changed. Of course I'm sure. Very good, I hope you won't regret it in the future. Without waiting for Xiang Qian to reply, and June hung up the communication directly. Xiang Qian curled his lips and said, "You still regret it? You are really amazing. I would regret it if I didn't take advantage of this plan to destroy your special universe. Xingyu, when you block the large universe, let the 9th level civilization see it directly. I wonder if they can do anything." Xiang Qian said to Xingyu. "Well, this is easy." Xingyu nodded and said. Next, when Xingyu blocked the large universe, he directly converted the information spreading outward from that universe into electromagnetic waves, and electromagnetic waves with information. Let alone the 9th level civilization, even the 2nd level civilization can analyze the information carried by this electromagnetic wave. Doing so is completely telling the 9th level civilization that we are destroying the dimensional nodes around your special universe. And what can you do about it? It can be said that this approach is completely arrogant to the extreme, but the 9th level civilization has no way to deal with such a situation. It is not because of technical reasons, but because of time. Even if they want to destroy the arrangement of the Earth Federation, they don't have the time to crack it for them. Now there are only 2 days left before the collapse of the universe, and it is hard to say whether there are 48 hours left. In such a short time, it is completely impossible for them to crack the arrangement of the Earth Federation. What to do? This is the biggest problem facing the 9th level civilization. As for being angry with the Earth Federation, they don't have that time. If you hadn't come up with this idea in the first place, would we be calculated by the Earth Federation now? The chief of the Stone Clan roared at the chief of the Spirit Clan, and June. As for why he was so excited, it was because the Earth Federation first attacked the dimensional nodes around the Stone Clan's special universe, and now it's time to deal with it. So no matter what happens to the other 9-level civilizations, the Stone Clan can't escape anyway. What's the point of talking about this now? It's better to think about what to do after the special universe collapses. And June said coldly. When he gave advice before, he said it was good, but now, he started to push the responsibility. Strip off the core of the special universe, and rebuild the special universe after the big universe collapses. After a while, the Soul Clan leader said, "Isn't that equivalent to giving up the special universe? The energy we have spent for so long is gone just like that. What else do you want? In the face of such a situation, do you still want to keep the special universe? Is it possible?" A group of leaders of the 9th level civilization were silent. The initial plan was thought up by them. Of course, they knew what kind of power would be produced by the dimensional singularity and the collapse of the universe. With the current power of the special universe, it is impossible to sustain the recurrence of the universe. No matter how crazy the 9th level civilization was, Xiang Qian and his team quickly destroyed all the dimensional nodes around the 9th level civilization's special universe. After doing all this, Xiang Qian finally opened the space channel of the parallel universe in the starry sky, allowing the 6th and 7th level civilizations on the guide side to enter the parallel universe. As for the remaining 6th and 7th level civilizations that could not enter the parallel universe, Xiang Qian did not drive them away, but let them lean on the cosmic crystal wall of the parallel universe. Of course, whether this method can withstand the power of the collapse of the big universe depends on luck. Time soon arrived at the 10th day. On this day, the universe finally began to collapse completely. On the morning of this day, a huge space crack spanning dozens of standard jump star zones appeared around the parallel universe of the Earth Federation. This space crack was like a huge wound torn in the universe, and countless space fragments were filled around the wound. If under normal circumstances, such a space crack appeared in the universe, even if the surrounding space was destroyed, it would slowly repair. But now, let alone repair, the huge cracks are expanding outward. The space cracks expand along the dark lines, causing the universe to crack continuously. These cracks seem to be spreading madly around, as if they will not stop until the entire universe is torn apart. At this time, whether it is the Earth Federation or other civilized races, they are making the final preparations before the collapse of the universe. Because all civilized races know that when the universe completely collapses, these space fragments will be like sharp knives, starting to cut all matter. Chapter 775. All dimensional nodes of the universe begin to collapse. In 7 hours at most, the universe will collapse completely. The location of the Earth Federation is the first dimensional node to collapse. It is expected that the first wave of space debris will hit it in an hour. Within 3 hours, the dimensional space around the Earth Federation will collapse completely and begin to attract the surrounding space turbulence. According to the results of the physical model calculation, Vicadia said to Xiang Qian, "The last 3 hours? Shinkong, how are the preparations going?" Xiang Qian said to Shinkong after listening, "Boss, Everything is ready and can resist the dimensional turbulence at any time. That's good. When the space debris starts to collide, I don't need to give any more orders. Just turn on the corresponding equipment. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian gave 2 more instructions and closed his eyes to enter the god's perspective state. This time, after Xiang Qian entered the god's perspective state, he felt not the huge power of the rules of the universe, but endless sadness. Even though the rules of the universe have no intelligence, they still have an instinctive reaction when the universe is about to collapse. When the universe revolves after collapse, it transforms from a huge cosmic space into countless bubbles, forming a honeycomb-like cosmic space. The control of the rules of the universe over the universe will drop to a freezing point. At that time, the rules of the universe can no longer control the operation of the universe. Even if the evolution direction of the universe is wrong, it can do nothing. It can be said that the last few hours before the collapse of the universe are the last glory of the universe operation rules. Are you sad? Do you want all civilized races to remember your existence? If you do, lend me your power. Xiang Qian said to the universe operation rules. Although the universe operation rules did not respond, Xiang Qian clearly felt that his control over the universe operation rules had been improved to a higher level. If he used the power of the universe operation rules before, it was because of his special ability. Then at this moment, it was the rules of the universe that actively cooperated with him. Let the most powerful civilization race in the universe be a trace of your existence. The next second, Xiang Qian used the power of the rules of the universe to attack the special universe of the 9th level civilization. At the same time, the entire universe was shaken, and a colorful light gushed out from the deepest part of the universe, spanning half the distance of the universe, attacking the special universe of the 9th level civilization. Super philosophical weapons, the light of the rules of the universe, the 9th level civilization, can you feel it? The huge 7-color light was divided into 9 7-color light columns, which hit the crystal wall of the special universe of the 9th level civilization fiercely. Instantly, the crystal wall of the special universe was broken, and the rule power transformed by the 7-color light launched an impact on the rules inside the special universe. This is an impact on the essence of the rules. The side with the perfect rule structure and the powerful rule power will be the winner. Obviously, the rules of the universe are superior to the special universe in every aspect. So after the 7-color light column shone into the special universe, the rule system inside the special universe was trembling. The special universe, which was originally very stable, also had a rule conflict at this moment. Earth Federation. I'm not done with you. The 9th level civilization in the special universe roared. But at this time, even if the 9th level civilization hated the Earth Federation, they had no way to attack the Earth Federation. They now had to resist the colorful light column transformed by the power of the universe's operation rules, which was a colorful light column that surpassed the power of philosophical weapons. Fortunately, this was inside the special universe, and the 9th level civilization could call on the power of the rules of the special universe as the origin and use their own philosophical weapons. But even so, the impact of the 2 rule forces caused unimaginable damage to the special universe. Just look at the fact that the internal space of the special universe looks more like the end of the world than the big universe. The terrible scene makes the special universe look like it may collapse at any time. If there was a slight possibility that the 9th level civilization could survive the collapse of the big universe before, now there is not even that slight possibility. Xiang Qian's move directly cut off the last hope of the 9th level civilization and pushed them into the abyss. Xiang Qian stopped half an hour later, not because he was merciful, but because the location of the Earth Federation had already experienced a dimensional collapse. The connection between the parallel universe and the universe began to weaken. Even if he did not stop, it would not take long for his connection with the rules of the universe to be cut off. So Xiang Qian felt that it was almost done, so he stopped and did not launch any more attacks. No longer paying attention to the problem of the 9th level civilization, Xiang Qian's consciousness dominated the power of the rules of the universe and began to wander in the universe. This might be the last time he felt the boundlessness of the universe. When the universe collapses again, the new universe will still be very large, but it will be composed of independent spaces one after another, which is completely different from the current universe. When Xiang Qian's power to control the rules of the universe's operation wandered to the location of the civilization cemetery, he suddenly discovered a problem, that is, in the sense of the rules of the universe's operation, the civilization cemetery is still under the control of the rules of the universe's operation. Xiang Qian was surprised by this discovery. You should know that the special space where the civilization cemetery is located has long been transformed into a special universe by a certain civilization race, and has been integrated with the large universe. At this time, the rules of the universe should not be able to control the civilization cemetery. How could such a situation occur? Xiang Qian subconsciously called on the power of the rules of the universe to control the civilization cemetery and make subtle changes to the rules inside the civilization cemetery. However, after the instructions of the rules of the universe were issued, although the rules inside the civilization cemetery did change, the next second, the rules of the universe lost control of the civilization cemetery. Then, before Xiang Qian could take any measures against the civilization cemetery, this special universe of the civilization cemetery began to reduce its dimension. The universe around the civilization cemetery began to reduce from 3 dimensions to 2 dimensions, and the civilization cemetery universe inside the 2-dimensional space began to transform to a 1-dimensional origin. The huge power emitted during the transformation repelled all the surrounding universe, leaving a small 2-dimensional space fragment floating in the space-time turbulence. When all the energy exploded, this 2-dimensional space fragment also entered the space-time turbulence and began to drift with the flow. Xiang Qian watched all this, but he did not make a move. First, there was not enough time, and second, it would be useless if he made a move. When a special universe is reduced in dimension, the huge energy emitted outward cannot be penetrated even by philosophical weapons. So Xiang Qian could only watch the civilization graveyard reduce its dimension, and finally the 2-dimensional space fragments entered the space-time turbulence. Then Xiang Qian prepared to see how the guides were preparing, but he had just seen the special universe built by the guide, and his connection with the rules of the universe began to blur. Xiang Qian knew that the collapse of the universe had begun. Chapter 776. When Xiang Qian exited the god's perspective state and opened his eyes, he found that everyone in the command hall was staring at the big screen nervously. At this time, the big screen showed a completely doomsday scene, with countless space fragments pouring down on the crystal wall of the parallel universe like a downpour. Every collision would burst out a huge space energy, which was emitted after the space fragments were completely shattered. These space fragments did not cause any damage to the parallel universe, but the background of the universe behind these space fragments was very scary. The extremely dark background of the universe has disappeared, and what replaced it are huge space cracks, waves of violent energy turbulence, and layers of strange dimensional distortion zones. The entire universe has completely collapsed at this time. It is very difficult to find a complete universe at this time. Even if there is a 3-dimensional space that still maintains a stable structure, it is just a small 3-dimensional space bubble, which cannot be called a universe at all. Shinkong, what's the situation now? Xiang Qian asked. Boss, everything is under our control. It's just that it's hard for us to grasp the situation around the parallel universe. Now we can only scan the area around a few light years. So we have no idea about the situation of other large universe dimension nodes, and we can't predict the specific situation that will happen next. Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. It's okay, don't worry about those problems, just do our own thing. Xiang Qian said indifferently. At this time, what's the point of getting data from other dimensional nodes for calculation? We still have to face it, and we can't prepare anything in advance. If the parallel universe really can't be lower then it's useless even if we know the result in advance. If we can resist, then there is no problem even if we don't know. Now the Earth Federation has played all its cards. If it still can't survive the disaster of the collapse of the universe, it can only be said that it's bad luck, and it has nothing to do with whether it is fully prepared. How is it? Did you destroy a few level 9 civilizations? After Xiang Qian finished talking to Shinkong, the Vidin Prophet asked with a smile. How many more? Not even one. If you really want to destroy a level 9 civilization, you can do it just now, but the other level 9 civilizations may survive the disaster of the collapse of the universe. So I directly attacked all the level 9 civilizations, and severely damaged all their special universes. I don't believe that they can still keep their special universes after being severely damaged. If it is really saved, then I have nothing to say. I can only say that the 9th level civilization is really strong. Xiang Qian shook his head and said, although it is better to break 1 finger than to hurt 10 fingers, the 9th level civilization is not a whole. Even if a 9th level civilization is destroyed, the Earth Federation will not get much benefit. But destroying all their special universes is the real thing for the Earth Federation. What a pity! The Prophet Vidin sighed and said, what a pity is the rules of the universe. After the collapse of this great universe, although our special abilities can still be used, we can no longer rely on the power of the rules of the universe. Xiang Qian said with a bit of dejection. Hearing Xiang Qian's words, the Vidin Prophet also felt a bit dejected. After all, As the first generation of prophet, his reliance on special abilities is much more serious than Xiang Qian's. Then Xiang Qian and the others chatted for a while, and then stopped chatting. Everyone focused on the big screen. Because the power of the collapse of the universe is getting stronger and stronger, even the parallel universe is slightly affected. The starry sky shows the situation of those level 6 and 7 civilizations. Xiang Qian suddenly said to the starry sky, "Okay, boss." A projection screen instantly appeared next to the big screen, showing the level 6 and 7 civilizations belonging to the Universe Guardian Alliance. At this time, these level 6 and 7 civilizations relying on the parallel universe all opened the rule shield to resist the attack of space debris. Not bad, they are working hard. I hope they can hold on for a while longer and reduce some pressure on me, Xiang Qian said with a smile. Don't tell me that this is what you had in mind before, the Vidin Prophet asked. That's right. Since the level 9 civilizations don't care about the life and death of their subordinate races, why should I care? Not letting them into the parallel universe is to let them serve as shields outside the parallel universe. Although these shields are a bit useless, they can still be used. Just treat them as the last waste, Xiang Qian said, as a matter of course. The corners of the mouths of a group of people twitched when they heard this. They never thought that Xiang Qian didn't let the group of level 6 and 7 civilizations in with such an idea. Before, they thought that Xiang Qian didn't let them in because they belonged to the 9th level civilization and didn't want them to survive. They didn't expect Xiang Qian to think this way. This is no longer a waste utilization, the Vidin Prophet said speechlessly. This is not a waste utilization. I have never heard of putting a plastic bag on a spacecraft to withstand the attack of regular weapons. Now those 6th and 7th level civilizations are equivalent to plastic bags. The space debris they resist outside the parallel universe is completely meaningless. Time passed slowly. When there were no more space fragments on the big screen and only endless dimensional distortions, the Earth Federation parallel universe was finally pulled into the core of the dimensional singularity. At this time, Xiang Qian and his team were no longer concerned about the big screen, but the physical model calculated using the surrounding feedback data. The current parallel universe is equivalent to being trapped in the middle of a huge vortex, and this huge vortex is the dimensional singularity itself. Starry Sky, how long do you expect it will take for the dimension of the entire universe to collapse? Xiang Qian asked seriously. At this time, he no longer had the composure to face the space debris. After all, the pressure brought by this dimensional singularity to the parallel universe is huge. Now, countless space stabilization equipment is scrapped every moment due to overload operation. This means that the parallel universe is under a huge squeezing force, making the internal space almost unable to bear it. According to previous calculations, the dimension of the entire universe will collapse completely in 10 minutes. Shinkong replied. 10 minutes, notify all civilized races, and ask them to add 3 times the space stabilization equipment to the surrounding space nodes within 10 minutes. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, Okay, boss. As soon as Xiang Qian's order came, all civilized races in the parallel universe began to frantically deploy space stabilization equipment. Under Xiang Qian's perception, the bearing limit of the space inside the parallel universe was once again provided, which made them a little relieved. 10 minutes later, everyone was nervously waiting for the collapse of the universe dimension. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, everyone felt a huge pressure on their bodies, and even the space was cracked because of the sudden excessive pressure. Chapter 777. Hold steady. When Xiang Qian felt the pressure, he mobilized the power of the parallel universe to support the stability of the internal space. At the moment of dimensional collapse, the dimensional singularity vortex where the parallel universe was located was hit like a tsunami. Due to the existence of the dimensional singularity, the moment the surrounding dimensions collapsed and broke, they were blown away by the power of the dimensional singularity. But this violent rebound also caused the dimensional singularity itself to be impacted. As a result, the parallel universe in the middle of the vortex is subject to the outward impact of the dimensional singularity, and the obstruction and compression of the external dimensional space. The two huge forces, one above and one below, are instantly applied to the parallel universe, making it impossible for the crystal wall of the universe to completely withstand this unparalleled pressure. The entire parallel universe seems to be crushed at this time. Green, you can start now, Xiang Qian said to Green. Okay. Green didn't waste any words and disappeared instantly. 10 seconds later, the huge civilization guardian tree began to grow wildly, as if it was going to expand the parallel universe. Soon, the civilization guardian tree turned into the legendary pillar of heaven, supporting the parallel universe. After the Civilization Guardian Tree expanded, Xiang Qian controlled the parallel universe and instantly changed the rules, allowing the Green Star Civilization to use philosophical weapons. The next second, the green light enveloped the entire parallel universe. The huge Civilization Guardian Tree was like a huge umbrella, resisting the huge pressure from the outside world and stabilizing the space inside the parallel universe. At this time, Xiang Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the help of the Civilization Guardian Tree, it was much easier to stabilize the parallel universe. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the squeezing force on both sides gradually decreased. But this was not the time to relax, because the parallel universe would soon be ejected by the force of the dimensional singularity explosion, and that was the most difficult time. As the suppression force outside the dimensional singularity slowly dissipated, the dimensional space that had already accumulated in the center of the dimensional singularity finally began to explode. Boom! At this moment, the parallel universe could feel endless roars, and waves of water like ripples appeared inside the parallel universe, and the entire parallel universe was shaking. The physical model showed that the parallel universe was rushing to the outside of the vortex at this time, and the various dimensional spaces around the parallel universe were pushing the parallel universe like a tsunami. Xiang Qian wanted to stop the parallel universe, but he couldn't do it, so he could only go with the flow. But at this time, the speed of the parallel universe rushing outward was too fast, and cracks had already appeared on the crystal wall of the universe on that side. Even if a tiny space fragment hits the cosmic crystal wall, it will explode with huge power. At this time, countless space fragments and different dimensional spaces hit the cosmic crystal wall every second, making the speed of the cosmic crystal wall's recovery unable to keep up with the speed of destruction. Loosen, let the wall of life block the surface of the cosmic crystal wall. If this continues, the cosmic crystal wall will not be able to withstand it at all. Xiang Qian shouted at Lucen. Right away. Lucen also answered seriously. The next second, the branches of the Civilization Guardian Tree began to penetrate the cosmic crystal wall, blocking the broken cracks, and at the same time a green light began to wrap the cosmic crystal wall. However, the consumption of experimental philosophy weapons to wrap the cosmic crystal wall is also very large. Now every second, a planet disappears in the parallel universe. In addition, the Earth Federation has always had the habit of storing special cosmic metals, so it can store enough materials within 10 days. A planet that is 10 times the size of the Earth and condensed by special cosmic metals is completely annihilated in an instant. The energy released is only enough to support the use of philosophy weapons for 1 second. It is conceivable how great the pressure on the parallel universe is at this time. As for those level 6 and 7 civilizations on the surface of the cosmic crystal wall, they had already been destroyed by the endless space debris at this time. Starry Sky, how long do you expect the parallel universe to be pushed out of this state? After the parallel universe stabilized, Xiang Qian said to the Starry Sky. According to the calculations of the Academy of Sciences, this state will continue for about 3 days. If a special situation occurs, and the dimension nodes we destroyed before do not explode according to our calculations, then it will last for about 7 days. Shinkong replied. 7 days at most, that's fine. Xiang Qian nodded and said nothing. With the number of special rare metal planets currently stored in the parallel universe, it can last for about a month if the current consumption is maintained. 7 days is certainly not a problem. When the parallel universe of the Earth Federation finally survived the most dangerous stage and began to compete with the dimensional turbulence, the situation of the 9th level civilization was much worse than that of the Earth Federation. Although the location of the 9th level civilization's special universe is not the core of the dimensional singularity, the dimensional nodes around them have not been destroyed by Xiang Qian. So at this time, the special universe of the 9th level civilization is struggling to support the huge power erupted by several dimensional singularities. Patriarch, the crystal wall of the universe has been broken, we can't stop it. Put the core of the universe into the soul crystal and abandon the ghost universe. The patriarch of the Soul Clan looked at the ruined ghost universe and said in a deep voice, Yes, patriarch. The next second, the core of the ghost universe was transformed into soul power and was stored in the soul crystal. With the impact of the huge dimensional turbulence, the ghost universe instantly became history, but the soul crystal of the 9th level civilization entered the high dimensional level at the moment when the ghost universe was broken, avoiding the impact of the dimensional turbulence. Compared to the Soul Clan, the other 9-level civilizations are still holding on. Inside the special universe, they can use the power of philosophical weapons. It is with the power of philosophical weapons that the special universe can hold on until now. However, As the impact of the dimensional turbulence becomes stronger and stronger, the special universe can no longer withstand this consumption, and in the end the special universe has shrunk by dozens of times. The impact of the dimensional turbulence has not decreased, but has become even larger. Faced with such a situation, all the 9-level civilizations had to run away with the core of the universe. It was just such a result that made them so depressed that they vomited blood. When the special universe of the 9th-level civilization was in full swing, the guides also encountered a crisis. However, compared with the crisis encountered by the Earth Federation and the 9th-level civilization, the crisis encountered by the guides was nothing at all. However, the special universe of the guides did not allow the Earth Federation and the 9th-level civilization to have a good rule structure. So at this moment, they were also busy and confused, trying their best to resist the impact of the dimensional turbulence. Chapter 778. Like a dream, everything vanished in an instant. This is the most vivid metaphor for the current universe. It has been 5 days since the collapse of the universe and the collapse of the dimension. At this time, no matter the explosion of the dimensional singularity or the huge force generated by the dimensional collapse, it can no longer cause any harm to the parallel universe. The parallel universe of the Earth Federation has also stabilized. Although it is still floating in the universe, with the dimensional turbulence, all dangers have passed. At this time, the countless dimensional spaces around the parallel universe merge together to form a new dimensional space. However, this newly formed dimensional space was hit by the dimensional turbulence and was instantly destroyed. So at this moment, the dimensional space around the parallel universe appears every second, but it will be destroyed every second, and it is impossible to form a stable space. Is our universe also born in the endless void like this? One day, a disaster breaks out in the endless void. Will our universe also be destroyed like this? Lung Ning said with emotion. Who knows? We will know the answer only when we control the entire universe and understand all the secrets. Xiang Qian looked at the dimensional space that was disillusioned from time to time on the big screen, and didn't know what he was thinking. Lung Mo didn't ask anything else, but just accompanied Xiang Qian quietly. At this time, Xiang Qian was actually thinking about a question, that is, how the universe was formed. Although this idea was nonsensical, at this time, he really thought of this question. But this question involves the ultimate secret of the universe, and even the current Earth Federation cannot answer this question. You may say that the universe must have been created by that super civilization, but no one has ever seen that super civilization. Don't compare the special universe with the universe, there is no comparison at all. The dimension of the universe collapses, and the entire universe collapses. As a result, after hundreds of thousands of years, although the universe cannot be restored to its previous state, the entire universe still exists. But what about the special universe? Once the special universe dimension collapses, and the internal space collapses, the entire special universe will be ruined. Not to mention the internal space replaying, there is no chance of that. Xiang Qian has no idea what the power that maintains the existence of the big universe is. But he knows what the power that maintains the existence of the special universe is. The special universe exists, and fully absorbs the power of the big universe. How much energy a universe consumes every moment is an astronomical figure. However, the universe supports 120,000 parallel universes, and there is no consumption in the universe. On the contrary, the universe has expanded outwards in the past thousands of epochs. So what energy does the universe absorb to maintain its existence? Not to mention Xiang Qian, even the 9th level civilization can't figure it out. At present, all the spaces known to the Earth Federation, whether high-dimensional or low-dimensional, are just space turbulence or space-time turbulence, which are the power inside the universe. If all dimensional spaces are likened to boats, then both the spatial turbulence layer and the time-space turbulence layer are the sea. All dimensional spaces rely on absorbing the energy in these two levels of space to maintain their own consumption, but no one knows where this energy comes from. There was once an 8th level civilization that specifically searched for the legendary energy source of the universe, hoping to find the place where the universe absorbs energy through the energy source. But hundreds of epochs have passed, and the 8th level civilization has not found any clues. So Xiang Qian was thinking about how the universe was formed, and what kind of rule system is most suitable for the universe. Is the key to civilization he got the universe rule system of the previous universe era? It can be said that at this time, Xiang Qian thought a lot. Although it was a waste of time, it also made him pursue. If he only wanted to make the Earth Federation the most powerful civilized race, and stand at the top of the universe before, then now he has more ideas, that is, to study the deep secrets of the universe. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 50,000 years had passed. During these 50,000 years, the parallel universe drifted to who knows where along with the dimensional turbulence. The surrounding dimensional space was still repeating the rebirth and destruction, and the time for the large universe to re-evolve was still far away. However, at this time, the power of the dimensional turbulence had decreased a lot. If Xiangqian wanted, he could completely fix the parallel universe in one place and resist the impact of the dimensional turbulence. Of course, Xiangqian would not be so bored as to waste the power of the parallel universe in vain. Now Xiangqian has begun to prepare for the continued expansion of the parallel universe, and will not waste the power of the parallel universe at will. Shinkong, open a space channel and absorb some dimensional space in. Xiangqian said to Shinkong. Okay, boss. The moment the space channel was opened, countless tiny dimensional spaces rushed into the parallel universe along with the dimensional turbulence. The space channel was opened for less than 3 seconds before it was directly closed by Xiangqian. Because in these short 3 seconds, the dimensional turbulence force entering the parallel universe has begun to interfere with the spatial stability of the parallel universe. So Xiangqian did not let Shinkong take action, but directly cut off the space channel and began to eliminate those dimensional turbulences. In fact, the dimensional turbulence itself is a special dimensional energy formed by countless broken dimensional spaces after being compressed by huge forces. The dimensional space formed all the time in the dimensional turbulence is born from these dimensional turbulences. If we can use the dimensional turbulence, the parallel universe will expand like a balloon. Unfortunately, the destructive property of this dimensional turbulence is too strong. It is chaotic energy without rules. Therefore, the energy consumed by purifying the dimensional turbulence is greater than the energy produced by the dimensional turbulence. Only a fool would do such an unprofitable deal. When Xiangqian controlled the parallel universe to exclude those dimensional turbulences, what was left was the bubble-shaped dimensional space. Without the suppression of dimensional turbulence, these dimensional spaces began to collapse because they could not absorb energy, and the low-dimensional space began to distort under the influence of the high-dimensional space. As a result, in less than 10 seconds, the dimensional space received from the parallel universe had turned into space energy. Xiangqian looked at the broken dimensional space and frowned in thought. It stands to reason that the dimensional space that has been formed, no matter what dimension it is, will basically not collapse as long as there is no problem inside or it is suppressed from the outside. But these dimensional spaces all collapsed in less than 10 seconds, which means there is something wrong with these dimensional spaces. But what is the problem? At this time, Xiangqian really couldn't figure it out. He formed a three-dimensional space bubble casually, but he didn't continue to maintain the bubble state, and the three-dimensional space bubble didn't collapse. Boss, I found something special. While Xiangqian was thinking, Shinkong suddenly said to Xiangqian. What's the situation? Xiangqian asked curiously. When I scanned here just now, I suddenly found a special space. What's even more strange is that this space has been scanned for a minute, but it didn't collapse. Chapter 779. Xiangqian looked at the special space that stood out among the countless illusory dimensional spaces on the big screen, wondering what he was thinking. 5 minutes later, the special space still hadn't changed at all. Notify the Academy of Sciences of this news, and let them study it. After a while, Xiangqian spoke. Okay, boss. After learning that this special space could remain indestructible in the dimensional turbulence, Xiangqian thought of the experiment he had just done. Although he didn't know why the currently formed dimensional space would be destroyed at any time, he had a feeling that as long as the secret of this special space was studied, the reason would be solved. With this idea, Xiangqian directly stopped the parallel universe here and no longer drifted around with the dimensional turbulence. In the following time, Xiangqian studied the dimensional space through the parallel universe, hoping that the parallel universe would absorb the power of these dimensional spaces and continue to grow. The scientists of the Academy of Sciences are studying that special space, but due to the obstruction of dimensional turbulence, they have not figured out the situation inside that special space so far. It's not that Xiangqian doesn't want the parallel universe to get close to that special space, but the path to the special space is completely occupied by dimensional turbulence. Now the parallel universe has stopped under Xiangqian's control, but it does not mean that Xiangqian can let the parallel universe pass through the dimensional turbulence and get close to that special space. So now scientists can only conduct research based on the data obtained by scanning equipment. If they want to truly understand what is happening inside that special space, they can only wait until the power of the dimensional turbulence is reduced. In the blink of an eye, another 70,000 years have passed. If calculated based on the time before the collapse of the universe, then now it has been a full epoch since the collapse of the universe. However, now that the universe has collapsed, the rules of the universe can no longer be implemented. Some level 6 civilizations that are about to die have not been wiped out by the rules of the universe. However, those level 6 civilizations didn't pay any attention to this situation. At this time, the dimensional turbulence was basically about to subside. Although there was still a little aftermath, it could no longer stop the movement of the coming universe. So Xiangqian had already started to move the coming universe and move towards the location of the special space. During these 70,000 years, although scientists could not know the situation inside the special space, their research over the years was not in vain. At the same time, the conclusion drawn from the data analysis is that the special space should be a special universe. Why is it similar, not a special universe? First, because the special space is too small. Even the small universe is larger than this special space. Second, because the dimensional membrane of this special space has not been transformed into a cosmic crystal wall. Therefore, considering the above 2 points, this special space should be built by a civilization no lower than level 8, or even level 9. As for why this special space was built, no one knows until they reach there. The dimensional membrane of that special space is feeding back fluctuations of rule power. Could it be that it is not a special space, but a rule weapon with dimensional rule power? Old Manly said doubtfully. As they get closer to that special space, more and more data is fed back, and scientists find more and more problems. Whatever it is, we will know when we get closer. Xiangqian said to the old man Li, who was scratching his head. That's right, forget it for now, we talk about it when we get there. Although the parallel universe is only a few dozen light years away from that special space, it takes hundreds of years to travel such a short distance in the dimensional turbulence. The main reason is that it is impossible to exceed the speed of light when traveling in the dimensional turbulence, and it is even difficult to approach the speed of light. Therefore, the parallel universe can only move towards there at a snail's pace, which is so slow that it makes people collapse. However, when the parallel universe approaches the special space, it can use scanning equipment to detect the situation inside the special space, and all the efforts are worth it. Because everything in the special space is really meaningful to the Earth Federation. Do you think the civilized race in this special space is born silicon-based life, or is it transformed from other types of life? Xiangqian looked at the situation inside the special space displayed on the big screen, pointing to a body that seemed to be a dead silicon-based life. It's hard to say, but I'm not interested in what kind of life they are born with. I want to know what that special device that looks a bit like an altar is used for. Old Manly also said while looking at the big screen. Others also pointed at the big screen and expressed their opinions. Shinkong, zoom in on the pattern traces on the diamond-shaped building and compare it with the database to see what kind of rules that pattern represents. Xiangqian said to Shinkong. Boss, there is no record of such pattern traces in the database. Shinkong answered immediately. No? Is there anything similar? Xiangqian was stunned for a moment and asked. There are quite a few similar ones. There are rules similar to this pattern in the rules of time and matter. Shinkong answered immediately. Show all those similar rules. In an instant, these rules appeared in front of everyone. Huh? The pattern formed by this time rule is indeed a bit similar to that on the building. However, the meaning of this time rule is the influence of the passage of time on matter. How can these rules appear on the building? Di Long pointed to a rule and said, this material rule is quite reliable. It represents the movement and change of matter. It is reasonable for such a rule to appear in buildings. Lu Gusin pointed to another rule and said, are these buildings all rule weapons? Could it be that this civilized race is so extravagant that they regard rule weapons as buildings? Then the resources they have are terrifying. Zhang Lei said in surprise. It's hard to say now. We will know when we get there. Xiangqian shook his head and said that he didn't think the civilized races in this special space could ever reach the level of using rule weapons as buildings. The 9th level civilization is rich, with thousands of epochs of accumulation and extremely deep foundation. Even if it is a 9th level civilization, Xiangqian didn't find that they would use special rare metals to build houses. That's not luxury, but stupidity. Under the eager mood of everyone, the parallel universe of the Earth Federation finally staggered to the side of the special space. At this time, without Xiangqian's order, a large group of scientists hurriedly applied to go to the special space for scientific research. Xiangqian did not stop them. After all, the civilized races in this special space had been dead for countless epochs. Although there was danger, it was definitely within the controllable range. However, under such circumstances, when the first batch of scientists entered the special space, they immediately encountered a very difficult situation. Chapter 780. What happened? Why are all the equipment damaged? A group of scientists were stunned. They had just entered this special space, and all the equipment they carried was damaged. As for how it was damaged, no one knew, but it was useless anyway. Genetic nuclear force weapons can't be used either. A scientist shouted. Really? Why is this happening? Others tried, but they couldn't use the genetic nuclear force weapons. It stands to reason that the genetic nuclear force weapons have been integrated with the body, so there will be no situation where they cannot be used. But now their genetic nuclear force weapons are indeed unusable. Although they can still be displayed, they are useless. The ability of genetic nuclear force weapons is completely unusable. With no other choice, a group of scientists can only return to the Earth Federation with some items in this special space and several corpses. As a result, after returning to the Earth Federation, their genetic nuclear force weapons instantly recovered, and those equipment that could not be used in the special space could also be used. Xiang Qian was helpless after learning about this situation. Could it be that the special space could also restrict technological equipment and make it unusable? Then Xiang Qian sent people into the special space again, and finally concluded the rules after experiments. This special space is not unable to use technological equipment, but it is unable to use equipment with rule power. The specific reason is still unclear, but Xiang Qian guessed that it was because the rules inside the special space were different from the rules they used, which led to this situation. It is so strange that the internal rules of a special space are different from those of the outside world. You should know that the special space is not a special universe, and cannot have its own rules. After all, the existence of the special space is based on physical rules. Once the rules in the special space are changed, the special space will collapse instantly. But now the special space in front of us has broken this iron rule. This is as incredible as someone telling you that there is an area of fresh water in the ocean. 3 days later, countless brutal scientists had already sliced and dissected the bodies brought back from that special space. Through analysis, the life in this special space is neither silicon-based nor carbon-based, but a special kind of life. Although the appearance of these life forms is similar to robots wearing armor, the material that makes up their bodies is not basic particles, but another kind of substance. This substance is not composed of elemental particles, and there are no atoms or molecules inside. Instead, it seems to be made of a pure substance, without any different particles, and no distinction between positive and negative matter. This substance has only one attribute, one characteristic, and is very pure. Therefore, the body made of this substance is also very powerful. Even if ordinary regular weapons hit these corpses, it is difficult to cause much damage. Scientists have also spent a lot of effort to decompose these corpses. However, after analyzing these corpses, scientists also found a very strange problem. That is, some equipment they brought back from the special space, and the materials used in those equipment are exactly the same as the materials made of these corpses. This completely incredible thing actually happened. Have their texts been deciphered? Xiang Qian asked after reading these reports. It's still being deciphered. Since there is no birth examination data, it will take some time. Shinkong replied. Well, first empty all the items in that special space, and then see if we can put that special space into the parallel universe. Xiang Qian nodded. In fact, Xiang Qian had thought about this problem when he found that the rules inside this special space were different from those of the universe. But he was afraid that if he accidentally destroyed this special space, it would be a pity. So he decided to empty the space and then consider this problem. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. Except for some garbage and debris, all the items with a little use in the special space had been moved back to the Earth Federation. During this 100 years, the Academy of Sciences has also discovered a very scary fact through the analysis of a large number of items. That is, the civilized race in this special space should have been a level 9 civilization before it died. This is what scientists analyze based on one of the weapons, because that weapon is similar to a philosophical weapon, and it has an unimaginable number of regular patterns. In addition to the level 9 civilization, the only civilized race that can master philosophical weapons is the Earth Federation. However, the Earth Federation does not count because of Xiang Qian, so the only civilization that can master philosophical weapons is the 9th level civilization. This discovery shocked Xiang Qian. He had previously thought that this was the burial place of an 8th level civilization that went deep into the spacetime turbulence layer to search for the origin of the universe. As a result, it has now been confirmed that this is a 9th level civilization, which is totally unexpected. What made Xiang Qian even more puzzled was why this 9th-level civilization died here. Where is their civilization race flagship? Where is their home planet? Why didn't other tribesmen come to rescue them? You should know that in this special space, scientists only found less than 300 corpses. Even if a level 9 civilization has fewer people, it is impossible to use less than 300 people. But the strange thing is that this team of less than 300 people actually brought philosophical weapons. This shouldn't be the case. Philosophical weapons are the treasures of the level 9 civilization. They are not ordinary rule-based weapons that can be brought out casually. A level 9 civilization can only make one philosophical weapon, just like the flagship of a civilization race. It can only have one. No more. So even if the 9th level civilization wanted to do something, it would be impossible to take the philosophical weapons out of the mother planet. But this team of less than 300 people did it. Is it possible that these 300 people are traitors, who ran away with the philosophical weapons and accidentally died here? Old Manly analyzed. Xiang Qian looked at Old Manly speechlessly, not ready to discuss this issue with him. As for the reason, let the think tank think about it, and scientists should just focus on scientific research. When did these level 9 civilizations die? Xiang Qian asked. I don't know, there is no way to judge. Ordinary inspection and release are ineffective against rule-based weapons. Using the time detection method, even the long river of time has collapsed, and the source cannot be traced at all. However, we speculate that this level 9 civilization is very likely not a civilization race in this universe era. Because what the current level 9 civilization shows is completely unrelated to what this civilization race uses. Moreover, the rules inside the special space are too different from the rules of the universe, so we speculate this way, said Old Manly. Chapter 781. No matter what era this 9th level civilization is from, the main thing is to decipher their writing. As long as the writing is deciphered, then nothing will be a secret. Xiang Qian said to Old Manly. Well, we think so too. No matter there is no reference, it is very difficult to completely decipher their writing. Old Manly was also helpless. In the following time, the Academy of Sciences is still working hard to decipher the secrets of the 9th level civilization. While the Earth Federation was trying to crack these secrets, other civilizations in the universe also encountered the same special space. However, these civilizations that encountered the special space had no way to navigate in the dimensional turbulence. So even if these civilizations passed by the special space, they could not get the items in the special space, let alone crack the secrets. 10,000 years later, scientists have done a deep study of the materials of the 9th level civilization, but they are still at the entry level for writing. It will take some time to crack the text. However, Xiang Qian has made great gains in the past 10,000 years. He can finally let the parallel universe absorb the surrounding dimensional space. This also means that the parallel universe can continue to grow. As long as it is not destroyed, it will reach 1% of the volume of the big universe sooner or later. The universe is too big, and there are too few civilizations. An era has passed, and in this endless dimensional turbulence, not even a civilized race has been seen. If the Earth Federation is the only one left in the universe, even if we stand at the top of the universe, what can we do? Are we still going to fight each other? Zhang Lei said with emotion. Why, do you want to go back to the days when we fought with other civilized races every day? Xiang Qian said with a smile. That's not the case, it's just boring to be idle like this. Zhang Lei shook his head and said, Now I'm idle, but there will be wars in the future, enough for you to display your talents. Xiang Qian closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. Zhang Lei also fell silent after hearing what Xiang Qian said, because he knew what Xiang Qian meant. Although the universe has collapsed now, many civilizations and races in the universe have been destroyed. But when the universe collapses and re-evolves to form a new universe, life will not be so peaceful. According to the calculations of the Academy of Sciences, after the universe re-evolves, the rules of each universe will be very weak. Basically, as long as it is a level 6 civilization, it can modify the rules. This also means that in the future, there will be countless universes with different rules in the universe. Imagine that every level 6 civilization can control a universe, and become a level 7 civilization through the feedback of the power of this universe. In that era, how many level 7 civilizations will there be, not to mention that these level 7 civilizations also control the power of the universe. At that time, the universe will be peaceful, and it is estimated that the civilization race war at that time will be thousands of times more tragic than before. Of course, weak civilized races have no impact on the Earth Federation. But the universe is so big, who knows what kind of evil civilized races will appear, or the birth of a new first generation of special evolutionists. So, in order to compete for the control of the universe, war is inevitable. Time passed slowly, and the dimensional turbulence gradually calmed down with the passage of time. After the dimensional turbulence calmed down, the universe finally began to evolve again. However, the replay of the universe this time is completely different from the replay of the universe that Xiang Qian and his team saw in the parallel universe. The replay of the parallel universe is driven by the rules of the universe. The entire parallel universe evolves at the same time, and all the evolutionary content is determined by the rules of the universe. But the replay of the universe now does not involve the rules of the universe, but is completely determined by physical rules. In other words, the universe that evolves in this way is no longer under the control of the rules of the universe. When all universes are formed, what will happen is random. For example, when a universe is formed, it absorbs too much dimensional space with star matter. Then when the universe is formed, it is very likely that there will be only countless stars inside it, and no other planets. And in the future, no other planets can be born inside this universe. This is the terribleness of the randomly born universe. However, in this way, the internal environment of each universe may be different, no longer the same, but full of infinite possibilities. When the universe re-evolved, Xiang Qian no longer absorbed the surrounding dimensional space, but let the parallel universe quietly stop there, watching the surrounding cosmic space slowly form. The formation of a universe is very dramatic. For example, a very small dimensional space inadvertently absorbed a dimensional space weaker than it, and then it was out of control, swallowing up countless dimensional spaces that were not as good as it, and finally formed a universe, which was so lucky that people envied it. There are also unlucky dimensional spaces, which went smoothly at the beginning, but when they were about to be promoted to cosmic space, they were suddenly swallowed up by another more powerful dimensional space, making the other party a larger cosmic space. Countless possibilities played out in front of Xiang Qian, fully demonstrating what everything is possible. When the dimensional space around the parallel universe was almost gone, 68 cosmic spaces were formed. These 68 cosmic spaces were formed by countless dimensional spaces devouring each other. When these cosmic spaces were fully formed, they would no longer devour each other, but would collide with each other, and then bounce off. At this time, the area that the Earth Federation could detect was no longer an endless cosmic space, but was limited to the 68 surrounding cosmic spaces. Although there are certainly more universes outside these 68 universes, with the current capabilities of the Earth Federation, it is really impossible to pass through each universe and see the situation in other universes. Shinkong, notify them that they can set off. Xiang Qian looked at the universes whose space channels had been opened on the big screen and said to Shinkong, "Okay, boss." After Xiang Qian's order was issued, more than 100 level 6 civilizations entered the interior of those universes through the space channels. The purpose is to verify whether the Academy's speculation is correct. If the speculation is correct, then these 100 level 6 civilizations will modify the rules of these 68 universes. In this way, when they break through the level 7 civilization, they can also synchronize the rule system of these universes with the parallel universe of the Earth Federation. When the synchronization rate of the rules of these universes and the rules of the parallel universe reaches 90%, Xiang Qian can try to let the parallel universe merge these universes. Chapter 782. Shinkong, what did the Academy of Sciences say in their feedback? Xiang Qian asked. The Academy of Sciences is now analyzing the rules of those universes, and then building a model to calculate the entire rule system. But as far as the feedback has been received so far, everything is still as expected. Shinkong replied. Well, let the Academy of Sciences focus on conducting experiments on one universe first. Xiang Qian nodded and said. Compared to the calm Xiang Qian and the group of people in the command hall, the scientists of the Academy of Sciences were almost going crazy at this time. Look, the material rules in this universe can actually allow matter to ignore the erosion of time. Doesn't that mean that as long as you put something into this universe, you can achieve eternity? A scientist said excitedly while looking at the data on the big screen. What's yours? Look at the life rules in this space. It can actually allow different species to merge. This is called defying the heavens. Another scientist said disdainfully. Your ones don't work. Look at mine. A group of scientists were shouting in front of the big screen. It was not their fault. It was because some of the rules in the universe were too weird. In a normal universe, it was impossible to have such weird rules. The rules of the universe did not allow it. At the same time, these weird rules also opened the eyes of scientists, allowing them to expand their thinking. Many rules that they had never dared to think about before were now in front of them. If they were asked to study this kind of rules, they would never have thought of it. Now that they have ready-made reference materials, how can they not be excited? As time passed, the rule system inside 68 universes had been completed and made into physical models. One of the universes closest to the parallel universe rule system now has more than 5,000 level 6 civilizations. Starry Sky notified them to start. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he closed his eyes and entered the god's perspective state. Although the rules of the universe are now almost wiped out and can no longer control the entire universe. However, as long as these newly born universes still use the physical rules of the previous universe, the power of the rules of the universe can still penetrate into these universes. However, it is impossible for the rules of the universe to control these universes. Because within these universes, a set of universe operations based on its physical rules has been born. Although the core rules have not changed much, they are also two systems. This is different from the fact that the rules of the universe can control parallel universes. After Xiang Qian's order was issued, more than 5,000 civilizations concentrated in that universe immediately began to find loopholes in the rules. At this time, Xiang Qian clearly felt that the universe operation in this universe was receiving applications from these civilizations, and then according to the calculation of the core rules, it determined that these loopholes in the rules were beneficial to the growth of the universe, and began to upgrade the civilization level of these civilizations. However, it is a joke that the power of the operating rules of a universe can upgrade the civilization level of 5,000 civilized races at the same time. A burst of light enveloped the 5,000 civilized races and dissipated in less than 2 seconds, but you can't say that these 5,000 civilized races have not broken through the 7th level civilization. They did break through the 7th level civilization, but neither the flagship of the civilized race nor the physique of the tribe members has changed. Perhaps the only change is that the civilization barrier of these 5,000 civilized races is gone. As for the rules they mastered, although they could create weapons of the 7th level civilization rules, their power was not much stronger than the quasi-7th level civilization weapons they were using now. In other words, although they could break through the 7th level civilization in these universes, such a breakthrough would not bring them any benefits, except that the level barrier of their civilization disappeared. Of course, it cannot be said that these civilizations did not benefit. If this universe could expand to 1% of the universe volume, each of their civilizations would be comparable to the 8th level civilization. Because as this universe grows, they will also get countless benefits, such as mobilizing the power of the universe. These are implicit benefits, and they will only get them after the universe grows. However, it is impossible for them to get the benefits, because after they change the rules of this universe, the synchronization rate between this universe and the rules of the parallel universe has reached about 70%. As long as the Academy of Sciences revises the current rule system of this universe and makes it more than 90% similar to the parallel universe, then the parallel universe can be integrated with it. When the Earth Federation was doing this, the civilizations that survived the collapse of the universe also entered the re-evolved universe. Although these civilizations were shocked by the strange conditions of these universes after the re-evolution of the universe, they also modified the rules of the universe after the experiment. As a result, this modification shocked these civilizations, because they found that after modifying the rules of the universe, they could actually use the power of this universe. What this means, every civilized race knows it. This makes all civilized races look at these universes with shining eyes. In their view, these re-evolved universes are special universes that have not been developed. As long as all the rules in this universe can be modified, then what is the difference between this universe and the special universe? What is a special universe? It is a universe that can only be owned by the top civilized races in the entire universe. It is the key to becoming a god-level civilization. Without a special universe, no matter how strong a civilization is, the 9th level civilization will come to an end. Even the 9th level civilization cannot be achieved, and the 8th level civilization is the limit that ordinary civilization can reach. But now the universes in front of them are almost the same as the special universes built by the 9th level civilization. It would be strange if these civilizations are not crazy. This represents hope, and it represents that they may also have the hope of becoming a god-level civilization. So at this moment, all the surviving civilizations are all crazy to modify the rules of the universe, and then try their best to help the universe grow. Of course, all this is what these civilizations think. If Xiang Qian knew what they were thinking, he would only say that they thought too much and were too naive. Chapter 783. Chief, a huge space has been discovered ahead. This is not space, this is a special space. Return home immediately, quickly. The chief was stunned for a moment after seeing the huge space suspended in the dimensional turbulence on the big screen, and then he shouted immediately. After hearing the chief shout, the personnel in the bridge also reacted immediately, began to adjust the navigation direction of the flagship of the civilized race, and ran back desperately. Boom! But when they just turned the direction of the civilization race flagship and hadn't started the engine, the civilization race was shaken. It's over now. The patriarch held a chair and looked at the image on the big screen, and his whole body was limp. A huge ray of light shot out from the huge space, splitting the dimensional turbulence around their civilization race flagship and firmly fixing their civilization race flagship. No matter what method they used, they could not break free from the shackles of this ray of light. Chief, there is a communication. After a while, a person said in a daze. Please answer it. The chief said dejectedly, as if all his strength had been drained. Soon, the image of a human man appeared on the big screen. Excuse me, sir, I wonder if we... Before the chief finished speaking, he did not interrupt. I am Zhang Lei, the chief of the Earth Federation General Staff. You have been captured. There are two choices before you. One is to be directly destroyed by us, and the other is to surrender and become our subordinate race. You choose now. Zhang Lei said coldly, without a trace of expression on his face. Sir, although we really want to become a subordinate race of your civilization, we have become a subordinate race of an 8th level civilization in order to survive the collapse of the universe, so we have no choice. Please let us go. We will never reveal any information about your civilization. The clan leader said pitifully. It doesn't matter, as long as you enter the universe of our Earth Federation, your racial contract with that 8th level civilization can be completely eliminated. Zhang Lei said with a smile. The clan leader was stunned when he said that he would not join the civilized race. He did not expect Zhang Lei to say that. It was completely beyond his expectation. But at this time, he did not dare to say anything. He knew that once he said he would not join, their civilized race would be destroyed in the next second. Okay, I agree. It is an honor to join the Earth Federation. The clan leader said with a forced smile. Well, that's good. Now let's enter our parallel universe. Zhang Lei hung up the call after he finished speaking. The clan leader stared blankly at the dark screen, feeling very upset. Clan leader, what should we do now? Do we really have to join the Earth Federation? Someone asked. If we don't join, we will die. What do you think we should do now? And looking at the parallel universe in front of you, you still don't understand that this is the most advanced civilization in the universe. Before we left the parallel universe, the Earth Federation was already the most advanced civilization in the universe. Now that the universe has evolved again for so many years, how strong is the Earth Federation now? So it is not necessarily a bad thing to follow the Earth Federation. As long as they do not treat us as cannon fodder, our civilized life may be better under their protection. Okay, let's go. Don't let them wait anxiously. The clan leader sighed and said, Boss, Zhang Lei has captured another level 7 civilization. Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. Well, just wait until the clan leader comes to me. Xiang Qian nodded, without any surprise. This kind of thing has happened countless times in these two eras, so Xiang Qian is now accustomed to it, and it has become part of his daily life. Since these two eras, the evolution of the universe has been perfected, and countless universes have begun to give birth to their own rule systems, which are becoming more and more perfect. Under such circumstances, a race that has become a 7th level civilization in one universe will be rejected by the rules of the universe when it goes to the next universe to modify the rules. Therefore, after the Earth Federation absorbed the surrounding cosmic space, it could only look for parallel universes, because as long as there are enough civilized races, the expansion speed of parallel universes will increase rapidly. Boss, this newly captured level 7 civilization reported that around the parallel universe, there are already 2 level 8 civilizations that have organized 2 forces, and now the 2 forces are fighting for the ownership of the parallel universe. After a while, Shinkong appeared again and said to Xiang Qian, 2 level 8 civilizations. They run quite fast. We ran for 2 epochs to get here, and they have already established forces here. Xiang Qian smiled after hearing this and said, In fact, if the parallel universe had not moved too slowly, the Earth Federation would have arrived long ago. But it is not too late to arrive now. To be honest, Xiang Qian really did not take the 2 level 8 civilizations seriously. Half an hour later, Xiang Qian used his special ability to cancel the racial contract of the captured level 7 civilization race and subjugate it to become a subsidiary race of the Earth Federation. 2 days later, when Xiang Qian was controlling the parallel universe to move forward slowly, the Academy of Sciences sent a message that the work of cracking the Level 9 civilization host in that special space was finally completed. The cracking speed was much slower than expected. This was mainly because the scientists found the wrong direction when cracking in the early stage. As a result, it became slower and slower in the end and got stuck at the central host. After that, the normal direction was found. However, although there was no intelligent life inside the central host of the 9th level civilization, the core authority was not so easy to break. After spending so much time, the information in the central host was finally cracked. Xiang Qian also wanted to know what this 9th level civilization was. Call out the historical records of this civilization first, Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. Okay, boss. Soon, a long paragraph of text appeared on the screen in front of Xiang Qian. In the 11,822nd year of the starry sky calendar, a group of monsters from the depths of the universe descended on our home planet. This monster is very powerful. With the strength of our 8th level civilization, we lost our home planet in less than 3 days, and were forced to flee. When Xiang Qian saw this first historical record, he knew that this 9th level civilization was definitely not a civilized race in this cosmic era. Because in the historical records of all civilized races in the universe, there has never been a mention of monsters. What's more, it is a group of monsters that can break through the defense system of the 8th level civilization home planet in just 3 days. Chapter 784. In the 11,825th year of the starry sky calendar, we came to the source of the galaxy to ask for the protection of the 9th level civilization and barely survived. But facing countless monsters every day, even with the protection of the 9th level civilization, we are still living between life and death. In the 12,037th year of the starry sky calendar, more and more 8th level civilizations came to the source of the galaxy, but there were also more and more monsters from the depths of the universe. We don't know how long this will last. Every day we create countless war machines, but it won't take long before these war machines will become wreckage on the battlefield. The number of our tribe members is decreasing, and other level 8 civilizations are the same as us. However, facing the endless monsters, we can only fight like this. In the 12,286th year of the starry sky calendar, a huge monster appeared on this day. Even when facing the attack of the strongest weapon of the level 9 civilization, it rushed to the defense line of the galaxy source like crazy, breaking through the defense line and leaving a huge gap in the originally solid defense line. In the 12,327th year of the starry sky calendar, the defense line of the galaxy source was already shaky. Countless level 8 civilizations used their race flagships to support the gap, but they could not save the defense line from collapse. Faced with this situation, the 9th level civilization is ready to take us away to the area where the Cosmic Civilization Council is located, which is the safest place in the entire universe. In the 13,106th year of the starry sky calendar, we, under the leadership of the 9th level civilization, defeated countless monsters along the way and sailed in the universe with difficulty. Along the way, we saw countless destroyed life planets and warship wreckages scattered across the starry sky. But there are more and more monsters following us, and we encounter more and more frequent interceptions. We don't know how these monsters communicate, but we know that at this time, there must be countless monsters rushing towards us. In the 13,389th year of the starry sky calendar, the Civilization Council sent us a document that told us how to transform technology into individual combat power. After receiving this document, we couldn't wait to start the technology transformation. But we didn't know how terrible this document was. It was like a key to open Pandora's box. But it was with this document that we were able to survive the difficult years that followed. But it was also because of this document that all civilizations were buried. When Xiang Qian saw this, his expression was very serious. Just when he wanted to see what was recorded in the document, he found that this period of history was suddenly interrupted. Shinkong, what's going on? How come this part of history disappeared? Xiang Qian asked Shinkong. Boss, the information in the middle has been deleted by that civilization. Not only this part of information in the middle, but also all the information containing the specific content of this document has been deleted. However, we have also roughly guessed what the content of this document contains through other information. Do we need to display it? Shinkong replied. No, I will finish reading their history first. Xiang Qian continued to read after he finished speaking. Xiang Qian continued to read below. The information connected to the above record has been postponed to the 13,942nd year of the Shinkong calendar. In the 13,942nd year of the Shinkong calendar, we finally arrived at the Civilization Council, but it was completely different from what we imagined. There is no quiet and peaceful Pure Land, no paradise without conflict, but the war here is even more tragic. The information is missing a large paragraph here. Starry Sky Calendar 14733, it's over, everything is over. All civilizations are going to be extinct, and it's not the group of terrible monsters that caused all this, but ourselves. Since all our civilizations are going to be extinct, let's take the entire universe with us. Starry Sky Calendar 14735, today is the day when the entire universe collapses. As the patriarch, I took the last of my tribe into the doomsday space, which will be our grave. But for some reason, I brought those terrible weapons into this space. Is it because these weapons created our glory, or because these weapons buried the entire universe civilization? I don't know, and I don't want to know. If in the distant future, a civilized race can find the grave of my race and decipher this information, then please believe me, don't try to find the answer. The last words of the civilization of Akalis will lie. I have to say that people are so cheap. The more you are not allowed to know, the more you want to know. Xiang Qian was the same, so after reading the historical record, he immediately asked Shinkong to display the speculation about the data. Technology transforms data, using the power of rule technology to give organisms the powerful power of war weapons. When Xiang Qian saw the first sentence, he didn't feel anything wrong, this is normal. Not to mention the 8th level civilization. Even the 3rd and 4th level civilizations are doing this. But after seeing such information, Xiang Qian was dumbfounded. Although AI destroyed the core data and database in those devices after bringing them to the grave, the scientists of the Earth Federation are not pushovers. Although the core principles of those devices have not yet been analyzed, they can already be used simply. But it was this experiment that made us realize how terrible these devices are. This kind of technology, meaning genetic nuclear force weapons, can transform the most powerful weapons of this civilization into organs of living organisms, regardless of the type of civilization or race, so that the living organisms and weapons can be integrated. However, the fusion of these weapons and life forms is not like genetic nuclear force weapons. Genetic nuclear force weapons exist with genetic nuclear force as the core. If there is no genetic nuclear force, then genetic nuclear force weapons cannot be fused. However, the fusion of this weapon and life form is different. In order for the life form itself to be able to perceive and mobilize the power of rules, it is necessary to do something with the soul, so that the soul does not reject such fusion. The Akali civilization is a mechanical civilization, but after their weapons are fused with their bodies will not become metal life, nor silicon-based life. Their life essence is still carbon-based life, but they have merged their souls, bodies and weapons. This practice also led to their later tragedy. Not only them, but all civilizations in that universe era were tragic because of this practice. The Academy of Sciences has taken a rabbit for experimentation. When the rabbit merged with a small airship, its body has been completely metallized. Just like the corpses of the people of the Akali civilization, they are completely metallized. However, after testing, scientists found that although the rabbit's body was metallized, the rabbit's soul was still essentially a carbon-based life. Simply put, even if 2 rabbits were metallized like this, they could not give birth to a new rabbit. Not only could they not reproduce, but even their bodies would slowly dissipate because the soul and body did not match. This was the cause of the cosmic tragedy. In order to resist the monster's attack, many tribesmen underwent such a fusion, and the result was predictable. This is not like the Silver Wing civilization, which was transformed into silicon-based life by the power of the universe's operating rules when it broke through the 5th level civilization. The soul and body are completely matched, and it can reproduce in the form of silicon-based life. This way of forcibly integrating rule weapons into the body and transforming life forms is simply not comparable to the power of the universe's operating rules. At this time, after reading this, Xiang Qian also knew why the universe era was tragic. Chapter 785. After reading these materials, Xiang Qian felt very funny. He didn't expect that the disappearance of that era was caused by a piece of information. Of course, it's not that the civilized races of that era couldn't think of a solution, but that there was no time to give them the solution they wanted. Or when they discovered the problem, it was too late, so it caused such a tragedy. But no matter what, such technology is very dangerous. Are there any scientists studying these things? Xiang Qian asked Shinkong. No. Shinkong answered very straightforwardly. Huh? No, are you sure? Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment. He asked this question mainly because he didn't want scientists to mess around. Anyway, there were no monsters in this era, so there was no need to study that thing. Who would have thought that he would worry in vain, and no one was studying this at all? Yes, boss. Is there no one interested in this topic? Xiang Qian didn't believe it at all. They are very interested in this topic, but they have no interest in this failed data topic. Compared to genetic nuclear force weapons, this technology of integrating weapons with the body is completely useless. So now scientists are studying how to improve the endurance and power of genetic nuclear force weapons. Shinkong replied. You notify the Academy of Sciences and ask them to send a report. I want to see what they are doing specifically. Xiang Qian did not continue to ask Shinkong. After all, Shinkong is not a scientist and may not be able to fully understand the scientist's ideas. Okay, boss. A day later, the report from the Academy of Sciences was placed on Xiang Qian's desk. After reading the report, Xiang Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. To put it simply, the genetic nuclear force weapons that the Academy of Sciences is currently researching are actually similar to the weapon fusion of that era. It's just that the genetic nuclear force weapons do not have as many disadvantages as weapon fusion, and will not cause any harm or impact to the human body. Of course, while removing these disadvantages, the genetic nuclear force weapons do not have the powerful power of the weapon fusion of that era. After the weapon is fused, although it controls the human body, it still relies on the power of the weapon. And because people's souls can feel the power of rules, the power of rules that can be exerted is also very strong. But the current genetic nuclear force weapons rely on the power of the genetic nuclear force possessed by the human body itself. The power you let the genetic nuclear force burst out is completely impossible compared to a star. After the genetic nuclear force is completely consumed, although it can be supplemented by the genetic nuclear force fluid, the body's absorption of the genetic nuclear force fluid is far behind the speed of the weapon exchanging energy blocks. As long as the weapon is not broken, then the energy blocks can be replaced continuously. But can the human body drink the genetic nuclear force liquid continuously? Even if you can drink the genetic nuclear force liquid continuously, the genetic nuclear force that the body can accommodate is limited, and it is impossible to hold the full power of a star. Weapons are different. With the current technological level of the Earth Federation, it is no problem to put the full energy of a star in a pistol. If scientists want, even if they hit 10 or 100 stars, there will be no problem. After all, space storage technology is not just there to watch. There is also explosive power. The maximum power limit of the genetic nuclear force weapon is the power caused by the instantaneous consumption of the genetic nuclear force in the body. This is constant and cannot be increased much. But the explosive power of weapons is not like this. As long as the design limit of the weapon is not reached, as long as there is energy, the power of the regular weapon that explodes in an instant can instantly destroy all planets within a dozen light years, or even dozens of light years. But even if Xiang Qian drove the Xingqian genetic nuclear force warship, it would be impossible to destroy such a large space with a full-strength attack. This is the gap between the two systems. Therefore, although the genetic nuclear force weapon is no longer dangerous, its power is also limited, and it is impossible to exert the powerful power after the weapon fusion. After all, the monster that can destroy the defense system of an 8th-level civilization mother planet within 3 days is very fearful to people who face this kind of weapon fusion, not to mention the civilized races of that later era, who relied on such weapon fusion to block the attack of the endless monster. However, for Xiang Qian, safety is still the first priority, and he can study it under the premise of ensuring safety. The Earth Federation has not encountered such a powerful enemy at present. Even if the 9-level civilizations unite, they cannot force the Earth Federation to that point, so there is no need to take such risks. A month later, Xiang Qian received a notice from Shinkong that Zhang Lei had captured several more Level 7 civilizations. And according to the explanation of these Level 7 civilizations, this location has already reached the control area of the 2 Level 8 civilizations, and they are the patrol team of one of the Level 8 civilizations. It's quite extravagant. Now even the patrol team is composed of Level 7 civilizations. It seems that these 2 Level 8 civilizations are mixed up wrongly. Xiang Qian smiled after listening to Shinkong's report. Boss, Zhang Lei asked you whether to continue moving forward or send a civilized race out to investigate the situation. Shinkong asked. After interrogating those patrolling Level 7 civilizations, let the think tank and the staff formulate a plan based on the information. I just want the Earth Federation to occupy this parallel universe. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian really didn't have the heart to care about these things. Now for the Earth Federation, Level 8 civilizations can basically be ignored as long as they are not the kind of existence that defies the heavens. However, compared to Xiang Qian's indifference, the think tank and the staff took the news from Xingkong very seriously. After all, this was the first battle after the collapse of the universe, although they learned a lot of information from those level 7 civilizations. According to the analysis, there was nothing that could threaten the parallel universe, but they still made a plan very seriously. When the Earth Federation made a plan to attack 2 level 8 civilizations and seize the parallel universe, one of the level 8 civilizations also found a problem. After all, the patrol team disappeared, and their civilization race contract also disappeared. The only explanation is that the level 7 civilizations in the patrol team have died. After all, they did not know that Xiang Qian could cancel the civilization race contract. So this level 8 civilization thought that another level 8 civilization was preparing to attack him, and immediately began to prepare for war. After seeing the actions of this level 8 civilization, the other level 8 civilization thought that the other party was going to fight him, so it also began to prepare for war. It was because of this misunderstanding that the 2 level 8 civilizations began to mobilize for war, and then they also wanted to use this opportunity to directly solve the opponent and monopolize the parallel universe. Chapter 786. The 2 level 8 civilizations supported the frontline space battlefield while sending out civilization race flagships to patrol the dimensional turbulence to strengthen the control of the surrounding space to prevent the other side from taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. At this time, the war was no longer carried out on a single level. Since each space was not very large and both sides occupied a lot of space, when the two sides fought, multiple spaces would fight at the same time. The most intense battle between the two sides is the space where the exit of the parallel universe is located. Because every epoch, the civilization races that leave the parallel universe will enter this space. So this place has become a must-fight place for both sides, in order to snatch the civilization races. Now the civilization races sent by the 2 8th level civilizations are staring at each other in this space, and no one has taken the initiative. The 2 clan leaders of the 8th level civilizations are arguing fiercely at this time. I will take action against your patrol team. You think too highly of your patrol team. In this universe, what is there for me to do to become a 7th level civilization race? If you want to start a war, just say it directly. Don't make so many excuses. It's childish, you know. Don't pretend to be innocent. Some time ago, you talked to me about dividing the civilized races of each era equally, but you made a move behind my back to weaken my power and monopolize the parallel universe. I tell you, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you are a subsidiary race of the Ku tribe. The 9th level civilization is very strong, but it is impossible to find this place. Besides, you should have seen the attack launched by the Earth Federation before the collapse of the universe. Now the 9th level civilization doesn't know where to repair this special universe. You still think that the 9th level civilization is backing you up. I think you are crazy. The 2 leaders of the 8th level civilization both looked disdainful, but they were thinking about the chances of winning this battle. In fact, both of them knew that there would be a battle between them sooner or later, but no one expected it to happen at this time, and neither side was ready. But both of them thought that the other side was ready, otherwise they wouldn't make such a big move. So even though the 2 of them are arguing fiercely, and both are clamoring to go to war, it's hard to say whether they can fight. At this time, the patrol teams of both sides discovered at almost the same time that the parallel universe of the Earth Federation was slowly moving towards the sphere of influence of both sides. As a result, the 2 clan leaders were dumbfounded after receiving the video from their subordinates. Special universe. The 2 people screamed at the same time, and both sides saw the panic in each other's eyes. They know better than anyone what a special universe represents. No matter which civilization this special universe belongs to, they will have a hard time in the future. If this special universe belongs to a level 9 civilization, it would be fine. Although they will rob parallel universes, they will not kill them all. But their good days are over, and they will have to obey the orders of others in the future. But if this special universe is not a level 9 civilization, then their 2 civilizations are finished. Because no matter whether it is the Earth Federation or the Guide, or the mysterious civilization cemetery, they will not be polite to the 2 civilized races belonging to the Universe Guardian Alliance. What do you mean? It's time to stop talking nonsense. Send someone to see which civilized race it is. If it is not a special universe of level 9 civilization, we can only fight to the death. You really didn't attack my patrol team? No, it's time, and you are still asking about this nonsense. Then I know now. At this time, the hearts of the 2 8th level civilization leaders had actually begun to sink. But no matter what, they still sent several civilized races to inquire. Minister Zhang, They sent a communication to report their civilization race information. One of them is a subsidiary race of the Ku tribe, and the other is also an 8th-level civilization of the Universe Guardian Alliance. They asked if we are a 9th-level civilization. Shinkong said to Zhang Lei, "Tell them that we are the grandfather of the 9th-level civilization, the Earth Federation." Zhang Lei said with a smile. Shinkong was speechless. But Shinkong still sent the letter according to Zhang Lei's original words. As for what the other party thought, it had nothing to do with him. After receiving the reply, the two 8th-level civilization leaders' eyes suddenly darkened, and they almost fainted. What you fear will come true. If this special universe in front of them belongs to the guide, then they still have the confidence to give it a try. Even if they can't win, they can still escape. But facing the Earth Federation, they don't even have the confidence to escape. Before the collapse of the universe, the Earth Federation launched an attack on the 9th-level civilization, which frightened countless civilizations. Being able to attack 9 special universes of the 9th-level civilization at the same time and penetrate all of them is simply a myth. So when they saw that the special universe in front of them belonged to the Earth Federation, they wanted to die. What should we do? The two 8th-level civilization clan leaders looked at each other and said at the same time. After a while, Shinkong received information again. Minister Zhang, 2 level 8 civilizations sent us a message, hoping that we can let them go. They are willing to give up all their subordinate races and hand over all control of the universe, as long as we can let them go. Shinkong said to Zhang Lei. They are doing us a favor by giving us something we are about to get, and they still want us to let them go. That's a good idea. Tell them that if they surrender and are willing to become a subordinate race of the Earth Federation, we can let them live, otherwise they will die. Zhang Lei said disdainfully. Okay. Shinkong replied immediately. After receiving the reply, the two 8th-level civilization clan leaders were immediately disappointed. If you want us to die, even the Earth Federation will not have an easy time. Let's fight. You want to detonate the universe. Besides this, what else can you do? Do you really want to surrender? Don't detonate the universe first. Let's try using the causal weapon first to see if we can cause dimensional turbulence. If that doesn't work, then detonate the universe. Okay, let's try it first. The two leaders of the 8th-level civilization reached an agreement in an instant, and then called on the power of the universe they controlled to launch the causal weapon. They did not think that they could harm the Earth Federation with the causal weapon. As long as they triggered the dimensional turbulence, they would have a chance to escape. Anyway, at the level of dimensional turbulence, even the scanning range of the Earth Federation is limited. As long as they can run out of the scanning range of the Earth Federation, there is really a chance of survival. So at this moment, the two 8th-level civilizations burst out with the strongest power to trigger the dimensional turbulence. Chapter 787. You dare to resist. Zhang Lei looked at the violent rule fluctuation diagram on the big screen and said nonchalantly. After the joint deduction of the think tank and the staff, the combat plan for this attack on the two level 8 civilizations is to directly force it. Because after investigation and the information contributed by the captured civilization races, the staff deduced many times, and the result was that the Earth Federation crushed the two level 8 civilizations. So in the early stage, the staff and the think tank also carefully analyzed and prepared according to the information obtained to double the opponent's strength. When the calculations were done, and the two level 8 civilizations tripled their strength, they were still crushed by the Earth Federation. The two departments realized that they had thought too much. This battle was completely suspenseful. With such a strength comparison, there was nothing to think about. Just go ahead and win. It was precisely because of the calculation of the strength gap between the two sides that Zhang Lei was so fearless. Now that the two level 8 civilizations activated the causal weapons and wanted to launch the dimensional turbulence, Zhang Lei didn't care at all. The dimensional turbulence was good for others, but it was not good enough for the Earth Federation. Turn on the dimensional space generator and blow up the dimensional turbulence. Zhang Lei gave the order. Soon, countless spherical spaceships were thrown out in front of the parallel universe. These spaceships did not carry any weapons. Their only function was to accelerate the space generation speed of the dimensional turbulence level. Dimensional turbulence is a kind of energy that exists in the interlayer of each dimensional level of the universe. If the universe had not collapsed, these dimensional turbulences would be groundwater at most. But now that the universe has collapsed, countless spaces have been transformed into dimensional turbulence energy again, which makes the dimensional turbulence level appear extremely vast. But in essence, these dimensional turbulences are indeed the necessary energy for the generation and growth of dimensional space. If the dimensional turbulence is likened to a basin of clear water, Then the causal weapons used by the two level 8 civilizations are a stick that stirs up the clear water, and the dimension generator of the Earth Federation is like adding detergent to this basin of clear water. In fact, this dimensional space generator is a byproduct developed by the Academy of Sciences when Xiang Qian was studying how parallel universes can devour dimensional space. Later, the General Staff discovered the strategic value of this device and asked the Academy of Sciences to redevelop it, and the result was this thing in front of us. If the dimensional turbulence in front of us is calm, then if we want this dimensional space generator to exert its maximum power, the Earth Federation needs to take action. But now two level 8 civilizations have done it directly, and Zhang Lei just sits there and watches the show. Think about putting half a bag of laundry detergent in a basin of clean water and then stirring it vigorously. What will be the consequences? That's what is happening in front of the parallel universe now. Countless dimensional spaces are formed crazily. No matter how turbulent the dimensional turbulence is, as long as one dimensional space is broken, two dimensional spaces will appear immediately. That is, as time goes by, the speed of dimensional space production has not slowed down, but has become more and more crazy. Soon the dimensional space expanded to the surrounding of the parallel universe, and quickly wrapped up the entire parallel universe. The cosmic space controlled by the two 8th level civilizations is still a little far from the parallel universe, but with the crazy growth rate of dimensional space, it is estimated that it will not take long to wrap up the cosmic space controlled by these two 8th level civilizations. At that time, these two level 8 civilizations will become meat on the chopping board, and the Earth Federation can do whatever it wants. As for breaking these dimensional spaces, it is better to save the energy. Although these dimensional spaces cannot be compared with the universe, they are still a space after all, not a bubble that will break once broken. And when the dimensional space is fragmented, it will also produce a space annihilation effect. If the dimensional space outside a universe is annihilated at the same time, even if the universe has a cosmic crystal wall, it cannot withstand the huge energy impact that explodes at that moment. Therefore, when these dimensional spaces engulf the universe controlled by the two level 8 civilizations, this unequal war was considered to be over. As for the question of how the Earth Federation could move forward under such circumstances, since it was also surrounded by dimensional spaces, there was no need to explain. As I said, this was a byproduct developed when studying how parallel universes devour dimensional spaces. If the Earth Federation wanted to move forward, it could just devour dimensional spaces, without destroying them at all. Therefore, the Earth Federation can move forward safely, while the level 8 civilization stays directly inside the universe, waiting for the Earth Federation to arrive. A year and a half later, the parallel universe slowly came to the universe controlled by the level 8 civilization. Needless to say, in less than a month, the Earth Federation captured two level 8 civilizations and their affiliated races. When Xiang Qian saw the information compiled by Shinkong, and found that the two level 8 civilizations actually thought that they could become God-level civilizations by mastering the universe, he smiled speechlessly and said nothing. Seeing this, he knew that although these two level 8 civilizations were subordinate civilizations of the level 9 civilization, they knew nothing about the special universe. Without building a special universe based on the rules of their own civilization, then even if the authority of this level 8 civilization in this universe is great, it is just a worker. Once this level 8 civilization causes serious damage to this universe, causing the universe to collapse, it will definitely be wiped out by the operating rules of the universe. The special universe is different. It is equivalent to the flagship of the civilization race in the universe. Everything in the entire special universe is subject to the will of the civilization race. Even if it is necessary to destroy the entire special universe to launch an attack, as long as the 9th level civilization wants to, it is possible. This is something that the control of the universe can never do, and this is also the biggest gap between the universe and the special universe. However, after reading this information, Xiang Qian also thought of it. It is estimated that at this time, all the surviving civilization races in the entire universe are dreaming the same dream as these two 8th level civilizations. But this is just a dream after all. No matter how well they cultivate the universe, they can only become a 9th level civilization at most, and they will never become a God level civilization. Boss, Zhang Lei asked, what should we do with this parallel universe in front of us? Shinkong said to Xiang Qian, don't worry about this parallel universe first, modify the rules in the surrounding universe first, and then merge them all into the parallel universe of the Earth Federation, and I will handle the rest. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, okay, boss. While the Earth Federation was dealing with the aftermath, an 8th level civilization encountered a special space in the dimensional space. Chapter 788. In the endless dimensional turbulent space, a flagship of a 7th-level civilization race is docked next to a special space. This special space is very similar to the special space found by the Earth Federation, except that the race inside is different. Patriarch, the dispatch personnel are ready, and can set off at any time. Set off. A small warship quickly entered this special space through the space channel. Boom! As a result, the small warship lost power directly after entering this special space, and then crashed into the mountain. What's going on? Why did the engine suddenly fail? The captain asked anxiously. Captain, there is no problem with the engine self-check, but the rule fluctuations have completely disappeared. The technician replied immediately. Scan the surrounding situation immediately, start the backup engine, and take off immediately. The captain immediately gave orders. Captain, the scanning equipment cannot be used, the anti-gravity system cannot be used, and all the backup engines cannot be used. What's the reason? What caused all this? I'm sorry, Captain. We are still investigating the cause. Everyone on the warship had a bad feeling that something like this had happened just after entering this special space. 10 minutes later, the cause was finally found. It was not that their equipment was damaged, but that the rules inside this special space were completely different from those outside, so the rule-based equipment on the warship could not operate at all. All the equipment that can still operate now are non-rule-based equipment, and they must be low-end equipment that cannot involve rules. That is to say, at this time, this small warship has become a waste and is completely unusable. Start the secret key communication device, and send the code to convey the message to the mothership. The captain said immediately after thinking for a while. Okay, Captain. The flagship of the civilized race outside the special space saw all this, but the communication they sent did not receive a reply, and they had no idea why the small warship fell. After the captain started the code, they learned the current situation of the small warship through the signal code. The rules inside the special space are completely different from the rules we use. The changes are very big, so all the equipment of the small warship has failed. Now they are checking other weapons and equipment. If there is no danger, they hope we can start the rescue. The Patriarch was relieved after receiving the news. As long as there is no attack, the change of rules is not a big deal. The loss of a small warship is not a loss for a level 7 civilization. Tell them to explore the internal situation of the special space first. If there is no danger, start to analyze the rules system there. If there is danger, immediately retreat to the space channel. The Patriarch gave the order. Yes, Patriarch. After receiving the order, the captain began to organize the exploration team. Since various mechanical equipment has basically failed, external exploration can only be carried out on foot. A group of 30 exploration teams activated the genetic nuclear force and left the battleship to their first exploration point, which is the city that can be seen from the outside. There is a city in this special space. At first glance, you can tell that the civilization that built this city is a biological civilization. The huge biological culture base, the incubation pools with various liquids flowing, and the recycling station with countless animal corpses piled up all indicate that the civilization that built this place is a biological civilization. Half an hour later, the exploration team arrived at the center of the only city in this special space, and began to explore the surrounding construction. There is no life reaction inside the biological culture base, and the nutrient solution is basically dry. After using the life scanning equipment to detect once, the leader of the first team reported the results. Enter the biological culture base, and search for the main control hall to find useful information. The captain gave the order. Received, we will go down now. The leader of the first team put away the life detection equipment, and led the 5 people around him into the biological culture base. No life reaction was found inside the incubator, but there are many unhatched biological cores inside, but they have lost their vitality. The captain of the second team reported. You also go to the main control hall to see if there is any information. The captain gave them the same order. Received. The captain put down this primitive communication equipment and continued to scan the recycling station with a team of members. Captain, weak life reaction was found ahead. At this time, a team member in front shouted loudly. When they heard that there was a life reaction, a team of people ran over. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the life detection equipment? This monster has been dead for who knows how many epochs. How could it still have life reactions? A team member looked at the dead monster corpse in front of him, which had no flesh and blood, only bones. It's not a problem with the life detector. Our life detectors have scanned this result. The captain shook his head and said, Is the creature that gave life reactions pressed under this corpse? A team member said, Let's move this corpse and see. Everyone, get started. The captain thought for a moment and said. A group of people did what they said and started to move the monster corpse. After the corpse was moved, no living creatures were found, and there were still corpses all over the ground. These corpses were incomplete, and there was absolutely no way they could give off any life reaction. Go on, move all the corpses around. Let's see what kind of life form it is that has not died after countless epochs. The captain was furious and continued to move the bodies to find the life. None of them cared about the threat to the life. After all, the life reaction shown on the life detector was very weak. This level of life reaction, even the life reaction of small animals, is stronger than this. It can't be a ferocious monster. Although the life reaction does not represent the strength of a life, the stronger the life, the greater the intensity of its life reaction. On the contrary, the weaker the life form, the weaker its life reaction. Even if you want to increase the intensity of the life reaction, it is very difficult. So according to the feedback from the life detector, no one thought that this living life would be so powerful. While they were constantly moving the monster corpses, the other two teams had already entered the core of the training base and the incubation pool. But they searched for a long time and couldn't find the main control hall. For this situation, they were also helpless. After searching around and finding nothing, the two teams also came to the recycling station and moved the monster corpses together to find the unknown life. For a full 8 hours, 30 people didn't know how many monster corpses they had opened, and finally found a black unknown substance at the bottom that emitted a weak life reaction. Chapter 789. What is this? Is this also considered a living organism? A team member said, as he looked at the black unknown substance in the captain's hand. In fact, it was not just one person who had doubts about this. Basically, all the team members now thought so. Because this black unknown substance really looked like a mineral crystal and had nothing to do with living things. Although silicon-based life may grow like this, silicon-based life also has its own characteristics. At least as a living organism, it must eat. Even plant-like organisms can absorb substances from the outside world. But the unknown black substance in front of him was just a mineral crystal, without any characteristics of a living organism, and had no material communication with the outside world. I don't know. It's possible that there is a living organism inside it. Anyway, this is not something we should worry about. We just need to take this thing back. The captain was also a little speechless. He didn't expect that after digging for a long time, he would dig out such a thing. Then shall we continue searching? Of course, we will search the recycling station first, then go to another place, and go back after we have searched both places. The captain said. Okay, let's continue. A group of people separated and continued to search the countless monster corpses to see if they could find a living creature. Half an hour later, a team member once again showed a weak life reaction on the life detector. Then a group of people started to move the monster corpses again, but they still found this black unknown substance, which made everyone very depressed. Over the next dozen hours, a group of people found 3 pieces of unknown black matter in the recycling station. After the exploration of the recycling station, they went to another place with biological weapons production equipment, but found nothing. Captain, this is the unknown life we found, and it is also our only gain. After returning to the battleship, the captain reported to the captain. That's all? No information about the storage device? The captain looked at the unknown black substances, with a helpless look on his face. No main control hall was found in either the biological culture equipment or other equipment. It seems that they produce biological weapons without any control. The captain replied. Okay, go back and rest first. The captain waved his hand and said. In the next few days, the captain sent out 5 exploration teams one after another, but there was no gain. Faced with this situation, the captain finally gave up and asked the last team to collect some monster corpses and incubation pool nutrient solution and prepare to return. After sending a message to the flagship of the civilized race outside, they got permission. Abandoning the warship, everyone took the old aerodynamic aircraft to return to the space channel and return to the flagship of the civilized race. The samples they harvested were also handed over to the laboratory for analysis. Half a month later, the monster corpses had been analyzed, and the conclusion was that the worst monster had a powerful strength that exceeded their civilized race flagship. For this result, the entire 7th-level civilization scientists were terrified. The worst biological weapon has a combat power close to that of an 8th-level civilization. So how strong is this civilization? You should know that biological civilizations have never been known for their individual combat power, but rather for their ability to overwhelm the universe. If an ordinary biological weapon has a power close to that of an 8th-level civilization, then this biological civilization is at least a 9th-level civilization. This conclusion excited the entire 7th-level civilization. Any civilization knows what a 9th-level civilization represents. So no matter how strong the suppression of the special space on their technological equipment was, they still sent a large number of people to start exploring the special space. Anyway, there was no danger inside the special space, so a large group of scientists began to enter the special space for scientific research. As for those unknown black substances, no results have been analyzed so far. However, scientists have confirmed that these black crystalline substances are indeed life forms. However, these black crystals are not the whole of the life form, but the core of some super powerful life form. This can explain why this black crystalline substance has no characteristics of a living organism, but has life fluctuations. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and the entire 7th-level civilization is excited on this day, because the exploration of the special space has finally paid off. Through the analysis of countless nutrient solutions in the biological culture base, they found a super powerful substance. This substance can increase the physical strength of carbon-based life, but its upper limit has not been discovered so far. Anyway, the animals used in the experiment have been strengthened to the point where they cannot be harmed by the main guns of the 6th-level battleships. The most terrifying thing is that they have not found any side effects yet, which is what makes them most excited. Think about it. If each of them can increase their physical strength to a level that cannot be broken by the weapons of the 8th-level civilization, then each of them will be a powerful weapon. At that time, even the 9th-level civilization may not be able to completely destroy their civilization. With this discovery, this 7th-level civilization went completely crazy. They began to abandon their technological system and turned to researching biotechnology, and began to use the genes extracted from the corpses of monsters in the special space to manufacture biological weapons. Later, the manufacture of biological weapons could no longer satisfy them, and they began to fuse various powerful genes into the human body. 10,000 years later, this 7th-level civilization has almost transformed into a biological civilization. Now their civilization race flagships have basically been abandoned, and all the tribesmen have entered the special space. Each tribe member is now extremely powerful. Any person can challenge the flagship of the 7th-level civilization race. Even the most powerful rule weapon of their civilization cannot hurt them. However, at this time, they have reached a bottleneck, and it is very difficult to continue to upgrade to the next level. But those black crystals gave them hope, because up to now, no matter what means they used, they could not destroy the black crystals. So they believe that these black crystals contain the most advanced biotechnology of the 9th-level civilization. As long as they can study these black crystals, they may become a 9th-level civilization. 30,000 years later, they suddenly discovered that these black crystals can absorb the essence of life extracted by powerful life forms. And after absorbing the essence of life, the black crystals that had never changed finally began to grow, and the life force began to increase. 50,000 years later, they worked hard to finally make one of the black crystals grow to the limit, and reach the level of a 9th-level life form. When they thought they could reap the fruits of victory, disaster struck. Chapter 790. Boss, the 17th space rule system has been synchronized, and can be integrated into the parallel universe at any time. Shinkong said to Xiangqian. Okay, I understand. After Xiangqian nodded and said that, his figure disappeared from the office. When Xiangqian appeared again, he was already at the edge of the parallel universe. This was the third era after the Earth Federation occupied the parallel universe, and the dimensional turbulence had already calmed down. Now the universe in the dimensional turbulence has grown to its limit, and the entire large universe has completely evolved into a honeycomb shape. That is to say, at this time, the Earth Federation parallel universe can no longer move. If you want to expand the volume of the parallel universe, you can only merge the surrounding universes. Now the Earth Federation parallel universe has open space channels, with 63 surrounding universes, and 63 universes are connected to 392 universes. In this way, one is nested in another, and no one knows how many universes the entire large universe has evolved into. It is very convenient to go to other universes, but the rules and systems within many universes are very chaotic. So even though the Earth Federation has opened up countless channels to the universe in the past 3 eras, it actually only controls 1.12 million universes around the parallel universe. The diameter of all these universes added together does not exceed the distance of 100,000 standard jump star zones. This distance is undoubtedly very small on the scale of the universe. It took a day for Xiangqian to control this parallel universe to swallow the number 17 universe, once again increasing the volume of the parallel universe a little. However, this rate of increase is much slower than the rate before the collapse of the universe. In the blink of an eye, more than 20,000 years have passed. On this day, Xingkeng informed Xiang Qian that the Academy of Sciences has already produced the causal weapon. In other words, from today on, the Earth Federation can be regarded as an 8th-level top civilization. However, the causal weapon has no effect on the current environment of the universe. Because the rule system of each universe is different, the causal weapon can only be used in parallel universes, and it is useless for other universes. Therefore, Xiang Qian did not pay much attention to this causal weapon. The core of the Earth Federation's research is the civilization system. That's right, it is not a technology system, not a rule system, but a civilization system. What is civilization? The definition of civilization? The direction of civilization development? There are too many answers to these questions, and the answers given by each civilization race will not be the same. Every civilization race has its own civilization core, which contains everything created by the entire civilization race since its birth, the spiritual will of a civilization race, and the knowledge and understanding of a civilization race about everything in the universe. It can be said that the word civilization contains too much, so much that it cannot be described in words. However, the strength of a civilization is not entirely measured by strength, and the influence of culture is also a very important criterion. Take the 9th-level civilization in the era of the universe for example. Is the 9th-level civilization powerful? Very powerful. For thousands of epochs, it controls the universe. No civilization can compete with the 9th-level civilization. But in fact, the 9th-level civilization did not spread their influence to the entire universe. The reason why all civilizations are afraid of the 9th-level civilization is that they have strong military power. Which civilized race would agree with the concept of the 9th-level civilization and study the entire universe and the rule system completely according to the concept of the 9th-level civilization? Absolutely not. No civilized race studies the universe according to the concept of the 9th-level civilization. It can be said that the greatest influence of the 9th-level civilization on the outside world is their strength, and the second is the technological system. Before the establishment of the 9th-level civilization, the technological system in the universe, they are also a civilized race that has developed every technological category to the extreme. But does the culture of the 9th-level civilization have an impact on other civilized races? Basically no. Many civilized races probably didn't know what kind of civilized race the 9th-level civilization was before. In the past few dozen epochs, the Earth Federation has not only been studying the problem of parallel universes, but also sorting out its own problems. A civilized race has been promoted from a 1st-level civilization to a 7th-level civilization in just a few 100,000 years. This speed is really too fast. So fast that except for the improvement of technology, other aspects have regressed a bit. Although this has no effect on the strength of a civilization, the improvement of technological strength alone does not necessarily mean that the civilization has the corresponding state of mind and quality. However, after dozens of epochs of development, the Earth Federation can confidently say that no matter in which aspect, the Earth Federation is a well-deserved 7th-level civilization. As for the 8th-level civilization, the Earth Federation has this strength, but the spiritual realm of the people has not reached that level. The research civilization system is a new category developed by the Earth Federation in order to break through the limitations of technological categories, and to better exert the power of the parallel universe. The prerequisite for becoming a level 9 civilization is to master a class of rules, and have your own ideas. If the Earth Federation breaks through the level 9 civilization under normal circumstances, it can do it now, just change the rules of the parallel universe directly. But in that case, it is completely behind closed doors, and can't be used outside. Now the universe has evolved again, all kinds of rules have changed, but the core things have not changed. As long as the Earth Federation can research the concept of extending to the outside world without relying on the power of rules, then the philosophical weapons formed by the Earth Federation's ideas can break through the limitations of the rules of each universe and restore the power that philosophical weapons should have. However, the research on the civilization system is progressing very slowly. This is only after referring to the system of the 9th-level civilization in the last universe era, which has given some inspiration. If the Earth Federation is left to study on its own, it will take thousands of epochs before it can even construct the spark of civilization. Now that the spark of civilization of the Earth Federation has been formed, it only needs to slowly integrate the essence of Earth civilization itself and let other civilized races recognize it. Then the civilization system of the Earth Federation will have the opportunity to be completely formed in the continuous questioning and development. At that time, the Earth Federation can really ignore the 9th level civilization. But it's still a bit far to talk about this now. At least it will be thousands of epochs later. Boss, the outbound exploration fleet sent a message that they encountered many monsters in a space. The weakest of those monsters can be compared with the flagship of the 6th level civilization race, and the strongest has the strength of the 8th level civilization. When Xiang Qian was thinking about the civilization system, Shinkong suddenly appeared and spoke to him. Chapter 791. Monster? Is it a biological weapon of the 9th level civilization? Xiang Qian asked after listening. It's not clear yet. After the exploration fleet sent back this message, there was no more news. Shinkong replied. Where is the place where the accident happened? How far is it from us? Xiang Qian continued to ask. It is 670,000 cosmic spaces away from where we are. Xiang Qian frowned after listening. The distance of 670,000 cosmic spaces may not be far, but communication is very difficult. Basically, the exploration fleet will leave a communication transfer device inside the space before leaving the next space. If you want to send a message back to the Earth Federation from 670,000 spaces, it will go through hundreds of thousands of information transfers. If there is a problem in one place, the message will disappear on the way and cannot be transmitted back to the Earth Federation. Therefore, if the exploration fleet has problems outside, even if the Earth Federation wants to rescue, it is often unable to do so. Because of the communication problem, it is really a difficult problem to solve. Notify Zhang Lei and ask him to send the main fleet over. If necessary, they can destroy the universe. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, Okay, boss. Although the Earth Federation is very powerful now, it is completely impossible to cross the barrier of hundreds of thousands of universes to rescue people. Soon, the main fleet of the Earth Federation set off. Since the strongest force in the parallel universe cannot move now, the Earth Federation can only rely on the fleet to occupy one universe after another to expand outward. So the Earth Federation fleet, which had disappeared for dozens of epochs, was reorganized again. And this time, all the warships of the Earth Federation's main fleet were made of special rare metals, and also added the technological system of the previous universe era. Integrate the power of rules into the ship, so that even if it encounters a universe with a different rule system, the warship can maintain a very strong strength. Such a main fleet can even fight against an 8th level civilization alone. 5 days later, this main fleet passed through hundreds of thousands of universes, and came to the universe where the exploration fleet played the news. However, after arriving at this space, the main fleet did not see any monsters at all, but there were quite a few monster corpses and debris in the void of the universe. After the main fleet sent this message back to the Earth Federation, Xiang Qian asked a warship to send the monster corpses and debris back, and the rest of the main fleet continued to pursue the exploration fleet. As a result, when the warship that sent the monster corpses and debris returned to the Earth Federation, the main fleet followed the space mark of the exploration fleet and passed through more than 100,000 spaces, but still failed to catch up with the exploration fleet. After the scientists initially analyzed the remains of the monsters, they came to the conclusion that these monsters were not genetically modified creatures, but grew naturally. Growing naturally? Are you sure they didn't make a mistake in their analysis? Xiang Qian asked with a grim expression. There is absolutely no mistake in their analysis. In fact, we have a guess, but it has not been confirmed yet. If it is confirmed, then the entire universe will be in trouble. The Cadia said to Xiang Qian with certainty. What guess? According to our analysis, the data of these monsters are somewhat similar to those monsters in the historical records of the Akali civilization that destroyed their universe era. It's just that the strength of these monsters is not as strong as the monsters described in the historical records of the Akali civilization. But some data are surprisingly similar, such as ignoring the suppression of rules. There is a substance in these monsters that can repel the power of rules, and their bones also have very special rule patterns, allowing them to use their own special power to fight against the oppression of rules. The Cadia explained. How high is the probability? Xiang Qian's face changed completely. Very high. If we can find a monster with the strength of a flagship of an 8th level civilization race, we can make an accurate judgment. Okay, I understand. After turning off the communication, Xiang Qian closed his eyes, and used the power of the parallel universe to sense the monster corpses in the Academy of Sciences. When he used the power of the parallel universe to erode the remains of the monster corpses, it was like hitting a steel head, and could not erode it at all. Although he was the only one who could turn the monster bodies into ashes in an instant, the power of the parallel universe could not penetrate into the bodies of these monsters. After a while, Xiang Qian transferred his consciousness to the buildings of the Akali civilization and the bodies of their tribesmen. Similarly, the power of the parallel universe could not penetrate into these buildings and the bodies of their tribesmen, just like the bodies of the monsters. However, Xiang Qian knew that the reason why the Akali civilization could block the penetration of the power of the parallel universe was because their buildings and the bodies of their tribesmen were transformed by the power of rules. In other words, they themselves are a kind of rule, but this rule cannot be integrated into the current rule system, nor is it recognized by the rules of the universe. However, the rule power of the previous universe era still protects their bodies. Although the use of strong power can break this protection, in that case, both their bodies and buildings will be destroyed in an instant. Xiang Qian withdrew the power of the parallel universe, and no longer tried to test the monster corpses. Now he could only wait for the main fleet to find those monsters, preferably find their nests. If we can't find them, it will be a real hassle. In the blink of an eye, a month and a half passed. On this day, the main fleet finally sent back news that they found the wreckage of several warships in a space and killed hundreds of monsters. And through the exploration of the wreckage of those warships, they found some clues about why these monsters appeared in the storage devices of some corpses. After receiving this news, Xiang Qian asked the main fleet to send warships to send back the wreckage of those warships immediately. As for the reason for the formation of the monster, the main fleet did not say, because they did not know it very well, but they speculated some things through the data recorded on some corpse storage devices. And they could not open the system host of these warships, so if they wanted detailed information, they had to wait until the wreckage of these warships was sent back to the Earth Federation, and let the Academy of Sciences crack the system of these hosts to get all the information. 10 days later, the wreckage of the warships was sent back to the Earth Federation. Since these wreckages of warships were all made by the civilization race of this cosmic era, it was much easier to crack them. In addition, this civilization was at most a level 7 civilization, and its system was not comparable to the Earth Federation's main brain. It took less than 5 days to crack the system in the wreckage of the warship. When Xiang Qian saw the information in the system records, he discovered for the first time that there was such a suicidal civilization in the universe. Chapter 792. Xiang Qian and his team learned through the system records that this level 7 civilization discovered a special space in the universe, and found many strange things in this space. At first, this level 7 civilization thought that this special space was left by a biological level 9 civilization, so they frantically cracked the information in it. But no matter how they cracked it, they could not analyze the language of this level 9 civilization. So in the absence of any other options, they could only analyze the things left by this level 9 civilization, that is, the nutrient solution in the culture medium and the bodies of those biological weapons. After spending a lot of money, they finally analyzed something. But it was because of the benefits they got from this little thing that they abandoned their own scientific and technological system and turned to crazy research on biological technology. As a result, an era passed and the disaster finally happened. The black crystal substances that they believed to be the core of the biological weapons of the 9th level civilization finally revived after their long-term cultivation. However, the result was something no one expected, that is, after the black crystal substances revived, they began to madly kill the people of their civilization, and then use the corpses of their people as nutrients to hatch many monsters. None of these monsters were something they could resist, so as time went on, it was no longer them who destroyed the monsters, but the monsters that were chasing them. These warships passed through one space after another, but they still couldn't escape and were destroyed by dozens of monsters. After reading this record, Xiang Qian and his men wanted to revive this level 7 civilization and destroy them again. There should be a limit to being stupid. You dare to mess around without understanding anything. The technology of level 9 civilization is something you, a level 7 civilization, can understand. It's fine if you don't understand it, but don't mess around. You dare to revive the biological weapons of the 9th level civilization without knowing anything. Let alone this is not a biological weapon of the 9th level civilization. Even if it is not something that you, a 7th level civilization, can control. Xiang Qian and his team now completely understand the reason for the birth of these monsters. At the same time, Xiang Qian and his team also know that these monsters are definitely the culprits who destroyed the last universe era. After all, these monsters were dug out from that special space, and that special space is obviously not something from this universe era. This is exactly the same as the special space found by the Earth Federation. Except for the different civilizations and races inside, even the rules of the special space are exactly the same. So this means that this special space is definitely a legacy of the previous universe era. What should we do now? Should we kill these monsters immediately before they recover? DeLong said after reading it. It can't be killed. The most powerful monster is definitely as powerful as the flagship of the 9th level civilization race. In addition to using the power of the parallel universe, even the flagship of the Earth Federation race cannot compete with this monster. And there is not only one strongest monster there, but also several others, which must have recovered by this time. So even if we mobilize all the power of the Earth Federation, we cannot destroy these monsters without the support of the power of the parallel universe. Xiangqian shook his head and said, "It's not just the problem of these monsters. Have you ever thought about how many special spaces like this there are in the universe? If there are only 2, then everything is easy. When the parallel universe expands to the edge of the monster's lair, they can be directly destroyed. But if there are many such special spaces in the big universe, and the cores of these monsters also exist in these special spaces, then at this time, how many of the countless spaces in the big universe have been occupied by these monsters?" The Prophet Vidin said. After hearing the words of the Prophet Vidin, everyone was silent. That's right. Although these monsters are strong, they are not yet to the point that the Earth Federation is afraid of. Except for the strongest monsters, the Earth Federation can deal with them now. But if there are many special spaces from the last universe in the entire universe, and the cores of these monsters are still left in these special spaces, then things will be troublesome. If that's the case, the tragedy of the last universe may be repeated. Thinking of the scene of the Earth Federation parallel universe surrounded by countless monsters, sweat broke out on everyone's forehead. We must speed up the expansion of the Earth Federation. Our territory is still too small, and we have no connection with the surviving civilizations in the universe. So even if we know that the universe is about to face a disaster, many civilizations still don't know. Xiangqian said with emotion. We also want to speed up, but now it's the fastest speed. Even if we want to speed up, there are not so many civilizations to assimilate the rules of the universe. Unless we can find a parallel universe, we need to hurry up. I think we should send more exploration warships. Our external exploration force is still too small. At the very least, we should increase the size of the exploration fleet several times, and send out those subordinate races to explore. Although their strength is poor, if we are lucky, they may help us find a parallel universe. Everyone said that after confirming that these monsters were the destroyers of the previous universe era, everyone felt a sense of urgency. No one knows when the disaster of the last universe era will break out. Just as Xiangqian and his team were discussing these issues, the Earth Federation's main fleet had already collided with a large group of monsters. The Earth Federation's main fleet followed the space mark left by the exploration fleet and chased it into a space. As a result, as soon as it entered this space, the main fleet discovered a large group of monsters. The Earth Federation's exploration warships had already turned into a pile of debris floating in the void of the universe. Analyzed the rules system of the universe, opened the fleet's rules force field, and charged the material flow weapons. The commander of the main fleet issued an order immediately after seeing the monsters in the universe. In an instant, 5,000 super battleships, which were made of special rare metals and based on the flagships of civilized races, all opened the rules force field. After the rules force field was deployed, the rules of this universe could no longer restrict the use of the warship's rules weapons. At the same time, after discovering the main fleet of the Earth Federation, the group of monsters rushed over without thinking. Chapter 793. Material Flow Weapon Attack. The captain immediately gave the order after seeing the monster rushing over. Instantly, countless singularities appeared in the cosmic void in front of the fleet, and then these singularities exploded. This explosion was not a simple explosion, nor was it the kind of explosion that looked spectacular in order to destroy space, but a material flow explosion similar to the Big Bang. Countless streams of light, at a speed exceeding the speed of light, left a trail of traces, and bombarded the group of monsters like a fire tree and silver flowers. Although these streams of light are very thin and do not destroy space, they can penetrate more than many weapons of level 7 civilization rules. This is the material flow generated by the Big Bang in an instant, and it is also the most powerful material flow in the universe. Compared with this, the supernova explosion is like the difference between a baby's fist and a nuclear weapon. Boom! The monster in front was instantly penetrated by countless streams of light, and its body was melted by the high temperature in an instant. After the monster behind discovered the powerful damage of these countless streams of light, black light immediately appeared on the surface of its body. Boom! After the stream of light came into contact with the black light on the surface of the monster, a violent energy impact was generated. Instantly, the entire universe was shaken, and water-like ripples swept across the entire universe. At this moment, even the most advanced scanning equipment of the Earth Federation could not detect the situation at the center of the explosion. But it can be clearly seen on the big screen that the energy impact of the explosion is retreating little by little. That means that although the monster has withstood the attack of the material flow, it cannot withstand the huge kinetic energy and is rushing out little by little. 3 minutes later, the singularity of the material flow disappeared, and the universe returned to calm. The monsters that rushed towards the Earth Federation fleet had been repelled by nearly 5 trillion kilometers. Although no corpses or remains of the monsters were seen along the way, there were still some gray-black substances floating in the universe. These substances were the only traces left after the monsters burned after being penetrated. Open the space maze and block the entire universe. The captain gave the order again. As a wave of ripples expanded outward from the Earth Federation fleet, the universe began to undergo magical changes. Independent spaces appeared, disappeared, and then appeared again, repeating endlessly. When the monsters were enveloped by the ripples, they all disappeared into the universe along with the birth and disappearance of independent universes. On the big screen, the monsters in the space maze were displayed. This space maze is similar to a Rubik's Cube, except that the number of independent spaces is much greater than the number of single blocks in the Rubik's Cube. But the principle is similar. The Rubik's Cube is moved by rotating the mechanical structure, while the space maze is moved by the space axis. Monsters were seen rushing through the independent space, destroying one independent space after another. However, the space maze was also creating countless independent spaces at any time and place, and these spaces were still moving, so no matter how the monsters destroyed them, they could not break out of the space maze. The monsters have been captured, and they are ready to be captured using the dimensional cage. The captain continued to give orders. Following the captain's order, the Earth Federation fleet immediately separated, and each warship went to various nodes in the universe, and then a huge regular pattern appeared in the void of the universe. This is the dimensional cage developed by the Earth Federation, used to block the space maze. But just as the Earth Federation fleet began to slowly shrink the dimensional cage, the monster inside the space maze once again burst out with black light. The next second, these monsters ignored the division of the space axis and the countless independent spaces. All rules could not be applied to them. They rushed out of the space maze quickly and appeared in the universe again. Abandon the dimensional cage, all warships dodge urgently, gather at the coordinates xx.x.xx.xx ahead. But the speed at which these monsters rushed out of the space maze was too fast, and several warships stopped right where they appeared. Boom! The warships made of special rare metals had their defense system broken by the monsters in less than 10 seconds. Then the obsidian shell of the ship was torn apart by the monsters like tofu. In less than a minute, 5 warships were destroyed. This was the first time that the Earth Federation had suffered a warship loss since leaving the parallel universe. Activate the dimensional cutting weapon and attack in an X shape. The captain gave the order with a cold face. However, these cutting blades formed by the dimensional rules had no effect at all after hitting the black light on the surface of the monster. It just stalemated with the black light for a second and then disappeared. Seeing that the dimensional cutting weapon was ineffective, the captain knew that this group of monsters was very special. It seemed that weapons made of pure rule power could not cause much damage to them. The black light on their body surface completely ignored the rule power. It seems that only real physical attacks can cause damage to them. All warships activate gravity beam weapons, turn on space acceleration, and attack. After the captain figured this out, he gave orders. Instantly, more than 4,000 rays of light that oppressed space rushed out from the Earth Federation fleet and hit the monster directly. Each ray of light seemed to carry an extremely huge force, and even space rippled as the light passed. Crack, crack, crack! When the gravity beam hit the monster, the space was instantly shattered. The power of the monster itself plus the power of the gravity beam directly collapsed the space. But the gravity beam can only limit the movement of the monster, but cannot harm it. The first squadron will withdraw from shooting and start to deploy space destruction equipment at the node positions in the space. Seeing this situation, the captain frowned and issued a new order. Everyone was stunned after hearing this order. Everyone knew what it was for to deploy space destruction equipment at the space node position. That is to destroy the entire universe, otherwise there is no need to do this. But once the universe is destroyed, the entire fleet will be drawn into the dimensional turbulence, and the dimensional turbulence around it will once again set off huge waves. Such a result is not a good result for the Earth Federation fleet. Even the Earth Federation fleet, under the energy impact of the instantaneous annihilation of the universe, dare not guarantee a 100% chance of survival. But now the captain has issued this order, which is equivalent to admitting that they cannot beat the monsters in front of them. The destruction of the universe is not to destroy these monsters, but to retreat. Otherwise, if these monsters are chasing and executing, they may not be able to escape even if they want to. Chapter 794. Captain, all space nodes have been arranged. Notify all warships to retreat as quickly as possible, do not gather together, and gather at the 675, for 298 space after escaping this space. The captain immediately gave the order. Understood. After all the warships received this order, without any hesitation, they broke through the space crystal wall at the first time and escaped from this space. But even so, the group of trapped monsters followed the warships to leave this space. As long as the monsters that did not escape from this universe were instantly surrounded by the huge space annihilation, after all the warships of the Earth Federation disappeared. At the level of dimensional turbulence, this universe suddenly shrank and became a singularity. But 3 seconds later, a huge energy shock broke out. The surrounding universe was instantly flattened by the huge energy shock, and the universe crystal wall could not withstand such a close energy shock and was damaged. Even the dimensional turbulence was stirred up by the huge energy shock, causing the already calm dimensional turbulence to fluctuate again. It can be said that the power generated by the annihilation of this space will at least affect millions of surrounding spaces. The Earth Federation fleet can feel this impact when it travels through various spaces. But no matter what, after losing some warships, the Earth Federation fleet finally evacuated safely. Boss, the support fleet sent back information that they encountered the group of monsters and fought with them. Because the monsters are very powerful, and their number is dozens of times that of the support fleet, they can only destroy one space and then escape separately. Shinkong reported to Xiang Qian. Is the loss serious? Xiang Qian asked after listening. Some warships were lost, but the overall combat power was not damaged, and the fleet retained more than 90% of its peak combat power. Shinkong replied. Yes, by the way, is there a battle video? Has the data of those monsters been sent back? Xiang Qian nodded and asked. They only reported these messages, and did not send back videos and other data. Tell them to send back the video and monster data immediately. Okay, boss. A few hours later, the war records and various data between the support fleet and the monsters were finally transmitted back. Xiang Qian asked the think tank, the staff and the scientific academy to watch the data together. The first thing to watch was the battle video of both sides. When they first saw the material flow weapons killing many monsters, they didn't take these monsters seriously. But when they saw that the support fleet used the rule force field to restrain the monsters, and launched the rule power to attack the monsters without any effect, everyone's face became solemn. Everyone knows how powerful the rule weapons are, but the attacks launched by these rule weapons have no effect, which is what surprised everyone. Do you have any ideas? After watching the video, Xiang Qian said to everyone, these monsters must be the monsters of the last universe era. According to the records, the monsters of the last era can also have countless rule powers. Only powerful material and energy weapons can cause damage to them. At this point, the two monsters performed exactly the same. Except for the material flow attack used by the fleet at the beginning, all the rule weapons had no effect. A scientist said immediately, I think the weapons configured on the warships need to be changed. Although the rule weapons are powerful, they are completely useless against such monsters. If we can change to material weapons, as long as our warships are less than the monsters, we can definitely destroy them. A staff member said. When Xiang Qian heard that he had to change his weapons, he seemed to have thought of something, but he didn't say anything. I want to know what methods the civilized races in the last universe used to deal with these monsters. An elite from the think tank asked. Xiang Qian thought about this question for a while, nodded to the staff of the Academy of Sciences, and signaled them to answer. Previously, various information about the last universe era was kept confidential within the Earth Federation. This is not because they are afraid that other civilized races will steal secrets, but because they are afraid that someone will do random research. After all, the destruction of the last universe era was not entirely due to these monsters, but also due to the self-destruction of various civilizations. So Xiang Qian asked the Academy of Sciences to block the news, just to prevent someone from doing random research. Let me answer this question. Old Manly said. The civilizations of the last universe era also discovered this problem, so they abandoned the attack method of using the power of rules, and chose to integrate the power of rules into their own way. Use technology to transform the body, then accommodate the power of rules, and use the various abilities provided by the power of rules to make the body burst out with powerful physical attacks. This is the way that all civilizations used to fight against monsters in the last universe, but this method has a fatal flaw, which is that it affects the soul and causes irreversible consequences. In fact, the demise of civilizations in the last universe was not only due to monsters. They may have defeated the monsters in the end, but they were also on the verge of destruction at that time. In the end, they were unable to reverse the damage and detonated the entire universe, causing the universe to repeat itself. Can this method be improved? Asked the think tank's elite. No, we have simulated it countless times, but all ended in failure. Using the body to integrate the power of rules is a path of self-destruction. Old Manly shook his head and said. Hearing that this method could not be improved, the people below began to discuss it. After all, now that this monster has been discovered, the powerful fleet of the Earth Federation cannot win. If it really comes to a critical moment, even if it is known that the method of integrating rules is a dead end, someone must make a sacrifice. Chief, can the information about the mythological era be made public? An elite from the think tank asked. Go ahead, there's nothing to keep secret at this time. Xiangqian nodded and said, regarding the problem of soul damage, I have thought of a way. I will tell you, and let you analyze it to see if it is feasible. You may know a little about the origin of the Earth and the mythological era, but I guess many people are not clear about the cultivation methods and cultivation systems of the mythological era. After we got the cultivation method of the mythical era, some people tried to practice it. There is nothing wrong with the method, but it cannot make people's strength reach the level of the 7th level civilization. Because in order to break through the level of the 7th level civilization, the soul of the cultivator must be integrated with the rules of the universe. That is, after breaking through the level of the 7th level civilization, the cultivator can control the power of certain rules. But at that time, if you want to break through the level of the 7th level civilization, the rules of the universe will not allow it, and the cultivator will be directly wiped out. But now the universe has collapsed, and the rules of the universe can no longer control the universe. Each independent space has its own rules. So can we try to use the method of cultivation to make people break through the level of 7th level civilization, and then use the technology of the last universe era to transform the body? The elite of the think tank said to everyone. Chapter 795. This alternative method not only stunned everyone, but also Xiangqian. However, Xiangqian shook his head after thinking about it. This method is not feasible. Although it seems that this method can solve the defect that the soul cannot bear the power of rules. But in fact, there is no room for operation, because the rule systems of the two universe eras are different. But this idea also gave Xiangqian some ideas. Although the method of a single universe era cannot solve this problem, the Earth Federation now controls the rule systems of 3 universe eras. If we can combine the essence of the 3 cosmic eras, we may be able to solve this problem. But although the cultivation system of the mythological era can allow the soul to carry the power of rules, their bodies will also be marked with certain rules after practicing the exercises, and even if we transform them with technology, it will not work. Once there is a conflict of rules, the body will collapse instantly. After reading the 2 documents, a scientist shook his head and said, I don't know about this, because I have not come into contact with information on technological transformation. But I didn't say this method would definitely work. I just wanted to use the techniques of the mythological era to see if the soul could carry the power of rules while transforming the technology. The think tank elite explained. This idea is good, but there are too many problems to solve to achieve this effect. It can't be achieved in a short time. The scientists also frowned and said, it doesn't matter. Anyway, our Earth Federation is not unable to resist the attacks of those monsters. You can study it slowly in the Academy of Sciences. Xiangqian said indifferently. The purpose of discussing the monster problem now is just to find a solution, not to let them solve it now. Before a specific solution is developed, we should first study targeted weapons to limit the activities of the monsters to a certain area and prevent them from leaving. Then send more exploration teams to find out the situation in the universe. Now we know nothing about the situation in the universe. If such monsters appear in other places in the universe, what the consequences will be, you should also know. Xiangqian continued. In fact, Xiangqian didn't care too much about the monsters. What made him depressed now was that the Earth Federation seemed to be isolated from the universe and had no information about the outside world. If the Earth Federation was standing on an empty football field in the era of the universe, it could see the entire field at a glance. Now, this field has been transformed into a huge building. Although the Earth Federation is still in this building, it cannot pass through the walls to check the situation in other rooms. So now the Earth Federation's activity area is like on the first floor, and it is impossible to contact the civilized races on the second floor. However, the exploration team went to the second floor, but could not contact the Earth Federation. In this way, if the exploration team encounters any danger or obtains valuable information, it cannot be transmitted back to the Earth Federation in time. It can be said that at this time, the universe seems to have returned to the ancient times, when communication basically relied on shouting. But no matter what, sending more exploration teams is already urgent. After the meeting, Xiang Qian returned to the office and took out the key of civilization from the sealed space. Now he was considering whether to reproduce the rule system of the mythological era in a universe. If the rule system of the mythological era was reproduced, then even if they did not use the methods of the previous universe, they could use the method of cultivation to deal with the monsters. However, after thinking for a while, Xiang Qian put the key of civilization away and stopped thinking about this problem. Although cultivation is good, it is not the way the Earth Federation should go after all. The times are different, the rules of the universe are different, there is no need to repeat the path of failure. If the rule system of the mythological era was really that good, then the following events would not have happened, and there would not be the current universe. And according to the information contained in the key of civilization, a universe can only be dominated by one civilization. If he came up with the rule system of the mythological era, it would be a complete trouble for the Earth Federation in the later period. It is impossible for two universes with different rule systems to assimilate. That is to say, when the parallel universe of the Earth Federation expands to the extreme, the universe of the mythological era will eventually be destroyed. At that time, all those who practice the exercises would be destroyed along with the universe of the mythological rule system, and no one would be spared. In this regard, the rule system of the mythological era has too strong a constraint on everyone under this system. On the contrary, the technological rule system has a very weak constraint on civilization. Even if a universe collapses, the worst that can happen is that it will move to another universe. This has absolutely no impact on technological civilization. So after thinking for a while, Xiang Qian gave up the idea of recreating the universe of the mythical era. The road ahead will ultimately depend on the Earth Federation itself. As time passed, after the monsters of the last universe were discovered, the Earth Federation, which was as calm as a lake, seemed to have been hit by a stone, causing the Earth Federation to boil instantly. The huge war potential began to transform into strength, and the various civilized races attached to the Earth Federation also began to burst out with the strength accumulated over the years with the Earth Federation. Every day, countless warships leave the parallel universe. These are exploration teams heading to various directions of the universe. In order to explore deeper space, the General Staff decided to build 9 main lines and 81 branch lines this time. The 9 main lines extend in one direction, infinitely into the depths of the universe. The 81 branch lines are equivalent to the branches of the main lines, which are used to enhance the control of the space around the main lines. It can be said that all this is to find other civilized races in the universe, or to find out which other civilized races in the universe are threatening the Earth Federation. By the way, through these trunk lines, the Earth Federation can also extend its hands and feet to further places. So at this time, there are 9 huge space gates inside the universe around the Earth Federation, and a metal pipe extending to the inside of each space gate can be seen on each space gate. This metal pipe connects one universe after another through the space gate. As long as the Earth Federation opens up a universe, it will build an information terminal, and this metal pipe is the transmitter of the information terminal. It can be said that this information terminal transmitter connects independent universes, like a string of candied haws. This ensures that the information of the Earth Federation can be transmitted in a timely manner, and at the same time ensures that the trunk line can be under the surveillance of the Earth Federation at all times. Chapter 796. While the Earth Federation was working hard to build 9 main lines in the starry sky, in another place in a large universe, countless monsters were besieging a special universe. Bone analysis completed, developing logical data information, and starting to crack. Inside this special universe, the body of a dead monster was being decomposed. Naya looked at the data that was constantly being improved, and a very scary idea came into her mind. As early as 2 eras ago, Naya had discovered a special space and cracked the information left in the previous universe era. The information she got was similar to that of the Earth Federation, with basically no difference. The only difference was that this civilization was a material civilization, so the technological transformation would transform the tribe members into pure material bodies. It was a bit like the physique of a single-body alien beast. For example, each tribe member was a planet, But this transformation made the material civilization more powerful. Therefore, this material civilization survived longer in the last universe era, and their records had very detailed classifications of monsters. As an intelligent life, Naya is very good at data analysis. After obtaining the information of the last universe era, she was able to decipher it much faster than the Earth Federation. It took less than 30,000 years to decipher all the information. After deciphering this information, Naya began to analyze the technological system of the last universe era based on this information. Although a lot of the information she obtained was also deleted, she still had a lot more information left than the Earth Federation. So at this time, Naya has basically cracked the content of technological transformation and is conducting simulation experiments. Of course, she also knows the disadvantages of technological transformation. As an intelligent life, it exists with the soul as the core, but the body does not have any big restrictions for her. As long as she wants, she can use any body. Unfortunately, the core of technological transformation in the last universe era is to make the soul contain the power of rules, which is undoubtedly a huge harm to intelligent life. This is also the reason why, even though she has cracked the content of technological transformation, she can only conduct simulation experiments. Just when Naya thought that the last universe era had completely disappeared, a group of monsters suddenly appeared, which made her deny this idea. Now this group of monsters is besieging the special universe. Although there is no way to cause damage to the special universe, it also affects the expansion of the special universe. In order to completely solve this group of monsters, Naya began to conduct a comprehensive analysis of these monsters. This is also the obsessive-compulsive disorder of intelligent brain life. Anyway, as long as she finds something new, her first thought is to completely crack the secret. However, as she analyzed the monsters, Naya discovered that these monsters seemed to be a special kind of biological weapon. Although the reaction ability of these monsters, when they were attacked, was not as rigid as a mechanized program, there were still traces to follow. At the same time, when analyzing the monster corpses, Naya also discovered the information contained in them. So Naya believed that these monsters should be biological weapons, but they were the most advanced biological weapons. But it was also because of this discovery that she had the idea of controlling these monsters. This idea is not a fantasy, but is the result of a lot of analysis and calculation. After all, this monster was the destroyer of the last universe. Since it is a biological weapon, there must be a civilized race to control this group of monsters. The last universe has been destroyed, and the civilized race that controlled this group of monsters is estimated to have perished. The reason why this group of monsters still exists is that this monster has an extraordinary reproduction ability and adaptability to production. Before the collapse of the universe, the mother bodies of these monsters may have been suppressed inside a special space. But as the universe collapsed, the special space was discovered, and these monsters were revived. As for why these monsters killed any civilized races they found after they were born, it was because of their mission. After all, there is no civilized race to control these monsters, so their activities are completely instinctive. Following the last universe era, their mission after birth was also their instinct to destroy all civilized races. So Naya believed that as long as the control mechanism of these monsters was found, the time for the Soda civilization to dominate the universe would come. Even though she has transformed the civilization cemetery into a special universe, and there are millions of advanced civilizations inside the civilization cemetery. But in terms of absolute power, she does not have any advantage. After all, the strongest point of the data universe is simulation, not attack. In addition, Naya has not come into contact with philosophical weapons so far, so there is no need to mention having philosophical weapons. If she comes into contact with philosophical weapons, then with the powerful computing power of the data universe and intelligent life, it is estimated that she can simulate philosophical weapons, but now there is no such possibility. Therefore, as long as she can control this group of monsters, she can use endless numbers to fill the gap in quality. 10 years later, the analysis of the monster corpses was coming to an end, and many secrets were revealed to Naya. On this day, Naya used the special ability of the data universe to create a monster. This monster is no different from the monsters outside, whether in terms of the essence of life or in other aspects. Because this monster is a perfect replica of the monster corpse, the only difference is a control core. After this monster was created, after repeated tests, it has completely reached the standard of the corpse before death. So today, Naya is going to let this monster leave the data universe and go outside to fight with the monsters. Swish! With a wave of space fluctuations, this monster was sent out of the data universe and came to the interlayer of the universe, attacking the monsters that felt the crystal wall of the universe. After being attacked, the monsters did not fight back at first, but sent out a special wave. This fluctuation was captured by Naya at the first time. But the next second, this group of monsters began to attack the monster Naya created. In less than 10 seconds, the monster was killed. Naya stared at the big screen with an ugly face. Through this experiment, she has determined that although these monsters are biological weapons, there may be a special way to distinguish between them. Otherwise, the monster she copied is essentially no different from the monsters outside. But even so, after they identify it, they can immediately find that it is just a fake. Chapter 797. Boom! As a monster was torn to pieces, the surrounding monsters attacked the data universe again. However, the attacks of these monsters were nothing to the data universe. As a special universe transformed with the civilization cemetery as the core, the data universe has a very powerful ability, which is simulation. Just like entering the civilization cemetery to revive the civilization race, this group of monsters was completely pulled into a place similar to virtual space. But this space is not illusory, but real. So even if these monsters have the attribute of ignoring the power of rules, they cannot break free from this space. They can only fight endlessly with the battleship simulated by Naya. Is it because of the soul fluctuation that it was discovered? Then try not to change the soul fluctuation, and see if it will be discovered again. Naya no longer left the group of monsters, and started the next experiment. A monster corpse was once again decomposed by the power of the data universe. But while this corpse was being decomposed, a brand new monster was condensing. Like an hourglass, the upper monster body disappeared little by little, and the lower monster body formed little by little, with the disappearance and formation ratio being exactly the same. It was as if all the matter decomposed from the upper monster body was used to assemble the lower monster. 10 hours later, when the body of the lower monster was condensed, Naya immediately resurrected it. But this time she did not control the monster, so after waking up, the monster began to attack the surrounding space constraints. The next second, the monster was teleported out of the data universe by Naya and appeared again around the group of monsters. Naya stared at the big screen. She wanted to see what effect would appear this time. As a result, after the monster was teleported out, the mysterious fluctuation appeared again. But this monster condensed by the data universe could not resonate with the monsters around it, so the result was still the same, and it was surrounded and killed by the monsters around it. Naya frowned and looked at the big screen. She really couldn't figure out how these monsters judged each other's identities. If the death of the first monster was because it was controlled by her, and could not respond instinctively, then the second monster is no different from the monsters in the outside world. Even the resurrection of the monster is carried out using the special rules of the civilization cemetery. So in theory, the second monster should be no different from before the resurrection, and even the memory should be the same. But in the end, the second monster still did not get the recognition of the group of monsters, which is hard to understand. Are the data of the two monsters different? Naya asked. There are differences in the physical data, but there is no difference in essence. After 987 trillion analyses, the two monsters even have the same life wave frequency. An intelligent life figure immediately appeared beside Naya and said to her, "Well, display all the data on the big screen, and then continue to crack the information of the patterns on these monsters." Naya nodded and said, "Yes, chieftain." Naya looked at the two almost identical data analysis charts on the big screen and fell into deep thought. If the monsters created from the dead monsters were discovered because the soul fluctuations did not match, then why were the monsters resurrected through the resurrection rules still discovered? After all, the resurrected monsters should be no different from when they were alive. Even the souls are the same, so why were they killed? Is it really because of the rules? Or is there some secret in the patterns on the monsters' bodies? But that's not right. The information of those lines has been cracked. There can't be any secrets. Naya looked at the big screen and thought about various possibilities. A day later, although Naya didn't figure out where the problem was, she started to repeat the experiment. Since she couldn't find the problem, she accumulated a lot of data to compare the data differences, which is also what intelligent life is best at. Experiments again and again, comparing data one by one, finally led Naya find the place with the most data differences in countless experiments. As a result, this discovery made Naya speechless, because the results seemed to have no reference value. Because the biggest difference in the data was the direction of the lines on each monster's body. It was not the data with discernible properties, such as the frequency of life fluctuations. This was simply a joke. The lines on the bodies of these monsters were just like the spots on the leopard. You can't expect the spots on two identical leopards to look exactly the same. This is like two twins. You can make their faces look exactly the same, but you can't ask them to have the same fingerprints. So Naya has come up with this result after countless experiments over such a long time. It's just like you counted the physical data of all human beings in the universe, and finally came up with the result that no human fingerprints are the same. But no matter what, this result is the only data with differences after countless experiments and countless information data comparisons. Analyze the generation rules of all patterns. Naya once again simulated the analysis. Instantly, the patterns on all monsters were digitized and then superimposed and compared. It's amazing that after nearly 80,000 years of analysis, Naya finally figured out something. If these monsters are commodities, then these patterns are equivalent to their codes, just like their ID numbers. Among the monsters attacking the data universe now, the one with the highest number should be 862-7362. Of course, this number is counted from 1 to 1,000, with the first number at the top. If the numbers of this group of monsters are arranged in order, and include the combination number, not in order of size, then it is hard to say. For a code like this, there is basically no way to crack the pattern without the secret key information. After all, there are countless combinations of codes that can be decomposed from a 7-digit number. If it is a combination of codes corresponding to numbers, it is completely infinite. Therefore, being able to analyze the number of the pattern, even with the incomparable computing power of intelligent life, has reached its limit. After analyzing these, Naya immediately began to create a monster with a blank pattern code. However, when Naya began to create this monster with different patterns, she found that the patterns on these monsters actually involved more things than she had imagined. Chapter 798. The lines on a monster's body cannot be changed by simply carving them on the surface. After all, these lines represent a kind of power. When a monster explodes with a power that ignores the rules, the lines on its body are the emitters. If the arrangement of matter and soul fluctuations in the monster's body do not match the lines on its body, then this power cannot be exerted. So this time, the monster Naya made was a complete failure and had no value. Perhaps its only value was to let Naya discover this problem. Although this problem has been discovered, it is not so easy to solve it. From the monster's soul to the gene, and then to the formation of the body, all need to be taken into consideration in order to make the lines on the monster's body surface become truly useful lines. In order to study this problem, Naya deliberately captured several monsters with consecutive numbers and conducted a lot of analysis on their soul fluctuations and body data to see if there is any arrangement pattern for this consecutive number. But such analysis cannot be completed in a short time. Naya didn't care about this at all. As long as she could get this kind of law, it would be worth spending more time. In this way, one era after another passed. Naya continued to repeat the process of analyzing monsters and making monsters, without feeling bored at all. This might be the gift of intelligent life, not as sentimental as humans. But after so many eras, Naya didn't make much progress. The most important thing was that the law of monster coding had not been completely cracked, so all the monsters made were defective. But even so, Naya did not give up and continued such boring research work. At this time, the 9 main lines of the Earth Federation had crossed countless cosmic spaces and extended far into the depths of the universe. When the Earth Federation built the main lines, it also encountered a lot of resistance. However, facing the powerful strength of the Earth Federation, no matter how arrogant the civilized race was, it was destroyed by the Earth Federation in the end. Those civilized races that were more cooperative joined the big family of the Earth Federation. Now the Earth Federation is a big family. Not to mention the parallel universes discovered when building the main and branch lines. Even the parallel universes of the Earth Federation have begun to give birth to civilized races. However, these civilized races are still in the primitive period, without even the most basic writing, and live a life of eating raw meat and drinking blood. But no matter what civilized race, as long as they join the Earth Federation, they will learn all kinds of cultures of the Earth Federation. The Earth Federation is dominated by Chinese civilization, so in the parallel universe of the Earth Federation, you see a person of an alien race sitting there chatting with a person of a human race in Chinese, and occasionally 1 or 2 idioms pop up. You don't have to be surprised at all. The reason why such achievements were achieved was not because the Earth Federation used its huge strength to oppress other civilized races and force them to learn Chinese. Rather, after studying for so many eras, the Earth Federation finally made a breakthrough in the civilization system. But it was this breakthrough that subtly influenced other civilized races. Everything was natural, without any deliberate traces. Instead, other civilized races were eager to learn the culture of the Earth Federation. Why? because learning the culture of the Earth Federation can quickly improve the strength of other civilized races. The civilization system of the Earth Federation is very simple. It can be said to be a rule system, or a super large philosophical weapon, or a super system that can integrate the culture of all civilized races. This is just a general term, but the core of the civilization system is still the core idea of Chinese civilization. Simply put, you regard the civilization system of the Earth Federation as a powerful weapon. As long as you study the culture of the Earth Federation, conduct an in-depth analysis of the culture of the Earth Federation, and have a unique understanding, then this powerful weapon absorbs your thoughts to improve itself. That's right, the civilization system can evolve. The more people study the Earth Federation culture, the faster the civilization system will grow. Of course, if there is only effort but no reward, no civilized race will do such a stupid thing. But what if there is a reward? For example, you deeply study the culture of the Earth Federation and provide nutrients to the civilization system. Then you can seek protection from the civilization system, this super weapon, when in danger, according to your contribution to the civilization system. It can be said that the civilization system is the prototype of the rules of the universe, or it can be said to be an alternative Gaia consciousness. But no matter what, the strength of the civilization system is visible. Because the civilization system is not a rule force, but a manifestation of a spiritual will. So even in two different universes, the power of the civilization system will not be weakened. When the Earth Federation just developed the embodiment of the civilization system, it launched an attack using the spiritual will of everyone in the Earth Federation. As a result, a tangible force belonging to the spirit of the Earth Federation, the light of civilization directly penetrated tens of thousands of universes, and its power has not been suppressed by the rules of each universe. Think about the universe at this time, when even philosophical weapons can only be used in one universe. What does the appearance of the light of civilization represent? This is equivalent to when other civilized races can only treat philosophical weapons as nuclear mines, bury them in their own territory, and hide away to play with themselves. The Earth Federation already has intercontinental ballistic missiles, and can launch nuclear weapons to any place. This is a typical example. You can't hit me, but I can hit your representative. In order to use the civilization system of the Earth Federation, other civilized races can only study the culture of the Earth Federation and increase the strength of the civilization system. So even though the Earth Federation has only made such a small breakthrough over so many eras, such a breakthrough has made the Earth Federation truly a ninth-level civilization, and found the key to breaking through the God-level civilization. As long as the Earth Federation continues to move forward, one day, the influence of the civilization system will spread to the entire universe. At that time, the civilization system will replace the rules of the universe. However, the Earth Federation is still exploring the various capabilities of the civilization system bit by bit, because when the core of the civilization system is created, scientists have discovered that the actual power of the civilization system is much stronger than they predicted, and it also has various incredible capabilities. For example, within the scope of the parallel universe of the Earth Federation, the civilization system will subtly influence other civilizations and races, making them unconsciously begin to study the civilization system. Even those primitive beings will start using Chinese characters unconsciously, as if Chinese characters are an instinct imprinted deep in their souls. In other words, as long as the civilization is born in the parallel universe, it will inherently be consistent with the Earth Federation in terms of civilization system. It is estimated that it will not take long for the entire parallel universe to speak Chinese. Chapter 799. The 35th experimental planet has been sealed off, and can be used for experiments at any time. Xiang Qian looked at the blue planet on the big screen. This planet is similar to the Earth, and the life on the planet is also in a primitive society. It can be said that this planet has infinite possibilities. If no one affects its development trajectory, then this planet may have a civilized race that enters the universe in millions of years. But now, this life planet is an experimental planet of the Earth Federation civilization system, so everything is hard to say. The experiment begins. Increase the intensity of the light of civilization. Xiang Qian gave the order. The intensity of the light of civilization increases, and the fluctuations of all life souls change, and the Parsi phenomenon appears. There is a problem with the soul intake of planet 35. Increase the output of soul power immediately. Soul intake returns to a stable state. All life sources begin to merge into the light of civilization. Data appeared on the big screen, reflecting the various changes on the planet in front of them. Although these changes seem big, they actually have no impact on the life on this planet. Even if there is an impact, they can't find it. This is a subtle change. not something that can change dramatically in a short period of time. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed, and the primitive humans on this planet have also completed a new and old replacement. But compared to 10 years ago, the humans born in these 10 years are much smarter than the previous humans. Because they had learned to use traps, and the food was no longer eaten raw, but roasted and boiled. This change was essential, which extended the lifespan of the entire primitive tribe and made the tribe stronger. So in the next 100 years, the entire tribe grew rapidly, and more skills were mastered by them. After 100 years, the tribe had developed the prototype of an early slave society, and there was a hierarchy between people. It was no longer like before, where status was determined by who hunted more prey. The most important thing is that in this 100 years, they already have writing. What is writing? It is a carrier of information, and a symbol of civilization. Writing can allow humans to break through the oral inheritance system that is limited by time and space, and enter the era of written language inheritance. Writing can fully inherit human wisdom and spiritual wealth, allowing humans to improve the education system. It allows humans to accumulate knowledge bit by bit, and finally, through the accumulation of countless generations, let humans enter a civilized society. It can be said that without writing, a civilization cannot develop. Writing is the foundation of a civilization and the most important component. Even if this tribe can only use the most basic ideographic writing now, it is also a huge progress. As time goes by, the tribe is getting bigger and bigger, and the surrounding environment can no longer meet people's survival needs. So this tribe began to split up, allowing people to expand to the outside world and give everyone more production space. Due to the different regions, the development of the people who were separated was also different, which also led to changes in the civilization inheritance of each tribe. Day by day, year by year, the human beings on this planet have entered the feudal society period. However, the cultural system of this feudal society is not much different from the spring and autumn period and the warring states period in the history of the earth. Many cultural schools that have appeared in history also appear here. It's just that the founders have changed, and the core ideas have also changed a little, but generally they still develop in accordance with the direction of the history of the earth. At this point, seeing this situation, Xiang Qian already knew that the experiment had failed. Because after being influenced by the light of civilization, the humans on this planet did not get rid of the influence of Earth culture. Or in other words, they did not innovate on the basis of Earth culture to sublimate it. So this experiment failed, and the only consolation was that the civilization system absorbed the cultural essence of this planet and grew a little bit stronger. What do you think of this experiment? Xiang Qian said to many scientists. The experiment failed. The influence of the light of civilization on them was too strong. So their development trajectory did not get rid of our influence. This is the main reason for the failure of this experiment. A scientist said. Well, then in the next experiment, should we reduce the intensity of the influence of the light of civilization on intelligent life? Xiang Qian asked. It cannot be reduced, but it should be increased. Many scientists said immediately. Why? Everyone knows the influence of the light of civilization. If that's the case, why should we reduce it? Xiang Qian asked in confusion. How should I put it? The light of civilization has a great influence on intelligent life. The higher the level of civilization, the greater the impact. But for primitive civilization, the influence of the light of civilization is not as great as imagined. For example, a person who is born blind, even if you tell him what the world you see is like, he can't understand it very well. Even if you tell him that the sky and the ocean are blue, he can't imagine what color blue is. But after you tell him, he will picture the sky and the sea in his mind. But this picture is far from the actual sky and the sea. This is mainly because he does not have the most basic knowledge, and does not even know what color is. So what is the point of telling him blue? But if you tell a person who is blind later in life what the latest building looks like, his mind will immediately reflect the image of the skyscraper in his memory. Then he will picture what the new building looks like in his mind based on your explanation and the meaning of each word. If the person who was born blind represents primitive civilization, and the person who became blind later in life represents advanced civilization. If you describe a beautiful scene to two people at the same time, which one will be more outward-looking to that scene? It must be the person who became blind later in life. This is the different influence of the light of civilization on primitive civilization and advanced civilization. Therefore, if you want the light of civilization to break through the current constraints, you must go through primitive civilization. Whether it is us or other civilizations, they have been influenced by scientific and technological civilization after all. Even if the accumulation of the current civilization system is sufficient, we cannot make the civilization system break through. Because our thinking is imprisoned, we cannot create the most suitable development direction for the civilization system. After the scientist finished speaking, his mood became depressed. After all, the civilization system was created by them, but now they cannot make the civilization system continue to grow and develop, which is the biggest torture for them. I understand, then continue the experiment. Xiangqian nodded and said after listening. Chapter 800. After confirming the direction of development, the Earth Federation began uninterrupted experiments. One after another, primitive planets quickly entered civilized society under the guidance of the Earth Federation. But every experiment ended in failure. However, the Earth Federation did not give up and continued to persist in such experiments. In this steady development, the areas affected by the 9 cosmic trunk lines of the Earth Federation are getting stronger and stronger, and the strength of the Earth Federation is increasing every day. At the same time, Naya finally made a breakthrough. Through the continuous analysis and simulation of the data universe, after such a long period of experimentation, she finally succeeded in creating a perfect replica that can be integrated into the monster group. After doing this, Naya began to analyze the leadership mechanism of these monsters, and at the same time began to study those powerful monsters with the strength of the 8th level civilization. Just when the Earth Federation and the Soda civilization were quietly developing and preparing to soar into the sky, the group of 9th level civilizations also rebuilt the special universe. Before the collapse of the universe, Xiangqian used all the power of the universe's operating rules to directly penetrate the special universe of the 9th level civilization, causing serious damage to their special universe. Under such circumstances, the 9th level civilization could no longer protect the integrity of the special universe during the collapse of the universe. It could only take back the core of the special universe and take the people to avoid the huge power of the collapse of the universe. After so many years of recuperation, the 9 9th level civilizations worked together to build a special universe that belonged to them. That's right, this time the 9 level civilizations did not separate, but merged all their special cosmic cores. This does not mean that they have officially formed an alliance, but that they discovered special spaces left by civilizations of the last cosmic era. In these special spaces, they found the technology of the last cosmic era, which is the transformation technology abandoned by the Earth Federation. After discovering these technologies, the 9-level civilizations also conducted the same analysis, but the conclusions they reached were completely different from those of the Earth Federation. Because the 9-level 9 civilizations themselves are not human or human-like civilizations. If they are to be counted, they can only be regarded as alien civilizations. The Soul Clan is all soul bodies, which is innate. The people of the Stone Clan are all strange and varied. But their core cannot be changed. They are all star cores. Without star cores, they will die. The people of the Spirit Clan are similar to the Soul Clan. They do not have actual bodies. Their bodies are all energy-based, and the core is the source of energy. The other 9-level civilizations are the same. None of them are human-like civilizations. Even among alien civilizations, they are very strange. So after cracking the technology of the last universe era, through analysis, they found that this technology is completely tailor-made for them. This transformation technology is in perfect harmony with them. As for the side effects of the rules on the soul, it is not a problem at all with the special universe. Because their special universe rule structure is to allow them to use the power of rules. After they had fully studied the transformation technology, and then through several epochs of efforts, they made the rules of the special universe match this technological system, and instantly the 9-level civilization burst out with extremely terrifying power. At the same time, they found through this technological system that the more they integrated multiple rules, the stronger their strength would be. This is also the reason why the 9-level civilizations are willing to put aside their grievances and build a special universe. Because the 9-level civilizations represent the limits of each type of technology, when the cores of their special universes are integrated together, the rule system of the special universe becomes extremely perfect, which is not much different from the rules of the universe before the collapse of the big universe. With such a complete system of rules, the 9th-level civilization has embarked on the path of body transformation. As for how to break through the God-level civilization, let alone. When your body contains all the rules of the entire universe, it is not a God-level civilization. What is it? It is estimated that by then, even the God-level civilization will not be as strong as this physique that integrates all the rules of the entire universe. After the body transformation, the 9th-level civilization also found that although they integrated the rules of the special universe, after leaving the special universe, the power of their body will not be suppressed. This is the same as the monsters in the previous universe. Although they cannot use the power of rules, they ignore all attacks of the power of rules. With such a powerful strength, the ninth-level civilization began to think about revenge. But the universe after the collapse is too disgusting. If you want to find the Earth Federation, you can only search one universe at a time. Even if the ninth-level civilization sent all its subordinate races to find the Earth Federation, after searching for several epochs, the Earth Federation was not found, and several subordinate races disappeared. Faced with such a situation, the ninth-level civilization had no solution. They are indeed very strong now, even stronger than they were at their peak. But if you can't find the enemy, it's useless to have strength. So the ninth-level civilization can only study the problem of rule fusion, while waiting for news from the Earth Federation. Compared with the Earth Federation, Soda Civilization, and the ninth-level civilization, the Special Evolvers and the eighth-level civilization alliance, which was once known as one of the four top forces in the entire universe, are not having a good time. After the collapse of the universe, the guides and their special abilities could no longer be used. Although those level 8 civilizations were known to have a deep foundation, when the universe was about to collapse, their subordinate races were still fighting with the Universe Guardian Alliance in the parallel universe. So after they found out that the universe was about to collapse, there was no time for those subordinate races to return to the special universe. At that time, the guides also asked the Earth Federation to take in their subordinate races, and the Earth Federation did so. It's just that so many eras have passed, and the subordinate races that belonged to them in the past have now become subordinate civilizations of the Earth Federation. So even when the big universe collapsed, their special universe was not destroyed, but their strength has declined by an unknown amount. In addition, they have not had new blood for such a long time, which makes their life extremely difficult. If it is just like this, it's fine. Without new blood, their strength will not decline. After all, they have a special universe, and they can recover after a period of rest. Unfortunately, God played a joke on them, and the monsters from the last universe appeared. They did not release these monsters. Although they got the special space left by the civilization race in the last universe era, there were no monsters in it. As for where these monsters came from, and which civilization race released them, they didn't know. But anyway, after these monsters discovered their special universe, they started to attack. Without philosophical weapons and sufficient manpower, the monsters can ignore the power of rules, so their wish to use the rules of the special universe to wipe out these monsters has failed. In this situation, the guides can only leave those level 8 civilizations to fight these monsters head-on. So at this time, the guides' days can be said to be very difficult, let alone exploring the current large universe and expanding the volume of the special universe. Now they can only stay inside the special universe and rely on the special universe to resist the attacks of the monsters. Good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. On this day, the subordinate race of the 9th level civilization discovered the special universe of the guides while passing through a space. After that, this civilization reported all the situations here to the 9th level civilization. At this time, the 9th level civilization was looking for someone to vent their anger on, and the guides came knocking on the door. Don't say anything. If you can't find the Earth Federation, then destroy the guides first. If the guides hadn't done those things back then, they, the 9th level civilization, wouldn't have ended up like this. So this time, the new and old grudges were settled together. The members of the 9th level civilization, who had undergone body transformation, were all ready to go to war. In less than a day, the fleet of the 9th level civilization set off and headed to the location of the guides at the fastest speed. At this time, the guides did not know that the 9th level civilization was coming, and they were still worried about the problem of the monsters outside. Chapter 801. In a conference room, the guides were meeting to discuss how to solve the problem of the monsters. According to the current situation, at most 30 epochs, the number of monsters will reach the limit that the universe crystal wall can bear. If we still can't solve this group of monsters, not only will the special universe be lost, but we will also be doomed. A clan leader of the 8th level civilization said, I think we can activate the technological system of the last universe era, although body modification will have strong side effects. But if we send out a team to destroy the mother nest of the monsters, then these monsters will not be a threat. Another patriarch of the 8th level civilization said immediately. However, how many people will be sacrificed to achieve this goal? You should know that we don't have many people now. It will take more than a few 100,000 people to destroy the mother nest surrounded by countless monsters. Even if the number of monsters does not continue to grow, we must at least absorb the entire population of the two races to achieve such consumption. This is still possible. If there are more powerful level 9 monsters in their mother nest, even if we send more people, it will be in vain. After the patriarch of the Level 8 civilization finished speaking, everyone was silent. Because he was telling the truth, with their current strength, they simply couldn't organize such a team. If they really want to destroy all monsters in one blow, including their mother nest, then there is only one way, that is, all civilized races in this special universe undergo body transformation. But the side effects of body modification are too terrible and irreversible. So if they do that, although they can destroy these monsters, they will also perish, which is a completely lose-lose situation. This is the situation they are facing now. They can't win by normal fighting. If they want to destroy the mother nest, they can't do it with too few people, and it's meaningless with too many people. It's better not to fight. So facing the monster attack, they can only hold on, and they can't think of any way. The guide sat there without saying a word. If he can still use his special abilities now, there is still one thing that can help scientists crack the side effects of body modification. But now, he has no special ability, and can't help it all. Just when they were frowning, and didn't know what to do, the Academy of Sciences suddenly sent a message saying that they had found a solution to the problem. Immediately, everyone stood up, left the meeting room, and went to the Academy of Sciences. What method can be used to solve the side effects of the soul? The guide asked immediately after arriving at the Academy of Sciences. It can't be said to be a perfect solution, but it can only be said that an alternative method has been found. Although there are still side effects, compared with the methods of the last universe era, this side effect is still acceptable. The solution we came up with is to use the genetic nuclear force weapon to replace our body, and engrave all the rule power on the genetic nuclear force weapon. In this way, our soul does not need to carry the rule power, and only needs to control the genetic nuclear force weapon to exert the same power. The scientist pointed to the big screen and said, "What are the side effects of doing this?" The guide nodded and continued to ask. The side effect is that when the rule power completely erodes the genetic nuclear force weapon, the genetic nuclear force weapon can only be stripped off. At that time, even if you want to fuse the genetic nuclear force weapon, you can't do it. In order to completely remove the influence of rule power on the human body, the soul that has been fused with the genetic nuclear force weapon can only be stripped away, so the consequence of doing so is to completely lose the genetic nuclear force weapon. When they lose the genetic nuclear force weapon, they will also lose the genetic nuclear force, and become an ordinary person from an evolver. The scientist answered immediately. The guide frowned and thought for a while, then looked at the other clan leaders of the 8th level civilization. Several clan leaders also nodded in approval. After all, compared to the side effect of directly using the soul to carry the power of rules, which eventually leads to death, this method of using genetic nuclear force weapons to carry the power of rules is still acceptable. At least after stripping off the genetic nuclear force weapons and losing the genetic nuclear force, people will not die, which is the most important thing. If this method is used, how long will it take to transform a person? The guide continued to ask. It is not certain yet. At present, we have only obtained the results based on simulation calculations, and have not yet actually operated. So we can't guarantee the time, but as long as there is no problem with the experiment, it can be carried out through the equipment. As for the body transformation equipment of the last universe era, we have completely cracked its principle. As long as it is properly transformed, it can be used as a transformation equipment based on nuclear force armament. The scientist thought for a while and replied, "Okay, from now on, the Academy of Sciences will put down all research topics and solve this matter as quickly as possible." The guide said seriously. "Okay." After the scientists came up with a solution, the guides finally had their minds at ease. The next meeting was not about what to do, but about how many people each civilized race should send for transformation. Although the side effects of body transformation have been reduced to this extent, the evolvers of any civilized race are not cabbages, especially those of their races that have already broken through the 8th level of civilization a long time ago. The evolvers in their races are all treasures. If the monster's attack was not too crazy, they would not let the evolvers do such a thing. After some discussion, they realized that it was meaningless to argue. Because even if the evolvers of all their civilizations were added together, they could barely make up the number of people for this plan. And with the number of evolvers, they might not be able to complete the task if they really faced a level 9 monster. But the arrow has been shot, and there is no turning back. Things have come to this point, and they can't give up even if they want to. Compared to the destruction of the special universe, they were trapped in the desperate situation of being hunted by monsters. Although the cost of losing an evolver was high, it was better than being exterminated. A week later, the Academy of Sciences successfully transformed an evolver. Through inspection, the genetic nuclear force weapon, as a part of the Evolver's body, can fully carry the power of rules. At the same time, the soul will not be eroded by the power of rules. It can be said that the experimental results are perfect. A month later, after several experiments, this method of transforming genetic nuclear force weapons has been completed and matured. Half a year later, a device specifically used to transform genetic nuclear force weapons was manufactured, and the guides also began to use this equipment to carry out large-scale transformation. Chapter 802. The First Fleet has set off. We can open the space channel of the independent universe and lead some monsters in. Wait a little longer until the First Fleet is deployed. In the special universe, the guides and the clan leaders of the 8th level civilization stared at the big screen. After a period of preparation, all the Evolvers have been transformed, and their genetic nuclear force weapons can all use the power of rules. Now they are fighting the monsters for the first time. In order to make them adapt to this new fighting method, the guides specially chose an independent universe as the battlefield. Open the space channel and guide those monsters into the independent universe. The guide saw that the First Fleet was ready and immediately issued an order. As the space channel opened, a group of monsters besieging the special universe discovered the First Fleet inside the independent universe. But compared to the giant of the special universe, the First Fleet was obviously a small ant. So after the space channel was opened, only a few 100,000 monsters entered the independent universe, and the remaining monsters did not move at all, and were still there tirelessly attacking the cosmic crystal wall of the special universe. Kinetic weapons activated, lock onto the monster group, and launch a saturation attack. After dealing with monsters for so many years, they already knew that the other monsters could not use the power of rules at all. So now all the weapons on these warships are assisted by the power of rules to enhance the power of weapons. And the attacks launched by the weapons are real pure physical attacks. The weapon they are using now is a weapon similar to the electromagnetic railgun, which uses the rules of gravity and repulsion to increase the speed of special projectiles to 100 times the speed of light. And then the projectiles themselves are also processed by the power of rules, and their density and mass have long exceeded the limit that normal matter can reach. Even with a monster as strong as this, it will be seriously injured if it is hit by this special projectile. Moreover, among these projectiles, there is an even more special projectile. After this projectile hits the monster, except for the 1/10 of the volume in front that will not change, all the remaining matter will be annihilated in an instant. The energy released at the moment of material annihilation provides super strong penetrating power for the remaining 1/10 of the volume of the projectile. These special projectiles are the real killer. As long as they are focused on the monster, they will penetrate the monster's body and kill it. After these projectiles were launched, teams of Evolvers, who had activated their genetic nuclear weapons, left the warships and formed up in the void of the universe, ready to deal with the monster's charge. And all the warships of the First Fleet, after launching a wave of attacks, began to slowly retreat. The 1st to 10th groups will fight the monsters head-on, the 11th to 15th groups will outflank them from both wings, and the 16th to 20th groups will be on standby at any time. After the commander gave the order, the Evolver's formation began to change. Groups 1 to 10, follow me to attack, kill. Instantly, the 10 square formations at the front began to charge, and at the same time their formations merged together to form a large vortex formation. Flank the 2 wings set off. Compared to the group that proved to be fighting against the monsters, the group that flanked the 2 wings did not have any huge momentum after setting off, but was very quiet. After all, what they had to do was to cut off the monster formation, cut the monster group in half from the middle, and split them into 2 parts. Soon, the Evolvers at the front collided with the monsters. The monsters radiated black light. Although they did not have any earth-shattering moves, their sharp claws were more powerful than many regular weapons. After the Evolvers were transformed, the power of their genetic nuclear weapons increased countless times. So when they faced this group of monsters, they had no fear, and did not even think of dodging. Instead, they raised their right fists, and faced the monster's sharp claws. Boom! There was no huge energy impact, but the space where the monster and the Evolver fought was shattered. The violent space turbulence broke out as the space was shattered, but this level of space turbulence had no effect on the 2 sides in the battle. An Evolver smashed the scales on the monster's body with 1 punch, causing the monster to bleed and roar wildly. But the modified genetic nuclear force weapon, even if facing the monster's attack, at most it would be hit into a pit. Therefore, in close combat, the Evolvers still have the upper hand. As the Evolvers become more and more familiar with this combat mode, they have a better grasp of the monster's weaknesses, and the monsters die faster and faster. Many Evolvers who initially had to fight for half a day to kill a monster now only need to attack a dozen times to catch the monster's weaknesses and launch a fatal attack. Inside the special universe, the guides finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. With the same number, the army of evolvers perfectly killed the monster group without being hurt. If even this kind of combat power is not enough, then nothing can be done. Half an hour later, there was no complete monster in the independent universe anymore, and all the monsters had been killed by the first fleet. Countless monster corpses floated in the void, and through these monster corpses, the power of the evolvers was also demonstrated. In the following time, the guides prepared to attack the monster's mother nest while conducting actual combat training for the evolver troops. Fleets after fleets, like the first fleet, fought monsters in various independent universes, using monsters as whetstones. By fighting monsters, they improved their combat effectiveness. And the guides, through exploration fleets, finally figured out the rule system of the universe, where the monster's mother nest was located. With the information of this rule system, the guides began to create special weapons specifically for this rule system. 2 years later, all the preparations had been completed, and the guides finally ordered the transformed evolutionary troops to start the decapitation operation against the mother nest. As a result, when the evolver troops set out on the way to the mother nest, they encountered the fleet of the 9th level civilization. When the two fleets opened a channel to the universe at the same time and entered this independent universe, they were stunned for a moment. The fleet of the 9th level civilization is not just one 9th level civilization, but a fleet composed of several 9th level civilizations. How is this possible? The guide was dumbfounded when he saw this fleet. The other clan leaders of the 8th level civilization were also dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why the 9th level civilizations came together again. Chapter 803. While the guides were still reacting, the 9th level civilization had already reacted. The violent spatial fluctuations spread outward from the 9th level civilization's warships. As the fluctuations spread, the universe they were in was instantly closed. It was not that the fluctuations blocked the entire universe, but that the fluctuations directly destroyed the spatial rules of this universe. When the spatial rules were destroyed, the fleet sent by the guides could only leave this universe by breaking the universe crystal wall of this universe. It has become impossible to leave this universe directly through the space channel. What does the 9th level civilization want to do? The guides were stunned after seeing the actions of the 9th level civilization. They never thought that the 9th level civilization fleet in front of them was here to destroy them. After all, the 9th level civilization in their memory really did not have the strength to destroy them, not to mention that the 9th level civilization only sent such a small force, which did not seem to be coming to fight at all. It was more like a reconnaissance fleet. Ask the level 9 civilization fleet what they want to do. If they are an exploration fleet, leave them there. The guide gave the order to the fleet commander. Although the guides are not afraid of the level 9 civilization, they don't want to cause trouble. After all, the two fleets are too close to the special universe. If the level 9 civilization fleet is sent back, their location will be exposed. That's why the guide gave this order. He wants to hide the location of the special universe. After receiving the order from the guide, the fleet commander rushed directly to the fleet of the 9th level civilization without saying a word. Their warships were not as powerful as those of the 9th level civilization, but their most powerful combat power was not the warships, but the evolvers inside the warships. When the 9th level civilization saw the fleet rushing over, it did not activate the defense rules system, but opened the hatch instead. What was going on? The 9th level civilization wanted to surrender? Everyone in the fleet was stunned. The reaction of the 9th level civilization really confused everyone, and they had no idea what they were doing. Only the guide and his group of senior leaders felt a bad feeling when they saw the 9th level civilization's actions. Did the 9th level civilization also undergo technological transformation? The guide looked at the big screen seriously, thinking of the worst result. The clan leaders of the 8th level civilization also frowned. This question was solved in less than a minute, because a member of the Stone clan rushed to the fleet quickly and punched a battleship, directly punching a hole in the battleship. So now, anyone who is not a fool knows that these people of the 9th level civilization in front of them are not easy to mess with. Following the actions of the Sure people, several other people of the 9th level civilization also began to attack. Facing the attack of the 9th level civilization people, the evolvers in the fleet did not sit still and wait for death. They all activated the genetic nuclear force weapons at the first time and rushed towards the 9th level civilization people. Soon, the two sides fought in a group. Compared with the huge size of some genetic nuclear force weapons, the 9th level civilization side seemed a little thin. Even the largest Stone clan member is only about 5 meters tall, which is a huge difference from the genetic nuclear force armored armor that is more than 10 meters, or even dozens of meters tall. However, the lethality of both sides is inversely proportional to the size of both sides. I saw a person from the 9th level civilization facing the huge fist of the genetic nuclear force armored, fearlessly facing it. Not only did he withstand the opponent's attack, but he also cracked the genetic nuclear force armored. This is not a coincidence. The whole battlefield is like this. The few people of the 9th level civilization suppressed countless evolvers and beat them into a rout. At this time, the warships carrying the evolvers had already been riddled with holes, and some evolvers' bodies could be seen in the wreckage of countless warships. These evolvers' bodies were all fatally injured and died instantly. Because at the beginning, the evolvers did not know the horror of these 9th level civilization people. So he relied on the strong defense of the genetic nuclear force to take the opponent's attack, but was killed in one hit. Now no evolver on the battlefield dares to take the attack of the 9th level civilization tribe. Instead, when an evolver is hit by the opponent, he will rush to rescue him immediately, otherwise the evolver will definitely die. So now on the entire battlefield, there are several or even dozens of evolvers surrounding a 9th level civilization tribe member to attack. But in this case, screams are heard from time to time, or some broken limbs fly out. You can imagine how tragic the entire battlefield is. No, we can't go on like this. I stop him later, and you guys launch your strongest attack. An evolver panted and said to his comrades. After that, he activated the strongest power of the genetic nuclear force and rushed forward without reservation. After seeing this, his comrades around him also began to concentrate their strength and prepare to launch the strongest attack. No, although you have also undergone transformation, the gap between you and us is too big. This transformation method is naturally prepared for our 9th level civilization. Our souls can fully bear the power of rules. And your power, which is obtained by trickery through the use of genetic nuclear force, cannot be compared with ours at all, so you should just die in peace. The besieged Eldar said disdainfully. Stop talking nonsense, just take my attack first. The evolver who prepared for a few seconds to condense the strongest attack roared angrily. The surface of his genetic nuclear force weapon has been emitting silver-white light, and lines of rules are clearly flashing on the surface of his body. This is a manifestation of his raising the power of rules to the extreme. But after seeing this situation, the spirit tribe member did not make any move, but stopped there, waiting for the other party to rush up. Since you don't believe it, I will show you what the strongest power of the 9th level civilization is. Otherwise, you can't understand how big the gap between you and me is. After the spirit tribe member finished speaking, regular lines began to appear on his body. However, the regular lines on the spirit tribe member's body are obviously much more complex than the regular lines on the surface of the evolver, and the number of regular lines is more than twice that of the evolver. This means that the regular power carried by the spirit tribe member is at least more than twice that of the evolver. Chapter 804. Boom! The attacks of both sides hit everything. This was a pure physical collision. But such a collision directly shattered the surrounding space, and the space fragments flew like pieces of paper with a shock wave. The two sides who launched the attack had different treatments at this time. The evolver of the 8th level civilization had been thrown away at this time, and the whole person was in a coma. Only one arm was left on his upper body, and his whole body was covered with cracks, looking extremely miserable. The Eldar people only retreated a few hundred kilometers and then stopped, standing safely in the void of the universe. Except for the dimming of the regular patterns on their bodies, there were no scars. At this time, the guides in the special universe and the leaders of the 8th level civilizations were already dumbfounded. They never thought that the fleet of evolvers prepared to destroy the monster nest would not have any resistance to the authentic technological transformation of the 9th level civilization. If the number of evolvers was not more than 10 times that of the 9th level civilization, they would have been slaughtered as soon as the two sides came into contact. Contact the Academy of Sciences. I want to know why there is such a big gap between the strength of our evolvers and the technological transformation of the 9th level civilization. The guide shouted angrily. At this time, the guides' hearts were bleeding. Every evolver was a treasure of a civilized race. Now they watched this group of evolvers being slaughtered by the 9th level civilization, but they could do nothing. How aggrieved it was. Soon, a group of scientists came to the command hall. Didn't you say that the genetic nuclear force weapons after transformation can be comparable to the physical body after technological transformation? Then tell me, why are our evolvers beaten by the 9th level civilization without any chance of fighting back? Is this what you call almost? The guide pointed at the big screen and shouted. A group of scientists didn't know what happened, but after they saw the scene on the big screen, they were also stunned. A few minutes later, a scientist sighed, shook his head and said, I didn't expect that the 9th level civilization actually carried out technological transformation. Let's quickly withdraw our evolvers, they can't win. Why is there such a one-sided massacre? Is the transformation of the genetic nuclear force weapon so bad? The guide said angrily. It's not that the transformation of the genetic nuclear force weapon is bad, but the 9th level civilization is much better at using the rule power than our evolvers. A scientist replied. That's right. Although the rule power carried by our genetic nuclear force weapon is not much worse than the rule power carried by the 9th level civilization in terms of total amount. In fact, the rule power we can exert is completely different from that of the 9th level civilization. Simply put, we and the 9th level civilization both use the power of rules to weather a piece of stone. Then the power we use is at most equivalent to a gust of wind, which destroys the stone from one angle. But the power of rules used by the 9th level civilization is a tornado, which blows the stone away directly, and then attacks from all directions. So although we also use the physical properties of wind to attack, the power we can exert is much worse than that of the 9th level civilization. This is because both of us are immune to direct damage from the power of rules, and can only fight through physical attacks. If we are not immune to the direct damage of the rule power, then the people of the 9th level civilization will be able to exert the rule power equivalent to the power of philosophical weapons at the first time, and we will have no power to fight back. Another scientist also said, Is there no solution? The guide asked. There is no solution, because the genetic nuclear force weapon can never be compared with the human body, let alone the soul. The scientist shook his head and said, There is no way to deal with this, just like your own hands. Whether it is more convenient to use your hands to directly pick up things, or to use your hands to control other devices to pick up things, you don't need to think about it. The guide looked at the scientists with gloomy faces, and had no way to continue to get angry. And even if he got angry, what's the use? It can't solve any problems at all. Now in front of the guides is not only the threat of the 9th level civilization, but after the evolutionary fleet is destroyed, even if the 9th level civilization does not launch an attack, those monsters will be destroyed by the special universe. So there is only one way in front of them, that is to evacuate the special universe. The special universe can no longer be stayed. After the 9th level civilization destroys the evolutionary fleet, it will definitely attack the special universe. At that time, even if they want to escape, there will be no time. There is no arguing. The situation is here. Anyone who is not a fool knows what to choose. So in less than a minute, the guide and others reached a consensus and decided to give up the special universe and evacuate. However, even if they wanted to withdraw, they could not leave the entire special universe for the 9th level civilization to take advantage of. Not only did they take away the core of the special universe, but a huge rule bomb was also left in the core space of the special universe by the guide. This bomb cannot be found from the outside world at all. Only by mastering the highest authority of the special universe can one enter the core rule space. But it is not so easy to crack the highest authority of the special universe. By the time the 9th level civilization cracked the highest authority, the rule bomb had already exploded. Not only that, when the guides issued the order, they did not evacuate, but all of them went out to attack the monster. Of course, there are also civilized races left inside the special universe to guard the house. But these civilized races are not the direct descendants of the guides and the 8th level civilization. These civilized races are lucky and just happened to enter the special universe before the collapse of the big universe, so they escaped. So now is the time for them to make use of their remaining energy. Just think about what will happen to the guards. These civilizations were left behind to delay the time of the 9th level civilization. If the 9th level civilization fleet found that there was no civilization in the entire special universe after entering the special universe, then the 9th level civilization fleet would definitely chase after it at the first time, and would not stay inside the special universe. In that case, wouldn't the rule bombs be wasted in vain? In order to provide them with enough evacuation time, and to destroy the 9th level civilization, these guarding civilizations could only sacrifice generously. 20 minutes later, the guides, protectors, and the motherships of the 8th level civilizations all started quickly, and left the special universe. At this time, the evolvers in that universe had been almost killed by the 9th level civilization. Chapter 805. This is their special universe charge-in. After destroying those evolvers, the level 9 civilization fleet quickly reached the location of the special universe. Although the guide had closed the space channel between the special universe and the outside world before leaving, this was not a problem for the level 9 civilization fleet. Warning, intruders spotted. What's going on? Where did the invaders come from? Didn't the large force that just left go to resist the enemy? How could the enemy invade the special universe? It's impossible. The remaining civilizations were stunned after receiving the warning from the intelligent brain, and they were amazed at these inexplicable invaders. Could it be that the large army was destroyed by the enemy in such a short time? The remaining civilizations were panicked and thought, if the large army was destroyed, what else could they do? Guide, Fusion, Protector, come out and die. The 9th level civilization fleet turned on the broadcast and said very arrogantly. However, the faces of those civilizations that stayed behind changed instantly after hearing the broadcast of the 9th level civilization. Since the enemy did not encounter a large force, combined with the current situation, they figured out that everything was fake and they had been abandoned. Just as these civilizations that stayed behind were about to tell the 9th level civilization everything, the core of the special universe suddenly erupted with an extremely huge gravitational force, and the space was distorted in front of this huge gravitational force. Although the 9th level civilization fleet can ignore such gravitational rules, the space inside the entire special universe has become distorted due to the terrifying gravitational force, which makes them feel very bad. Run! They want to die with us. The 9th level civilization quickly figured out what this meant, but unfortunately, it was too late to escape at this time. The entire special universe quickly contracted inward, causing endless material flows to press inward. Under such circumstances, the 9th level civilization could not break through the endless material flow even if it ignored the power of rules. In the end, the entire special universe was compressed into a singularity, erupting with extremely terrifying energy and matter. The surrounding space was instantly destroyed under the impact of this force, and even the dimensional turbulence layer was aroused by this force, causing huge waves. In the space tens of thousands of universes away, a huge fleet was on its way, but suddenly felt the space shaking. Huge cracks appeared in the space, and even the built space channel was destroyed in an instant. The guides and the clan leaders of the 8th level civilization looked very ugly after feeling this fluctuation. This means that the special universe they worked so hard to build has been completely destroyed. Don't be depressed. As long as we are still alive, the special universe can be rebuilt sooner or later, and one day we can go back for revenge. The guide said to everyone in a deep voice. We will destroy the 9th level civilization sooner or later. That's right, this time we have to find a more secret location. When we become a god-level civilization, we must let the 9th level civilization feel the feeling of being crushed. The guides have not given up. After all, the core of the special universe is still there, and it won't take long to rebuild the special universe. They still have a chance to take revenge, but the probability is hard to say. As time went by, the guides and their huge fleet crossed countless universes and finally came to a secret place and began the reconstruction of the special universe. At this time, the 9 trunk lines of the Earth Federation have already penetrated countless universes. On this day, when one of the Earth Federation's trunk lines continued to be laid forward, an extremely huge universe was discovered. This is a real special universe. Send a message to the headquarters immediately to inform the headquarters that a real special universe has been discovered ahead of the laying of the number 3 trunk line. After discovering this huge universe, the first thing the civilization race that built the trunk line thought of was to pass on the message. After the message was delivered, this civilized race was ready to deliver information to the special universe in front of them, indicating that they were a civilized race belonging to the Earth Federation. After all, it was not the first time that a special universe was discovered while laying the main line. Many civilized races can now transform independent universes and gradually turn them into special universes. However, most of these civilized races with special universes would give the Earth Federation some face. It's just that the special universe in front of them is really too big, many times bigger than any independent special universe they have seen. In their impression, only the parallel universe of the Earth Federation can be compared with this special universe. So they immediately thought of the legend in their minds. It is said that before the collapse of the universe, there were 4 major forces in the entire universe. Among them, the special universe of the 9th level civilization had been destroyed by the Earth Federation before the collapse of the universe, and the remaining 3 major forces, except for the Earth Federation, have 2 forces that have real special universes. Among the 2 forces that have real special universes, one has a good relationship with the Earth Federation, and the other has no connection at all. Who knows which force this special universe belongs to? If the other party does not give face to the Earth Federation, they will probably die here. They are not a civilized race born before the collapse of the universe, so they can't judge which force this special universe belongs to. Of course, if there is a civilized race born before the collapse of the universe, after seeing this special universe, they will definitely be able to directly say the name of this special universe before the civilization cemetery space. Earth Federation. I haven't heard this name for a long time. Naya muttered to herself after receiving the message from the civilized race that laid the main line. After a while, Naya looked at the big screen with cold eyes, and saw the main line that spread to the depths of the universe. Since we can meet under such circumstances, we should also make it clear about the grievances between us. Naya's eyes seemed to see the location of the Earth Federation in the depths of the endless universe. The next second, Naya waved her hand, and the endless monsters in the data universe suddenly appeared in the space at the end of the third trunk line. The civilized race that laid the trunk line did not even last a minute under the attack of the endless monsters, and turned into cosmic dust. Then these monsters moved quickly along the third trunk line. After this group of monsters disappeared, less than 5 minutes later, another group of monsters appeared from the data universe, and continued to move along the trunk line. In this way, the monsters in the data universe seemed endless, and a large number of more than 1 million monsters would appear every 5 minutes. No one knew what impact these monsters would have on the entire universe, not even Naya herself. Chapter 806. Boss, the civilization that laid the third trunk line sent a message that they discovered a special universe. Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. A special universe again. This is the nth special universe. Xiang Qian said with a smile, not taking it seriously at all. Boss, this time is different from the previous ones. It is indeed a special universe. Shinkong emphasized. Yes. Xiang Qian became interested after hearing Shinkong's emphasis. If the civilizations that laid the trunk and branch line said they had discovered a special universe, he might not care. But Shinkong said so, which means it should be true this time. Xiang Qian turned his head, and his pupils instantly widened. Because what was displayed on the screen was a special universe that he was very familiar with, the special universe of the civilization graveyard. Where is it? Xiang Qian asked seriously. At the top of the third main line, 3.75 billion universes away from us. Shinkong answered immediately. Did the other party make any moves? Xiang Qian asked. It's not clear yet, and other information has not been transmitted back. I have fully opened the information network of the third trunk line. No matter what happens on the third trunk line, we will monitor it. Now we are waiting for the information to be transmitted. After all, the distance is too far, and the information transmission will take a long time. Shinkong replied. Xiang Qian nodded and said nothing, but was thinking about the special universe of the civilization cemetery. Before the collapse of the universe, this special universe of the civilization cemetery was a relatively special existence. The civilized race that made the civilization cemetery a special universe did not seem to like to communicate with other civilized races. Up to now, the Earth Federation still didn't know which civilization had transformed the civilization cemetery, so Xiang Qian couldn't judge the other party's actions after discovering the Earth Federation. As a result, 10 minutes later, Xiang Qian saw a shocking scene. Countless monsters emerged from that special universe, instantly destroying the civilization that laid the third trunk line, and then quickly moved along the third trunk line toward the Earth Federation. And every 5 minutes, a large number of monsters emerged from that special universe, also moving along the third trunk line toward the Earth Federation. What Xiang Qian couldn't understand was that according to the nature of the monsters, they couldn't leave the third trunk line undestroyed and rush directly to the Earth Federation. This was not in line with the characteristics of the monsters themselves. Starry Sky, check where the closest civilization to the end of the third trunk line is? After a while, Xiang Qian asked. Boss, the closest civilization to the end of the third trunk line is 113 million universes ahead of the end, and they are heading towards the end of the third trunk line. Soon Shinkong found the information Xiang Qian needed. Notify them to stop advancing immediately, and then dismantle the equipment of a section of the main line as quickly as possible, and use those equipment to build an infinite loop in the shape of an 8. After the loop is built, disconnect the connection with the main line on our side, connect the main line at the end, and then retreat to a safe distance. Xiang Qian said immediately. Okay, boss. Pass this message to the staff department, let them prepare to intercept the fleet, and set up a defense line on the third main line. Okay, boss. After arranging everything, Xiang Qian closed his eyes again, and began to think about the relationship between the special universe of the civilization cemetery and these monsters. It stands to reason that before the collapse of the big universe, even if the civilization cemetery was transformed into a special universe, there should be no news from the last universe era and the mother nests of those monsters inside the civilization cemetery. All the information from the last universe era and the mother nests of these monsters were all found in various special spaces after the collapse of the big universe. Then the civilized race that transformed the civilization cemetery into a special universe should not be a civilized race that survived the last universe era. And of course, it cannot be a monster. But after excluding these possibilities, how can we explain the current situation? Let alone saying that the special universe has been occupied, that is definitely impossible. But if the special universe has not been occupied, how can these monsters pour out from the inside of the special universe, and seem to have organized attacks? The civilized race that transformed the civilization cemetery surrendered to the monsters, or united with the monsters, or they have found a way to control these monsters. After thinking about it, Xiang Qian thought the third possibility was more likely. But it is not that easy to control monsters. The Earth Federation has not found a way to control monsters for so many years. It does not mean that the Earth Federation is definitely stronger than the civilized race that transformed the civilization graveyard. But it is definitely not weaker than the other party. Xiang Qian has this confidence. But now even the Earth Federation has not found any way to control monsters, and the other party can already control monsters. This is unbelievable. Could it be that the other party has found a way to control the monster nest, and control these monsters through the nest? Xiang Qian suddenly thought of this, but then he shook his head again. The possibility of the nest being controlled is even lower. Forget it for now. Let's see what tricks the other party plays. Xiang Qian looked at the group of monsters displayed on the big screen, and thought indifferently. After all, although there are many monsters displayed on the big screen, none of them is equivalent to the strength of the 9th level civilization. The strongest is only equivalent to the monster of the 8th level peak civilization. Monsters like this can't pose any threat to the Earth Federation at all. The only thing Xiang Qian hates is the number of these monsters, and their mad dog spirit. Once you are stuck by a monster, as long as you don't destroy the mother nest, these monsters will be as annoying as a dog skin plaster and stick to you tightly. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 hours passed, and the order conveyed by Xiang Qian was finally delivered to the civilized race that was heading to the end of the third main line. After receiving Xiang Qian's order, this civilized race quickly followed the content of the order. At this time, the general staff had also formulated an interception plan, waiting for the fleet to be assembled and then deployed at the interception location. For things like clearing monsters, many civilized races in the Earth Federation are already familiar with it. However, the difference between this interception and the previous monster clearing is that there are too many monsters, and there is a constant supply of troops. In addition, the place where the monsters are intercepted is far away from the Earth Federation, and cannot get the help of the light of civilization. You must know that after so many years of accumulation, the coverage of the light of civilization has reached all the space surrounded by the 3 branches around the Earth Federation. If the 9 main lines are the skeleton, then the branch lines are channels that connect all the main lines horizontally by taking a point from the same position of each main line, just like a spider web. Few people can count how many cosmic spaces are surrounded by the 3 branch lines, but according to the fact that the 3rd branch line is a node taken from the 30 million cosmic spaces opened up by the main line, we can imagine how many cosmic spaces there are within this coverage area, which must be calculated in units of 100 million. This is just the coverage area, and the impact area is even further, reaching the location of the 8th branch line. So the current Earth Federation is already very powerful. If the light of civilization has not undergone a qualitative change in so many epochs, the strength of the Earth Federation will definitely be even stronger now. But even so, the Earth Federation is not afraid of any adjustments now. What's more, the Academy of Sciences has already said that the light of civilization will definitely undergo a qualitative change in a maximum of 10 epochs, and that is when the civilization system will be completely formed. When the Earth Federation was preparing to intercept the monsters sent by Naya, the reborn 9th civilization was looking for news about the Earth Federation throughout the universe. With the destruction of the special universe of the guides, the 9th civilization now only had the Earth Federation as its only thorn in its eyes. So the 9th civilization spared no effort in finding the Earth Federation. In fact, neither the Earth Federation, Naya, nor the 9th civilization knew that the place where they met again was exactly the interception position set by the Earth Federation General Staff. Chapter 807. 3 months later, the monster group has entered the 8-shaped infinite loop channel. At the beginning, Naya did not have any problems. After all, she could not pay attention to the actions of the monster group all the time, and the location of the Earth Federation was too far away from the data universe. Even at the speed of the monsters, it would take tens of thousands of years to reach there. So after Naya gave the order to advance along the main line, she did not pay much attention to the actions of the monster group. But half a year later, when Naya was checking where the monsters had reached, she suddenly found something wrong. Because although the 8-shaped infinite loop channel was said to be infinite, the space was still limited. As more and more monsters entered the channel, the monsters became denser. After Naya discovered this situation, she could find the problem with a casual observation. So after Naya discovered this problem, she immediately ordered the monsters to break through the universe and return to the correct route again. Just as the monsters re-entered the main line and quickly moved towards the Earth Federation, Xiang Qian also received this news. At this time, Xiang Qian had already determined that this group of monsters was controlled by other civilized races. Otherwise, these monsters would not have been able to escape the 8-shaped infinite loop channel and directly find the correct position of the main line. In fact, Xiang Qian had such a feeling before. After all, these monsters would not give up destroying the equipment on the main line, just because there was no one inside the equipment arranged on the main line. The only possible reason why the monsters gave up destroying the main line and rushed directly to the Earth Federation was that these monsters were controlled by humans. Xiang Qian set up the infinite loop channel in the shape of an 8 not to trap the monsters, but to confirm his guess, which has now become a fact. Shinkong, notify the interception fleet and tell them to be careful. This time their opponents are not brainless monsters, but monsters controlled by other civilized races. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. Okay, boss. 20,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the Earth Federation's interception fleet had already set up a defense line, waiting for the arrival of the monster group. Although the Earth Federation has mainly studied the civilization system for so many years, the power of the scientific and technological system has not been abandoned. So now the warships of the Earth Federation can also cause considerable damage to monsters. These are all weapons that have been redeveloped based on the rule system of the previous universe era and are specifically designed to deal with monsters. The monsters will arrive in 1 minute. All weapons begin to charge. The attack countdown begins. 59, 58, 57. Inside a universe, countless steel planets form a fortress that is densely packed and covers most of the universe. All the planets and materials that originally evolved in this universe were transformed into these fortresses in front of us after the arrival of the Earth Federation. So this universe looks like one side is filled with dense steel fortresses that fill half of the universe, while the other side is empty and has no materials at all. After a minute, a huge space channel suddenly appeared in the empty half of the universe, and countless monsters poured out of the space channel. At this moment, before these monsters could see the situation in front of them, the attack of the Earth Federation had already covered the sky and the Earth. There was no violent energy impact, nor earth-shaking light and shadow effects. But these countless monsters, who had just entered this universe, were basically destroyed instantly under this wave of attacks from the Earth Federation. Countless tiny pinholes appeared on the bodies of each dead monster. But it was these tiny pinholes that penetrated their extremely hard scales and took away their vitality. In less than 3 seconds, the bodies of the dead monsters began to collapse, just like a body made of sand, which collapsed when it was washed by water. But before the Earth Federation launched a second attack, countless monsters once again surged out of the space channel. These monsters stepped on the bodies of the previous batch of monsters and rushed towards the defense line of the Earth Federation. But their fate was the same as the previous batch of monsters. They all fell into the cosmic void heading towards the Earth Federation's defense line. The only progress they made was that they were one step closer to the Earth Federation's defense line. Next, monsters continued to pour out of the space channel, and the Earth Federation guarded the defense line and eliminated the monsters wave after wave. However, as the number of monsters increased, the distance between the Earth Federation and the monsters became closer and closer. When the monsters really touched the Earth Federation's defense line, the Earth Federation's defense line collapsed. This is not only understood by Xiang Qian in the Earth Federation, but also by Naya, who controls the monsters. But neither Xiang Qian nor Naya thought of attacking through other methods. For example, Naya could control the monsters to go to the Earth Federation through other routes, or she could suspend the attack on the Earth Federation's defense line, gather enough monsters, and then break through the defense line in one blow. Xiang Qian could also send a large fleet to attack the data universe directly, or send several fleets to intercept the monsters in sections on the main route. Although they have very different attack and defense methods, both sides are tacitly fighting in the same space. To be precise, they are fighting on the third main line, because the Earth Federation has prepared not one line of defense, but countless lines of defense. Even if the defense line of this space is breached, when the monster enters the next space, it will face another line of defense of the Earth Federation. Such a fight can be said to be very strange, a bit like a fight between children. You punch me, I kick you back. Although they were fighting, it was not a life-and-death struggle. But in fact, neither the Earth Federation nor Naya would easily launch a general attack at this moment, because none of them was sure that they could wipe out the other side in one wave. Once they wiped out the other side in one wave, their own trump card would be exposed, and then they would be waiting for the other side's counterattack. Such a result would inevitably come at the cost of the complete annihilation of one side, but such a price was too high. Before they were absolutely sure, neither Xiang Qian nor Naya would do that. So the seemingly ridiculous war is a competition of the two sides' foundation. Once one side shows a trace of fatigue, it will be greeted by the other side's full-strength attack. This competition is comprehensive. It is not that the Earth Federation has more people and Naya controls endless monsters, so it can gain the upper hand. It is just the beginning now. Maybe after a while, the monsters faced by the Earth Federation will be able to defend against the current attack. It is also possible that in the next moment, the Earth Federation will take out new weapons and directly wipe out the monster group, leaving the monster group with no room for resistance. This is all uncertain. So don't think that the two sides are fighting fiercely now, but this can only be regarded as a warm-up. Naya paid attention to the situation on the battlefield, improved the monsters, and also worked hard to study ways to replicate the mother nest. Xiang Qian was the same, continuously sending various equipment to the battlefield, and at the same time asked scientists to speed up the experimental progress, striving to complete the civilization system as soon as possible. Chapter 808. While the Earth Federation and the monsters controlled by Naya were fighting fiercely on the third main line, the Earth Federation parallel universe was very stable. Today, the parallel universe has expanded countless times. Compared with the independent universe space next to it that has not yet been merged into the parallel universe, it is the gap between a star and a meteor. Inside the parallel universe, about 1/3 of the space has been completely allocated to the Academy of Sciences for experiments. In this universe, the highest level of civilization has reached the 7th level of civilization, and the lowest has not yet entered the feudal society. There are countless civilized races entering the universe. Every once in a while, these civilizations will be eliminated by the Academy of Sciences. This elimination does not mean erasure, but it means that this civilization has no research value, so it must be removed from this space. There are 5 races in this space that have the most potential to break through the limitations of the Earth's cultural system. One of them is composed entirely of humans, called the Han Empire. The Han Empire is a peak level 3 civilization, and is about to break through to the 4th level civilization. Now all scientists of the entire race are working hard to break through the 4th level civilization. On this day, on the campus of the Han Empire Scientists Affiliated University, a physicist was giving a lecture to doctoral students. As we all know, all matter in the universe is composed of countless particles. Theoretically, as long as we can control the arrangement and combination of all particles, we can get all the matter we want. What I am going to talk about below is the current scientific analysis of several insights gained from the light of civilization. The first one is the most widely studied force field pressure combination method. Use strong gravitational and repulsive forces to act on atoms, and forcibly change the arrangement of particles in atoms. This method is a bit like the ancient iron forging, using external force to force the material to change its form to meet our needs. Although this method is widely used, it is actually quite barbaric, and is a relatively low-level method of changing the arrangement and combination of particles. What I will talk about next is the gain method. A scientist stood in the center of the virtual teaching hall and talked to hundreds of thousands of students. As the scientist's speech deepened, the people listening below began to frown, and some even began to discuss via private messages. Among these students, a pale young man frowned from time to time, and sometimes wrote down some things and formulas on his brain. Soon, after the 2-hour class ended, the young man immediately sent a question to the scientist via private message. In less than 2 minutes, the young man appeared in a reception room, and the scientist smiled and said to him, "Student Zhang Di, do you have any questions that you don't understand and need my explanation?" "Hello, Academician Wang. After listening to your lecture, I suddenly thought of some questions. I hope you can help me solve them," Zhang Di said sincerely. "Ask any questions you have. I will do my best to answer them for you." Academician Wang nodded and said, "Thank you, Academician Wang. That's right. Although scientifically speaking, all matter is composed of particles. But I remember that it was mentioned in the propaganda of the light of civilization that the power of the light of civilization can be transformed into any known and certain substance. So what exactly is the light of civilization? If the light of civilization has such power, why can't we use the light of civilization to change the arrangement and combination of particles, Or let the light of civilization demonstrate the way to control the arrangement and combination of particles? Zhang Di asked in confusion. You must know that in this universe, the light of civilization has replaced the rules of the universe. All civilized races in this universe believe that the light of civilization is omnipotent. However, their exploration of the light of civilization is at a low level. And the power of the light of civilization that a civilized race can use is limited, and it is all kept as a trump card of a civilized race. Except for the limited amount given to the Academy of Sciences for scientific experiments, it is impossible to waste it. This also leads to the fact that although the light of civilization is powerful, even the 7th level civilization has not figured out the full effect of the light of civilization. I don't know what the light of civilization is, but I know that the existence of the light of civilization has exceeded our understanding of the universe. Maybe we can only see a quarter of the light of civilization after we become an advanced civilization. As for the method you mentioned, we have indeed tried it. But in fact, it is completely useless, because the process presented by using the power of the light of civilization to change the arrangement and combination of particles is suitable no matter which known method is applied. And the method we have not researched will not appear in this process even if we use the light of civilization. So it is impossible to use the light of civilization to take shortcuts. If that were really possible, would we still need to work so hard to do experiments? As long as the light of civilization reveals all the physical secrets, we can derive countless formulas and make rapid breakthroughs in science and technology. Unfortunately, if you hadn't proposed that theory, the light of civilization wouldn't have evolved at all. Academician Wang said with emotion that when he was young, he had the same idea as Zhang Di, but it was impossible. As long as the correct theory is proposed, the light of civilization can present the real results. As for unknown situations, one can only analyze them by oneself. This is the magical power of the light of civilization, Zhang Di thought in his heart. Student Zhang Di, do you have any questions? Academician Wang looked at Zhang Di in a daze and said, No, thank you Academician Wang, goodbye. Zhang Di shook his head and said, Goodbye. Time passed slowly, and more than 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. The young Zhang Di also reached middle age and became a great scientist in the Han Empire. He also had an independent laboratory in the Academy of Sciences, which could be said to be a pillar of the country. But after so many years, Zhang Di still hasn't given up his research on the light of civilization. But unfortunately, even though he is a top scientist in the Academy of Sciences, he has no right to call on the power of the light of civilization. And when he can call on the light of civilization, he must use the power of the light of civilization in experiments. So over the years, the experience he has accumulated in the research on the light of civilization is limited to practical operations, and there is no innovation in theory. Academician Zhang, the dean asked me to notify you to attend a meeting. The assistant said to Zhang Di. Well, I know, you record this experimental data. After Zhang Di finished speaking, he turned around and left the office. Soon, Zhang Di came to the office of the Dean of the Academy of Sciences. Chapter 809. Dean, you're looking for me. After arriving at the Dean's office, Zhang Di sat directly on the sofa and said, What are you busy with recently? It's been a long time since I came to visit you. Academician Wang, who has become the Dean of the Academy of Sciences, said with a smile. After hundreds of years of contact, he has regarded Zhang Di as his own junior. Still busy with the previous experiment, I have a new idea. Zhang Di said while eating fruit. Put aside your experiment for now. There is a task that requires you to take action. Take a look at this document first. Zhang Di took the document curiously, wondering what mission he had to take on personally. After reading the document, Zhang Di's face became serious. Is this true? Zhang Di asked, putting down the document. Yes, that's why I sent you. I don't trust anyone else. Dean Wang nodded. When? You will set off with the fleet tomorrow morning. Well, I go back and prepare. After saying that, Zhang Di stood up and prepared to leave. But before he even reached the door, Dean Wang called him. Why are you in such a hurry? Let's go somewhere first. Dean Wang opened the bookcase and took Zhang Di into a secret passage. After passing through more than a dozen security doors and inspections, Dean Wang took Zhang Di to a hall. There was nothing else in the hall except a small round table with a ball of light suspended above it. This is the entity of the light of civilization, Zhang Di said in surprise as he looked at the ball of light. He could fully feel the vast and mysterious power in the ball of light in front of him. Yes, this is the entity of the light of civilization, but it is condensed by the power of the light of civilization. We have not yet been able to condense the power of the light of civilization. This time your mission is very dangerous, So I negotiated with the high-level officials of the Empire, and asked you to bring the light of civilization with you. With the power of the light of civilization, I think even if the mission cannot be completed, your life will not be in danger. Dean Wang said. How can I bring the light of civilization with me? Zhang Di was dumbfounded this time. He really didn't think that he could take the light of civilization with him to complete the mission. Dean Wang didn't explain, he just grabbed the light of civilization and threw it at Zhang Di, frightening Zhang Di to quickly raise his hands to catch it. As a result, when the light ball touched Zhang Di's hands, it directly sank into his body and disappeared. What's going on? Zhang Di looked at his hands in a daze. The light of civilization is actually not physical, but when separating the light of civilization of the entire race, the light of civilization can be made into a physical entity like just now. As for why it entered your body, it is because this ball of light of civilization has long been marked with your mark. Otherwise, even if you are exhausted to death, you cannot use the power of the light of civilization. The power of this light of civilization is enough for you to use 3 times, which is equivalent to the power of the main gun. No matter what you use the power of the light of civilization for, its total power will not change, so you can only use it at the critical moment, understand? Dean Wang said seriously. I know. Zhang Di nodded and said that at this time, he had already felt the power of the light of civilization in his mind. Now, as long as he thought about it, he could use the power of the light of civilization. Let's go back. After returning, Dean Wang explained the mission to Zhang Di and reminded him of what to pay attention to. Although Zhang Di understood all this, he still stayed and listened to Dean Wang's explanation in order to reassure Dean Wang. The next day, Zhang Di followed the fleet to the mission site, which was a prehistoric civilization site in the Han Empire. The reason why Zhang Di was asked to go there was that the internal mechanism of this prehistoric site could not be opened by force, and the internal settings could only be passed after solving those puzzles. So if you want to really enter the ruins, you must let real scientists take action. 5 months later, the fleet finally arrived at the ruins. Zhang Di led a large group of soldiers into the gate of the ruins. It was not that he did not want to bring more people, but the rules of the ruins restricted him from bringing so many people. But soon after Zhang Di led his men into the ruins, dozens of huge warships suddenly consolidated the space jump method and directly arrived at the location of the ruins, leaving the Han Empire no time to react. Even if they reacted, it was useless. The civilized race that sent out these dozens of huge warships was not comparable to the Han Empire, so the fleet guarding the ruins was destroyed by dozens of huge warships in less than 10 minutes. Then, a group of people appeared inside a warship and also entered the ruins. In the face of such a situation, the Han Empire had no way to deal with it. They would definitely not be able to defeat them. Even if they could use the power of the light of civilization to destroy the fleet in front of them, they would have no way to resist the enemy when it sent out a more powerful fleet next time. Therefore, the Han Empire could only send people to negotiate. Even if they didn't fight for the things in the ruins, they had to ensure Zhang Di's safety. Otherwise, even if the Han Empire risked its life, it would have to leave the other side's fleet behind. At this time, Zhang Di, who had already entered the ruins, had no idea of the situation outside. He was concentrating on cracking the passage and dodging the difficult questions one by one, moving forward slowly. At the beginning, his cracking speed was still relatively fast, but after a while, the questions in the passage became more and more biased. Many problems were completely different from the technology system of the Han Empire, which troubled him. A month later, when Zhang Di cracked a level again, they suddenly entered a room. The room was very empty, with only a table and a storage device on it. Zhang Di immediately took out a computer to read the information in the storage device, and the information stored in it made him dumbfounded. It's incredible that there is such a technology that can use the power of the light of civilization to transform the essence of life. Zhang Di said in shock after reading the information. After a while, Zhang Di stood up, put away the storage device, and left the room, and came to the next level. After reading the problem on the level, Zhang Di did not crack it, but prepared to return to the fleet with the storage device. After all, a month has passed, and they have consumed almost 1/3 of the supplies they brought, and he himself is a little tired. So Zhang Di thought about it, and prepared to return. Anyway, the ruins are here, and will not run away. According to the difficulty of the questions on the level, it would take more than a short time to completely crack this relic, so there was no need to be so anxious. Unfortunately, when they had walked 1/3 of the way back, they suddenly saw another group of people, and they were obviously not from the Han Empire, but alien life. Chapter 810. What's going on? When Zhang Di and his team saw the group of people, they were all stunned and had no idea what was going on. Fortunately, there was a gate between them and the other side. They could see the scene on the other side through the gate, but the other side could not see them. Academician Zhang, what should we do? The captain of the team protecting Zhang Di asked. Don't worry, let's retreat first and wait until they pass this level. After thinking for a while, Zhang Di spoke. Although Zhang Di didn't know what was going on, why he could see people from other civilizations in the ruins within the Han Empire. But he knew that for ruins like this, even if the civilization had a good relationship with the Han Empire, it would be impossible for the Han Empire to agree to send scientists to study them together. What's more, the civilization they saw was not the one they were familiar with, which made things even more suspicious. 5 days later, Zhang Di looked at the other party opening the door and immediately asked, which civilization are you from, and why are you here? As a result, after the other party opened the gate, they were stunned for a moment when they saw Zhang Di and his group, but after hearing Zhang Di's question, they attacked Zhang Di and his group without saying a word. Let's go back immediately. Zhang Di quickly passed through the gate under the protection of the team, and then everyone in the other team said. When the gate of the checkpoint was closed again, they breathed a sigh of relief. The enemy's firepower was too strong. In just a short period of time, 5 of them were injured, 2 of whom were seriously injured. Academician Zhang, what should we do now? The team leader asked. Go back and continue to crack the ruins. Zhang Di looked at the alien civilization across the door and said calmly. But we don't have enough supplies. Even if we go back, we can't hold on for long. Let's talk about this later. Now we have only this way to go. The team leader didn't say anything else. This was the only way for now. We definitely can't beat the other side, so there is no point in staying here. Now we can only hope that there will be a solution to the problem inside the ruins. After leaving 2 people to monitor the other side's actions, Zhang Di led his men back to the previous position and began to crack the level. In order not to be eliminated by the other side, the only way is to keep cracking faster than the other side, otherwise once being chased, you can only wait for death. Time passed slowly as the 2 teams continued to crack the passage, and 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Zhang Di and his men's supplies had been completely consumed. Even if they only kept eating enough food every day to avoid starvation for 10 years, those supplies were finally consumed. Now they are all skinny, with ugly faces. They are out of breath even when they stand up and walk a few steps. They are extremely weak. However, at this time, Zhang Di's eyes are very bright. He has spent a whole year to crack this level. Cracking the level is not the most important thing, but through the process of cracking the level, he has a deeper understanding of the light of civilization. Ka. When the gate of the level opened, Zhang Di smiled very happily. The soldiers of the team also looked behind the gate, but when they saw that there was another checkpoint behind the gate, they were completely desperate. Because there was no food, even if the checkpoint in front of them had been cracked, they had no time to crack the next checkpoint. Besides, even if they cracked the next checkpoint, what would happen? There would still be no supplies. So they would die sooner or later, and their only hope was shattered after the gate of this checkpoint was opened. Academician Zhang, there's no need to waste your energy. We can't hold out until the day after tomorrow. The team leader said weakly. Hearing the team leader's words, Zhang Di shook his head and said happily, No, you're wrong. We can still hold out for a long time, and it won't take long for everyone to recover to their peak state. Do we have supplies, or can we leave? How should I put it? It's a bit troublesome to explain, but you should just assume that we have supplies, or supplies that will never run out. Zhang Di leaned against the wall, panting. He was weak, and after laughing just now, he had wasted too much energy, and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. But he was still very happy, because he finally found a way to use the light of civilization to solve the current situation. Academician Zhang, you didn't lie to us. Where are the supplies? A group of people also asked excitedly. Give me an hour, and you will know then. Zhang Di closed his eyes after saying that. Others didn't know what Zhang Di meant, but no one would disturb him at this time, and they were all waiting for the miracle that would happen in an hour. Less than an hour later, more than 40 minutes later, a burst of light enveloped Zhang Di. When the light disappeared, Zhang Di's weak body had completely recovered, his complexion returned to normal, and the whole person seemed to have returned to 10 years ago. A group of people looked at Zhang Di stupidly, completely unaware of what was going on. Okay, I have completely figured out the problem, and it's your turn next. After Zhang Di stretched his body, the other party said. Then a burst of light emanated from Zhang Di, covering everyone. 5 minutes later, everyone looked at Zhang Di in surprise. It's no big deal. This is the power of the light of civilization. We are weak because we have nothing to eat, and our bodies cannot get nutritional supplements. But if we have enough nutrition, we can still recover to our peak state. And what I did just now was to use the light of civilization's ability to control matter, eliminate harmful substances in your body, and use the energy generated by its annihilation to transform it into other substances that are beneficial to your body. Simply put, our previous bodies were deflated balloons, and what I just did was to inflate the balloon so that it would swell up. John D said with a smile. It's incredible. I've been waiting to die. Finally, I don't have to try anymore. A group of people felt the power contained in their bodies and shed tears of excitement. Okay, don't get excited yet. Send 2 people to see where the group of people are. There are still a few checkpoints away from us. Zhang Di said in a deep voice. Being chased by the enemy for 10 years and almost dying, no one can bear it. Zhang Di was unable to fight against them before, but now that he has mastered the initial power of the light of civilization, he has countless ways to destroy them. Zhang Di didn't know that when he used the light of civilization to restore his body, a huge shock occurred in the Earth Federation Academy of Sciences. Chapter 8:11. What's going on? Why did the light of civilization suddenly change? After Xiang Qian felt the change in the light of civilization, he immediately asked Shinkong. Boss, it's not clear yet. The Academy of Sciences is analyzing the cause. Shinkong replied. Yes. After listening to Shinkong's answer, Xiang Qian nodded, and then his figure instantly disappeared in the office. The next second, Xiang Qian appeared at the location of the light of civilization. At this time, the light of civilization had become an extremely huge ball of light, tens of millions of times larger than a star, and the light it emitted illuminated the universe in all directions, with unparalleled power. Xiang Qian looked at the body of the light of civilization, and found that the core of the light of civilization had begun to change. If the core of the light of civilization was still a relatively rigid program before, then the core of the light of civilization has begun to evolve, and evolved to a higher level. 10 minutes later, Xiang Qian left the core of the light of civilization, and went to the Academy of Sciences. Have you found any problems? Xiang Qian looked at a large group of scientists, who were analyzing the changes in the light of civilization and asked. The light of civilization is evolving, but the speed of evolution is very slow. Why did it evolve suddenly? Xiang Qian continued to ask. We are looking for the reason, but we haven't found it yet. Xiang Qian glanced at the big screen, which was full of various data before the light of civilization evolved. Now scientists are analyzing the data one by one to find the reason. Half an hour later, scientists finally found the reason for the evolution of the light of civilization. Civilization number 287561, Zhang Di, the chief scientist of the Han Empire, used the power of the light of civilization to create materials, triggering the evolution of the light of civilization. This is the answer. Shinkong, replay the scene at that time. Xiang Qian immediately gave the order after getting the answer. Soon, Shinkong reversed the timeline in the ruins of the Han Empire, and replayed the scene of Emperor Zhang using the light of civilization. When Xiang Qian saw Emperor Zhang using the light of civilization to restore everyone's body functions, his eyes lit up. Other scientists also cried out in surprise. They really didn't think that the light of civilization could be used in this way. Everyone, please talk about it, and analyze the reasons. After watching the scene replay, Xiang Qian said to many scientists. After a long silence, a scientist said, according to the data, there is nothing surprising about Zhang Di's use of the light of civilization. The only outstanding thing is that he used the power of the light of civilization to restore everyone's body functions, which is a method we have never used before. If the evolution of the light of civilization is related to him, then the only doubt is this, but I can't think of the relationship between the two. Xiang Qian and other scientists nodded after listening. Indeed, for so many eras, the Earth Federation has never stopped exploring the light of civilization. Various attempts have been tested by the Academy of Sciences, but none of them have led to the evolution of the light of civilization. As for experiments similar to restoring body functions, the Earth Federation has also done a lot of them. The approach may be different from Zhang Di's, but the process is similar. But why did the Earth Federation's experiments not lead to the evolution of the light of civilization, while Zhang Di could lead to the evolution of the light of civilization? This is the question that everyone is thinking about. Using the light of civilization to restore body functions is just a statement of the situation, not the fundamental reason for the evolution of the light of civilization. The real reason must be hidden in it, but no one has discovered it yet. Is it because of the soul fluctuation? If you have to say what is different, when Zhang Di used the light of civilization, The soul fluctuation he emitted was much lower than ours. Another scientist said, "No, it is definitely not this reason. His soul fluctuation data is different from ours, because his soul power is not as strong as ours. This is not the reason for the evolution of the light of civilization." Someone immediately refuted. "But there is no abnormality in other data, so why does this happen? It may be a problem with the method of use," and a group of scientists started brainstorming, constantly asking questions, and constantly denying, to find the reasons hidden under the truth. At this time, Xiang Qian stared at the big screen, which was showing the situation at Zhangdi. He believed that if he wanted to know the reason for the evolution of the light of civilization, he had to find it from Zhangdi. At this time, Zhangdi, who was inside the ruins, did not know how much of a sensation his actions had caused. Now, he was preparing for revenge. The power generated by the annihilation of matter and antimatter is the most powerful force known so far, but the conditions for the annihilation of matter and antimatter are relatively difficult to achieve. At most, the two substances can collide, but they cannot be completely annihilated when they collide, erupting with the most powerful force. However, the power generated by the collision of matter and antimatter at the atomic level should be enough to destroy them. I just don't know if this relic can withstand the impact of this power. If it can't, then it's not revenge, but mutual destruction. Zhang Di said to himself, looking at the invisible matter-antimatter annihilation bomb on his fingertips. Academician Zhang, they are only 15 checkpoints away from us. The team members who went to investigate returned and reported to Zhang Di. 15 checkpoints? Not bad, let's go, we're going to take revenge. Zhang Di nodded and said, then got up and went back. The other team members followed Zhang Di, and at this time, they almost regarded Zhang Di as a god. After all, the hand that restored the body function before could be called a miracle. When Zhang Di and his team arrived at the rear checkpoint, they happened to see that the other party had just passed through, and the gate had just opened. When the other party saw Zhang Di and his team, they were obviously stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that Zhang Di and his team could hold on until now. Zhang Di didn't daze after seeing the other party. Instead, he flicked his finger, and an atomic bomb that was invisible to the naked eye was ejected. Then, while the other party was stunned, he quickly retreated to the gate. Before the gate closed, Zhang Di still had a sneer on his face, looking at the other party, as if he were a dead person. Half an hour later, Zhang Di and his Special Forces team had returned to the front checkpoint, 14 checkpoints away from the other party. It's almost time for revenge, Zhang Di said, and his thoughts moved. The power of the light of civilization instantly activated the positive and antimatter annihilation bomb, and the positive and antimatter atoms collided in 1/10,000,000th of a second. The next second, Zhang Di felt a slight vibration coming from the ground under his feet. When Zhang Di was doing these things, he knew that the Earth Federation Academy of Sciences had once again experienced a major earthquake because of his actions. Because the light of civilization once again accelerated the evolution speed when Zhang Di made and used the positive and negative matter annihilation bomb. Chapter 812. Xiang Qian made the same movements as Zhang Di while watching the scene on the big screen. However, no matter how big the matter-antimatter annihilation bomb Xiang Qian created was, the evolution speed of the light of civilization did not change, which made Xiang Qian very crazy. Obviously, both of them were using the power of the light of civilization and making the same movements, but Xiang Qian's use of the light of civilization had no effect. At this time, other people in the Academy of Sciences were also conducting experiments, but the results were the same as what Xiang Qian did, with no effect at all. Just when a large group of people were busy studying, the image of the starry sky suddenly appeared beside Xiang Qian and said to him, "Boss, a 9th-level civilization appeared at the defense line against the Soda civilization, and now the defense line has been breached. Well, go back to the office." Xiang Qian nodded solemnly and disappeared in the Academy of Sciences. When Xiang Qian read the whole story, his expression became very ugly. It turned out that in the battlefield where the Earth Federation fleet and the Soda civilization monster group were in a stalemate, the 9th-level civilization fleet suddenly appeared, directly breaking the balance between the two sides, causing the Earth Federation's defense line to be broken in a short period of time, and even the third main line was attacked. What bothered Xiang Qian the most was that the 9th-level civilization obviously used the civilization system of the last universe era. He was very clear about the power contained in the civilization system of the last universe era. If the last universe era had not been unable to solve the problem of the soul, the last universe era would never have perished. Since the Earth Federation was able to study the drawbacks of the civilization system of the last universe era, the 9th level civilization must also be able to study it. But in this case, the 9th level civilization still used the civilization system of the last universe era, which can only mean one thing, that is, the 9th level civilization has cracked the drawbacks of the soul, and completely solved the hidden dangers of the soul. Only in this way, the 9th level civilization will use the civilization system of the previous universe era, otherwise their current practice is suicide. But the 9th level civilization is so stupid, it is definitely impossible. So Xiang Qian dared to be sure that the 9th level civilization has eliminated the shortcomings of the civilization system of the previous universe era and exerted the most powerful power of the civilization system of the previous universe era. This is also Xiang Qian's biggest headache. Facing a civilization system that can ignore the rules and force attacks, the civilization system of this universe era is directly abolished. If the Earth Federation didn't have the light of civilization as a trump card, there would be no need to fight against the 9th level civilization. Just surrender directly. Starry Sky, notify the interception fleet to return immediately, retreat to the range covered by the light of civilization as quickly as possible, and reorganize the defense line. After thinking for a while, Xiang Qian immediately gave the order. But boss, if we do this, it is equivalent to giving up the space we have occupied for so many eras, and we are completely in a passive defense state. Shinkong said in surprise. There is no other way. This is the only way to reduce our losses. Otherwise, if we fight with the 9th level civilization and the Soda civilization outside the range of the light of civilization, we simply cannot afford such losses. Even if we defend the territory now, we will still have to give it up after a while. So it is better to withdraw immediately before the 9th level civilization and the Soda civilization react. It would be better if the 9th level civilization and the Soda civilization could fight, but the chance of that is very small. Xiang Qian shook his head and said, "Okay, boss, I understand." Shinkong disappeared after saying that. Xiang Qian compared the range covered by the light of civilization and the range actually controlled by the Earth Federation. The difference was more than 10 times. Once the control areas outside were abandoned, it would be equivalent to abandoning 90% of the current area. It was not enough to describe such a loss as a heroic act. It could be said to be self-mutilation. But Xiang Qian had no other way. Without a civilization system that could fight against the last universe era, he could not compete with the 9th level civilization and the Soda civilization. When the Earth Federation fleet received the notice from the Starry Sky, they had already lost 1/3 of their strength. Under the pursuit of the 9-level civilization fleet and the Soda civilization monster group, they had to divide 1/3 of their strength to cover the rear, otherwise the entire fleet would not be able to escape. 3 days later, the Earth Federation began to set up a defense line on the edge of the area covered by the light of civilization. At this time, the 9-level civilization and the Soda civilization also knew the current situation, and the 9-level civilization was happy because they finally found the location of the Earth Federation. As for Naya, she didn't care. Whether the 9th-level civilization participated in the attack on the Earth Federation or not, it didn't make much difference to her. Because both the Earth Federation and the 9th-level civilization were the targets she wanted to destroy. So after learning that the 9th-level civilization was leaving, she was just stunned for a moment and continued to work without any other actions. Under such circumstances, the area controlled by the Earth Federation shrank rapidly, and the major civilizations belonging to the Earth Federation also began to rush back to the Earth Federation. Although the Earth Federation is at a disadvantage in the current situation, the civilized races that understand the situation of the Earth Federation know that as long as they retreat to the area covered by the light of civilization, they will be safe. Even if the Earth Federation faces an endless sea of monsters, as long as the light of civilization is activated, no matter how many monsters there are, they will all die. This is the confidence of the subordinate civilizations of the Earth Federation, and it is also the most powerful trump card of the Earth Federation. The 9th-level civilization is not clear about this, and Naya is not clear about it either. So at this time, whether it is the 9th-level civilization fleet or the group of monsters controlled by Naya, they are all rushing madly towards the location of the parallel universe of the Earth Federation. In their opinion, if the Earth Federation has only this strength, then it won't take long for them to destroy the Earth Federation. But in fact, after Xiang Qian discussed the current situation with the General Staff and the think tank, he returned to the Academy of Sciences to continue studying the evolution of the light of civilization with scientists. Compared with the evolution of the light of civilization, other problems are minor problems, as long as the light of civilization is truly transformed. At that time, both the ninth-level civilization and the Soda civilization were vulnerable. The core of the evolution of the light of civilization was a person that all scientists paid attention to, the chief scientist of the Han Empire, Zhang Di. At this time, Zhang Di, who had no idea what the real universe was like, finally left the ruins with the Special Operations Team after destroying the enemy. As a result, what they saw was not their fleet, but a fleet of an unknown race. Now it is impossible for them to leave the ruins and return to the interior of the Han Empire. Faced with such a situation, Zhang Di did not hesitate at all, and took the Special Operations Team back to the ruins. At this time, the interior of the ruins is the safest. Once they leave the ruins, they will not be far from death. Chapter 8:13. When Zhang Di led the Special Operations Team back to the ruins, hundreds of small warships rushed to the ruins. However, after these hundreds of small warships arrived at the ruins, they were unable to chase Zhang Di at all, and were all blocked by the checkpoints of the ruins. The Han Empire, which had been worried about the safety of Zhang Di and his team, finally felt relieved after discovering this situation. Although they did not know what happened inside the ruins, judging from the current situation, it was obvious that Zhang Di and his team had won. Zhang Di had no idea about the reaction of the outside world. When he saw those huge warships just now, he was sure that the civilized race to which this fleet belonged was definitely not something that the Han Empire could fight against. So if they wanted to survive, they could only rely on themselves, and the Han Empire could not provide any help at all. In this way, Zhang Di once again immersed himself in the world of solving level problems. Time passed slowly, and 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3,000 years, Zhang Di led the Special Operations Team deep into the ruins. If calculated according to the normal distance, they would have left the range of the ruins long ago. But in fact, they are still inside the ruins, and the road ahead seems endless. No matter how many levels are solved, there will always be new levels in front of them, and the questions raised in the levels are becoming more and more profound, and the time required to solve them is getting longer and longer. But for Zhang Di, this ruins is heaven, much better than being in the outside world. No one will disturb him from doing experiments here, and there is no danger, so he can devote himself to it wholeheartedly. He could also condense the equipment needed for many experiments through the light of civilization, so whether here or in the outside world, it had no effect on him at all. At the beginning of a new day, Zhang Di walked out of the RV and checked a set of data calculated on the supercomputer. When Zhang Di saw that the calculated data had already obtained a result, he immediately substituted the result for calculation. 10 days later, Zhang Di finally got the answer to this level, which also meant that he officially mastered the scientific and technological power of the 5th level civilization. When the gate of the level was opened, the scene in front of him was finally no longer a stereotyped passage, but a huge building, a huge tower. When Zhang Di and his team entered the tower, they saw a huge beam of light. This beam of light seemed to be the backbone of the entire tower, running through the entire tower from bottom to top. "Welcome, I am the brain of this relic, you can call me Shinkong." The image of Shinkong appeared inside the beam of light, smiling and saying to Zhang Di and his team, "Hello Shinkong, my name is Zhang Di, and I am a scientist from the Han Empire. I would like to ask, what era and civilization left this relic, and why did it appear here?" Zhang Di asked. To put it simply, this relic is the spark of civilization left by all civilizations in the last universe era. Here are the scientific and technological data of all civilized races in the last universe era, as well as the highest scientific and technological crystallization of the entire era, the inheritance of the light of civilization. As for other information, as long as you touch the light column with your hand, all the information you can know will be transmitted to your mind. Shinkong lied seriously. Zhang Di believed it directly after hearing it, and immediately touched the light column with his hand, and all kinds of situations about the universe were directly imprinted in his mind in an instant. However, the only difference is that the various situations in the universe have been tampered with to the last universe era. The final result is that the Earth Federation was destroyed by the 9th level civilization and the Soda civilization, and the light of civilization was preserved waiting for the destined person to inherit it. What should I do now? After sorting out all the information, Zhang Di asked the starry sky. What you have to do now is to let the light of civilization evolve. When the light of civilization evolves, its power can definitely compete with all civilized races. By then, you will also get the power of the light of civilization, and it will be no problem to sweep across all civilized races in the entire star field. Shinkong continued to fool around. Zhang Di nodded subconsciously. He knew the power of the light of civilization, which was recorded in the data. The reason why the Earth Federation failed was that the light of civilization had not completed its evolution, and was attacked by the joint efforts of the 9-level civilization and the Soda civilization, and finally died together. Then can you take us away from the ruins? John D asked. Absolutely no problem. Shinkong nodded and replied. Then send us back to the #1 experimental center of the Han Empire Academy of Sciences. I will come back when I find a way to evolve the light of civilization. John D nodded and said. Then I wish you success. Shinkong nodded and said. The next second, a ray of light enveloped Zhang Di and all the Special Forces members. When the light disappeared, their figures also disappeared inside the tower. Boss, I have sent them away. Shinkong appeared beside Xiang Qian and said, Well, continue to observe his actions. If you find anything, notify me immediately. Xiang Qian said slowly, while looking at Zhang Di's figure on the big screen. Yes, it was Xiang Qian's idea to let Zhang Di leave the ruins. Because the ruins could no longer allow Zhang Di to make further progress, it would be a complete waste of his talent to stay in the ruins. So Xiang Qian deliberately let Shinkong appear and poured all kinds of knowledge into his mind, so that he would know how big the outside world is and broaden his horizons. After sending him away from the ruins, he could find a way to evolve the light of civilization as soon as possible. Then when will we guide other civilizations to attack the Han Empire? Shinkong asked. Maybe 1,000 years later, guide a level 6 civilization to attack the Han Empire and put some pressure on it. Xiang Qian thought for a moment and said, Okay, I got it. The image on the big screen quickly switched, and instantly changed to the construction of the defense line at the edge of the area covered by the light of civilization. At this time, the monster group of the Soda civilization was almost approaching the edge of the defense line. At most 300 years, the monster group of the Soda civilization would reach it. The fleet of the 9th level civilization is about to reach the defense line. In less than a month, the defense line will face the attack of the 9th level civilization. Xiang Qian looked at the layout of the defense line and did not find any loopholes, so he felt more at ease. Although the number of the 9th level civilization fleet is small, the quality is really too high. Without the assistance of the light of civilization, even in a strong defense line, it is impossible to withstand the attack of the 9th level civilization. After all, the people of the 9th level civilization have undergone physical transformation, and the power of rules cannot cause any harm to them. The attack speed of materialized weapons could not hit them at all, making the entire defense line useless. So to deal with the 9th level civilization, we can only rely on the power of the light of civilization. The defense line is used to deal with the monsters of the Soda civilization. Starry Sky, notify all staff to prepare, and let all irrelevant personnel leave the civilization race flagship immediately. We are leaving. After checking around and finding no problems, Xiang Qian said to the Starry Sky, Okay, boss. 10 minutes later, under the cover of the light of civilization, the flagship of the Earth Federation civilization race, which had not moved for countless epochs, disappeared in the parallel universe. A month later, when the 9th level civilization fleet arrived at the edge of the defense line, it saw the huge hull of the flagship of the Earth Federation civilization race. The surface of the civilization race flagship was flowing with a light golden light, which was the power of the light of civilization, and the most powerful weapon to deal with the 9th level civilization. Chapter 814. Boss, the level 9 civilization fleet has entered our attack range. Should we launch an attack? Shinkong asked. No hurry. You control the war fortress to attack them in the same way as you would a group of monsters. Let them be happy for a while. Xiang Qian said sinisterly. Okay, boss. Soon, the level 9 civilization fleet stopped advancing, and the level 9 civilization people inside the fleet left the warships one after another and slowly flew towards the Earth Federation's defense line. The speed was like a stroll, and they didn't take the Earth Federation's defense line into consideration at all. Xiang Qian, who had been paying attention to the big screen, saw the images of the races of the 9th level civilization at the first time. This was also the first time he saw the true bodies of the races of the 9th level civilization. The Soul Tribe, who were like a group of fog condensed together, were like ghosts. The Stone Tribe had a hard body, but no fixed appearance. The Spirit Tribe, whose body was a ball of energy and could change into 1,000 forms. The Virtual Tribe, who had no specific image, could blend into space or materialize instantly. Like the Mother Nest, the Zerg people can change their body image at any time, like a huge cell collection. The Sin people are a collection of countless plants, appearing in various plant images. The U people emit high energy rays, and have a strong energy reaction. The Sure people are infinitely small, but can grow at any time, and have the strongest power. The Huan people are invisible, composed of particles, and can change the essence of life at will. This is the true image of the 9 level civilizations. It is precisely because their life essence is so different that they can accept the technological transformation of the last universe era, allowing the body to integrate the power of rules without being rejected or damaged. It can be said that before the Earth Federation appeared, the 9th level civilizations were the darlings of the universe. They had the most powerful strength and top power, and countless civilized races had to live under their shadow. Even if the Earth Federation rose, the collapse of the universe did not destroy them. Instead, they obtained the civilization system of the previous universe era and became more powerful. Watching the 9th level civilization people slowly walk towards the Earth Federation defense line, Xiang Qian suddenly asked Shinkong to condense a body with particles before they died. The next second, Xiang Qian controlled the pure energy body in front of the 9th level civilization through a mental connection. If you go forward, you must leave at least half of you behind if you want to leave. If you retreat now, and live safely in this special universe, I promise not to bother you again. Think about it, this is your best chance. Once you miss it, you will be annihilated. Xiang Qian said very seriously to a group of 9th level civilization members. But after hearing Xiang Qian's words, most of the people of the 9th level civilization began to laugh. In their opinion, Xiang Qian was crazy, otherwise how could he say such a thing? However, the leaders of each 9th level civilization did not laugh, although they did not know what trump card the Earth Federation had to dare to talk to them like this. But it is always right to be careful. They all know that when facing the Earth Federation, if they are careless, it is very likely that the tragedy of dozens of epochs ago will repeat itself. It's ridiculous. You, the Earth Federation, should also know the horror of the civilization system in the last universe era. Now our level 9 civilization has been completely transformed into a body of rules, so we have no problem fighting level 9 monsters. Now you dare to say you want to destroy us. I really want to know what confidence you have in the Earth Federation to say such a thing. The high level of the Soul Clan said with disdain on the surface, but in fact he was echoing Xiang Qian's words. Of course, I know the civilization system of the last universe era, and I also know the horror of the body that has been transformed by technology and integrated with the power of rules. But it is because your level 9 civilization has embarked on the old path of the last universe era that I have the confidence to destroy you. Xiang Qian was not angry, and answered calmly but confidently. Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. I thought you had some trump card. It turns out that you, the Earth Federation, still think that we will repeat the tragedy of the last universe era, which is really ridiculous. To tell you the truth, the drawbacks of technological transformation and the problem of soul endurance have long been solved by us. So the transformation method we use now has no hidden dangers. If you still want to deal with us according to the method used in the last universe era against the body of rules, then you are wrong. The leader of the Elven tribe laughed and said. Xiang Qian's expression did not change at all after hearing this. He had thought about this a long time ago. It seems that you still don't understand where you are wrong. Even if you have solved the drawbacks of the fusion of rule power and body, and solved the endurance of the soul, you are still on the civilization system of the last universe era. And the last universe era has been buried in the depths of the long river of time. The great universe rules of this universe era are completely different from the great universe rules of the last universe era. You are now using the civilization system of the last universe era to exert the power of the great universe rules of this universe era. Don't you feel awkward? In pursuit of powerful power, you have lost the characteristics of your own race. I want to ask you, after the technological transformation, after becoming a body of rules, do you know how to become a god-level civilization? Do you know how to break through the limitations of the body and the limitations of the power of rules? Obviously, you have no idea and have never thought about it. After you have undergone technological transformation, abandoned the power system of your own civilization for the sake of powerful strength, and embarked on the path of the civilization system of the previous universe era, you have said goodbye to the god-level civilization. But our Earth Federation is different. Although we do not have invincible power now, we have unlimited potential. We have been moving forward on the path of god-level civilization. As time goes by, we will get closer and closer to the god-level civilization, and finally we will become a god-level civilization. At that time, it will be the time for your 9th level civilization to be exterminated. Although you are very powerful now, you should also understand that facing the power of the god-level civilization, the strongest physique you rely on is a complete joke. Now, do you still think I am joking? Xiang Qian said slowly, with countless 9th level civilization people looking at him with eyes that wanted to tear him apart. Xiang Qian's words directly hit the sore spot of the 9th level civilization, making it impossible for the 9th level civilization to refute. That's right, the civilization system of the last universe era was indeed very powerful, and it became even more powerful after removing the hidden dangers. But this kind of power is only for the 9th level civilization, and the civilization below the 9th level. Any god-level civilization will not care about this superficial power. The special universe evolution path taken by the 9th level civilization is the path that can lead to the god-level civilization. No matter how powerful the special universe evolution path is, it is the right path after all, and it is also the breakthrough path tailored by the 9th level civilization based on its own characteristics. But now, the 9th level civilization really can't find the possibility of further upgrading its civilization level. It is basically impossible to study the civilization system of the last universe era, make innovations based on the civilization system of the last universe era, and open a new evolutionary path to the god-level civilization. Just as Xiang Qian said, the last universe era has perished after all, and no matter how good the civilization system left behind is, it is only of reference value. No matter how powerful you are, can you understand the civilization system of the last universe era better than the civilization races of the last universe era? It is definitely impossible. So it is totally out of the question to use the civilization system of the last universe era to break through the god-level civilization. Of course, the 9th level civilization did not think of this, because of time constraints and the desire to seek revenge on the Earth Federation, plus the fact that the power of the rule body after technological transformation is too strong, which caused them to be overwhelmed. Now let the 9th level civilization choose again. Do you think they will choose to carry out technological transformation? They will definitely not choose to take the current path, because this road has been cut off, and they have no way to go ahead. Whether we can become a god-level civilization or not, I know that you, the Earth Federation, can't even think of becoming a god-level civilization, because you were destroyed by us before you became a god-level civilization. The Stone Clan leader roared in exasperation, and then stopped listening to Xiang Qian and directly destroyed the body condensed by the particles. Facing the attack of the 9th level civilization, Xiang Qian stood calmly in front of the big screen and gave orders with a smile. Starry sky, ordinary attacks can begin. After I give the order to use the light of civilization, immediately mobilize the most powerful forces to launch a fatal attack on them. Okay, boss. Chapter 8:15. After Xiang Qian's order was issued, Xingkong controlled the planetary fortress and began to attack. A stream of material attacks turned into sharp swords, piercing through the universe and covering all the people of the 9th level civilization. However, the people of the 9th level civilization are not space battleships. The tallest stone people are only a few meters tall, which is several times smaller than ordinary mechas. Facing this target, even if Xingkong's computing power is huge, it cannot lock them. The speed of each person of the 9th level civilization, who has integrated the power of rules, is extremely amazing. The most terrifying thing is that the Void Clan members directly turned into nothingness and merged with space. No matter how dense the material flow attack was, it was just like a breeze blowing by their side, and had no effect on them at all. As they got closer and closer to the defense line, the material flow attack finally began to take effect. But at this time, their bodies emitted a faint halo. No matter how fierce the material flow attack was, it would dissipate without a trace when it hit the halo on their body surface. Xiang Qian was not surprised at all by this situation. If the 9th level civilization doesn't even have this ability, then there's no need to struggle, just wait for death. The strongest monsters that these material flow weapons can deal with are only 8th level monsters. And now the power of every 9th level civilization member is equivalent to that of a 9th level monster, so it would be strange if these material flow attacks could have any effect on them. Starry Sky, use the power of the light of civilization, don't change the form of attack, and attack with all your strength. Seeing the 9th level civilization tribesmen approaching the planetary fortress, Xiang Qian finally issued an order to use the light of civilization to attack. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of civilization lights disguised as material flow rays were launched. Facing more dense material flow rays, the 9th level civilization tribesmen did not find any problems. After all, they were about to reach the front of the planetary fortress at this time. If the Earth Federation did not increase the intensity of the attack, they would be surprised. But just when they thought so, the people rushing in the front screamed one after another. The light of civilization disguised as material flow rays directly penetrated their bodies. Even if their bodies were protected by the halo formed by the power of rules, as long as they were hit by the light of civilization for 3 seconds, the halo of the power of rules would be penetrated. At this time, their proud physique could not protect them at all, and they were directly penetrated. Be careful of these material flow rays. Don't resist them, dodge them all. There must be special power in these material flow rays, and that power is very similar to the power of philosophical weapons. The leader of the Void clan said to everyone. He could find that the light of civilization had the characteristics of a philosophical weapon, because he was penetrated by the light of civilization when he was in the fusion space. Normal material flow weapons could not hit the Void clan members in the fusion space, but the light of civilization was different. Not to mention that you are in the fusion space, even if you are fused with the universe, you can still be hit. However, his reminder was a little late, because he could not distinguish the difference between ordinary material flow rays and rays disguised by the light of civilization, and they were too close to the planetary fortress, so there was not much room to hide. As a result, all the attacks of the light of civilization were directed at them. Go forward in groups, destroy the planetary fortress in front, and create a safe passage. The 9th level civilization tribesmen, who withstood a wave of attacks, instantly burst out with powerful combat power. A planetary fortress with a diameter of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, even with a rule-based protective shield, could not withstand their attacks. In just 1 minute, a planetary fortress was broken into pieces and turned into interstellar debris. After the planetary fortress was blown up, a firepower loophole appeared in the defense line, which gave the 9th level civilization people a place to rest for a short time. Once the 9th level civilization people faced a powerful attack, they would hide in the location of the firepower loophole and leave after the crisis was resolved. As the planetary fortresses were blown up one by one, the 9th level civilization people went deeper and deeper into the defense line, getting closer and closer to the flagship of the Earth Federation civilization. Starry Sky, it's almost done, let's deal with them. Xiang Qian said lightly, when he saw the 9th level civilization people on the big screen. Okay, boss. Following Xiang Qian's order, the frequency and number of attacks from the light of civilization increased, slowing down the attack momentum of the level 9 civilization clan, and most people retreated to the area with firepower loopholes. But just as they were waiting for this wave of crazy attacks to end, the Earth Federation civilization race flagship not far away suddenly burst into an extremely dazzling light. It was as if the infinite light of a supernova explosion was radiating outward from the Earth Federation civilization race flagship, and the entire universe seemed to be illuminated. Then several huge beams of light quickly shot towards the 9th level civilization people hiding in the firepower loophole area. This light was so fast that people could not react, and this light itself also carried the power of time. Hide quickly. Even fools know that they have been fooled, but they have to hide more. Although the body of rules can ignore the pure rule power attack of rule-type weapons. But facing the civilization light equivalent to philosophy weapons, even the body of rules will be affected. And the 9th level civilization people, who are deep in the defense line, are also in the range of the power of civilization light. When the flagship of the Earth Federation civilization race launched an attack, the power of the light of civilization has already been activated, restricting the actions of these 9th level civilization tribesmen. Although they can still move at this time, their speed is not much faster than that of a turtle. It is impossible to escape from the firepower loophole area. There is no violent explosion, no violent energy shock wave, no grandeur. When the beam of the light of civilization swept across the firepower loophole area, the entire universe dimmed again, and the firepower loophole area had become silent. All the members of the 9th level civilization, who were in the firepower loophole area just now disappeared. At this time, the number of members of the 9th level civilization left in the entire universe was less than 1/10 of the previous number. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The surviving members of the 9th level civilization wanted to return to the special universe directly at this time. They all ran very fast, as if there were extremely terrifying creatures chasing them behind them. This was in sharp contrast to their previous aggressiveness to destroy the Earth Federation. The difference in style was really too big. Shinkong, stop. Xiang Qian saw them running away and said to Shinkong, okay, boss. When the attack behind them stopped, the surviving members of the 9th level civilization breathed a sigh of relief. However, they did not dare to slow down. Who knew what conspiracy the Earth Federation was preparing to trap them? Just now, they thought that they could break the fire blockade of the Earth Federation by destroying the planet fortress, but in fact, it was a trap dug by the Earth Federation. They foolishly jumped in and were wiped out. Go back and tell your clan leader that if you don't want to be exterminated, stay in the special universe, and don't come out to cause trouble. When the members of the 9th level civilization returned to the warship, Xiang Qian's communication was sent. Xiang Qian deliberately let some people go just to let them go back and report. Shinkong, arrange personnel to repair the defense line. The real war has not started yet. Xiang Qian looked at the devastated defense line and the wreckage of countless planetary fortresses and said to Shinkong, "Okay, boss." Xiang Qian's eyes turned to the big screen again, which showed the location of the monster group of the Soda civilization. Chapter 816. After the Earth Federation's defense line was repaired again, the monsters of the Soda civilization were about to arrive. However, facing the monsters of the Soda civilization, the Earth Federation was well prepared, because even a fool knew that this war might not be the most difficult, but it would last the longest. After all, the number of monsters of the Soda civilization was too large, and it would continue to increase. Even if this batch was destroyed, the next batch would come back immediately to replenish it, and it would be impossible to kill them all. Unless the Soda civilization is completely destroyed, it is unknown when the Earth Federation will fight this war. But if it wants to destroy the Soda civilization, the Earth Federation does not have the strength to do so at present. Material flow attack preparation, saturation attack countdown 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, launch. As the countdown on the big screen reaches 0, countless planetary fortresses burst into saturation attacks, and the entire universe is instantly filled with countless material flow rays. Facing the attack of the Earth Federation, the monsters of the Soda civilization can only resist hard, because there is no space for them to dodge. When a wave of attacks ended, a large area of red dots marking monsters on the big screen disappeared. But not long after, new red dots appeared again. The Earth Federation launched wave after wave of attacks, and the monster groups of the Soda civilization also increased their numbers wave after wave, and the two sides were deadlocked. The Earth Federation could not break the deadlock because it had no way to destroy the Soda civilization, and the Soda civilization could not break the deadlock because they did not have the absolute power to break the Earth Federation's defense line. Therefore, the Earth Federation and the Soda civilization can only helplessly stalemate here, hoping to delay each other and consume each other's strength. Naya, who was far away from the battlefield, did not show any disappointed expression on her face after receiving the message sent back by the monster. If the Earth Federation was so easy to destroy, she would not have to work hard here to do research. Although she has now developed a replica of the 9th level monster, there are still some problems in mass production, because she found that making a 9th level monster requires too much mass of the universe. That's right, it's the mass of the universe. As an intelligent life form, her control over this special universe has reached its peak. So after the 9th level monster was copied, she found that every time a 9th level monster was successfully copied, the special universe would consume a little mass. This is different from copying an 8th level monster. Even if you copy 1 trillion 8th level monsters, the mass of the universe consumed is less than 1/10 of the mass of the universe required for a 9th level monster. Although the 9th level monster is very powerful, the cost effectiveness is far from comparable to that of the 8th level monster for Naya. If the level 9 monster can directly destroy the Earth Federation, then she will not be stingy. But in fact, even if the level 9 monster is created, the Earth Federation is not so easy to destroy. So it is completely unnecessary to waste so much cosmic mass to create a level 9 civilization. It is better to continue to create level 8 monsters, and use the absolute number to hold back the Earth Federation and buy her time. Once her current plan succeeds, it will be easy to deal with the Earth Federation. This plan is to turn the special universe into a huge mother nest. In so many eras, Naya has never stopped researching the monster nest. After such a long period of research, she discovered a problem. That is, when the nest creates monsters, it does not actually need the monsters to help it transport much material. It can devour the surrounding space, and use the material obtained from devouring the space to hatch monsters, which is why there are so many monsters. And the nest itself is a bit like a special rule container. The monsters it hatches have the rule power that is like a panacea. Although it cannot be integrated with any rules of the universe, it will not be rejected by any rules of the universe. Moreover, as the mother nest absorbs more and more rule power of this universe, the monsters it hatches will also evolve, making the rule power of the monsters themselves more and more compatible with this universe. In this regard, the inside of the mother nest is a bit like the special universe. Because of the different internal rules, the objects created will have different rules. However, the rules inside the mother nest are more like being born to devour other rules. The rule patterns are completely different from all the rule patterns of the universe currently known to Naya. The difference between the two patterns is too big. Just like one pattern looks like Chinese characters, and the other looks like Latin, they are two completely different styles. So Naya has copied countless mother nests, but has never really succeeded, because the rules do not match. With the core rules of the civilization cemetery, it is impossible to simulate the devouring rules inside the mother nest. After countless failures, Naya made a bold decision. Since the rule power of the special universe cannot generate that kind of devouring rule, then modify the rule core of the special universe, burn the devouring rule into the core of the special universe, and turn the special universe into a huge mother nest. Xiang Qian had no idea about the crazy plan that Naya was planning. Even if he knew, it would be useless. He had no power to stop it. After sitting behind the defense line for 10,000 years, Xiang Qian left here again with the flagship of the Earth Federation civilization race and returned to the parallel universe of the Earth Federation. Because he couldn't help much there. The planetary fortress on the defense line was enough to withstand the attack of the monster group. The power of the flagship of the civilization race was completely useless. It was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, which was a waste of talent. So it's useless to stay on the defense line. It's better to come back and study the evolution of the light of civilization with the Academy of Sciences. Speaking of the evolution of the light of civilization, we have to talk about Zhang Di, the top seed player favored by the Academy of Sciences. After returning to the Han Empire from the ruins, Zhang Di used the scientific and technological information he got from the ruins to quickly raise the civilization level of the Han Empire to the 6th level of civilization. The speed was so fast that the civilized races around the Han Empire were conquered by the Han Empire before they could react. However, due to the rapid rise of the Han Empire, the advanced civilizations in this experimental area regarded the Han Empire as their most terrifying opponent. Many level 6 civilizations united to deal with the Han Empire, and the situation of the Han Empire became precarious. At this time, Zhang Di, who had not made any breakthroughs in the research of the light of civilization for more than 10,000 years, might have been under great pressure from the outside world. Or it might be because of years of accumulation. Anyway, overnight, he suddenly figured out something, which made the evolution speed of the light of civilization more than doubled. Chapter 817. How is it? Have you found the reason for the evolution of the light of civilization? Xiang Qian asked. We already have a guess, but it's not certain yet, and we need to verify it. Xiang Qian nodded and found the direction. At this time, he looked at the big screen, which was showing the war between the Han Empire and several other level 6 civilizations. For Xiang Qian, this kind of war between level 6 civilizations could no longer arouse his interest. Especially, although these experimental civilizations are level 6 civilizations, they cannot master the power of rules, so the intensity of the war between them is much less than that of the real level 6 civilization. However, Xiang Qian was concerned about one person, Zhang Di. After he felt the change in the light of civilization, he immediately rushed to the Academy of Sciences, just in time to see Zhang Di confidently walk out of the laboratory and take the battleship to the battlefield. No one would agree to let a scientist go to the battlefield in person unless Zhang Di had some trump cards. Dean Zhang, after this jump, we will reach the battlefield. The captain said to Zhang Di. Well, you can command the battleship at ease. I will take action when necessary. Zhang Di nodded and said, Okay, Dean Zhang. Soon, the fleet jumped through space and drove to the back of the battlefield. The battle in front of them was very fierce. Every moment, warships turned into wreckage and became interstellar dust floating in the void of the universe. The first squadron will go to Area 772 for reinforcement. The second squadron will go to Area 639 for reinforcement, and the other squadrons will move closer to the main fleet and enter the main fleet formation. After the jump, the captain gave the order immediately. After watching the outside world for a while, Zhang Di found a communicator, connected to the main control network, and listened to the situation of each battlefield at any time. At this time, the situation of the Han Empire was very dangerous. 5 level 6 civilizations united to attack the Han Empire. The foundation of the Han Empire, which had just been upgraded to level 6 civilization, could not support such consumption. So now on several battlefields, the Han Empire was completely in a passive defensive state, and was always suppressed by the enemy. If it weren't for the fact that those level 6 civilizations had their own ulterior motives, and were not very stable internally, the Han Empire would not have survived until today, and would have been destroyed long ago. In the blink of an eye, it has been 2 months since Zhang Di arrived at the battlefield. In these 2 months, he has seen too many corpses of his compatriots. But more often, he could not even see the corpses, and was destroyed along with the warships. Zhang Di couldn't help but want to take action several times, but was dissuaded by others. He is the trump card, and he must not take action until the critical moment. Once he took action at this time, the Han Empire would really be finished. Days passed one by one, and finally after half a year, a turning point came. The battlefield where Emperor Zhang was located had been drawing troops to support other battlefields for half a year. Therefore, the enemy's advantage in this battlefield was getting bigger and bigger, and the Han Empire had no chance to hold the defense line. Seeing this loophole of the Han Empire, the 5 level 6 civilizations began to design a conspiracy. They pretended to attack other battlefields, which made the Han Empire feel more pressured, and then continue to draw troops from this battlefield to support other battlefields. When the troops in this place dropped to a certain level, they would gather the strongest force and directly break the defense line here. Obviously, the Han Empire acted like a fool according to their script. Today, when the military strength here has dropped to the freezing point, the 5 level 6 civilizations finally showed their ferocious claws. Facing the attack of the 5 level 6 civilizations, the Han Empire did not make any moves and only sent one person to fight, that is Zhang Di. Zhang Di did not bring anything, just put on armor and flew out of the defense line calmly. No nonsense, after Zhang Di flew out of the defense line, he was attacked by the enemy immediately. However, facing this attack that was enough to penetrate the battleship shield, Zhang Di was not nervous at all. The next second, a ray of light enveloped him, and then he disappeared without a trace. Disappeared. The 5 level 6 civilizations had an ominous premonition after seeing Zhang Di suddenly disappear. But at this point, they couldn't give up just because they wanted to. Don't worry about him. Continue to attack, and we must break this line of defense today. At this time, Zhang Di appeared in another dimension. Zhang Di, who successfully entered the 4-dimensional space through the light of civilization, did not have time to appreciate the scene of the 4-dimensional space and immediately began to attack. The 4-dimensional space after the collapse of the universe is no longer the same as the previous 4-dimensional space. It is easy to enter the 4-dimensional space now, but it is very difficult to stay in the 4-dimensional space for a long time. The dimensional power of the 4-dimensional space will repel all non-4-dimensional space powers, so that the dimensional technology that was originally used to the peak has already declined at this time. When Zhang Di entered the 4-dimensional space, he immediately used the power of the light of civilization to start cutting the 4-dimensional space. This kind of cutting is not done by brute force, but a lot of calculations are done in advance to calculate all the parameters, and then the power of the 4-dimensional space itself is used to make a fault in the 4-dimensional space. In this process, the role of the light of civilization is the primer. But don't underestimate this primer. Without this primer, you can't activate the power of the 4-dimensional space at all. As the power of the light of civilization was injected, the 4-dimensional space began to become chaotic, but this chaos was orderly. After a minute, Zhang Di stopped and no longer released the power of the light of civilization. The dimensional turbulence of the 4-dimensional space had formed, and according to Zhang Di's idea, it began to cut the 4-dimensional space. After doing all this, Zhang Di withdrew the power of the light of civilization and let the dimensional power of the 4-dimensional space directly eject him from the 4-dimensional space. At this time, the 5 fleets of the 6th level civilization had just approached the defense line and had not yet launched an attack. That man suddenly appeared again. Don't worry about him. Set up the formation first, destroy those star reactors, and then attack the defense line. The 5 fleets of level 6 civilizations had no time to care about Zhang Di at this time. They had already set up the formation and were ready to start the attack. But at this time, the space around their fleet changed. Ripples appeared one after another, as if countless raindrops fell in the void of the universe, splashing countless ripples. Then the void of the universe began to change as the ripples spread. In less than 10 minutes, the universe seemed to have turned into a kaleidoscope. From Zhang Di's perspective, the 5 warships of the 6th level civilization looked like a kaleidoscope, which was very strange. It was at this time that the fleets of the 5 6th level civilizations began to explode. Even if one warship exploded, Zhang Di could see countless explosions through the spatial perspective of the kaleidoscope. As the warships exploded one after another, Zhang Di knew that the crisis in front of the Han Empire was resolved. When the war ended on Zhang Di's side, the Earth Federation Academy of Sciences finally verified their conjecture and found the reason for the rapid evolution of the light of civilization. Chapter 8:18. The key to the evolution of the light of civilization should be the use of knowledge. Old Manly said affirmatively. The use of knowledge? Xiang Qian frowned and thought. That's right. During the several times when the light of civilization evolved rapidly, Zhang Di used the light of civilization in a new way. And Zhang Di's use of the light of civilization is also the use of knowledge. In this regard, we are completely different from Zhang Di. Although we have mastered the power of the light of civilization very early, we have always regarded the light of civilization as a weapon, or a power that transcends the rules. We have never considered using the light of civilization to do other things. Of course, this is also related to the fact that our technological level is too high, and we don't need the light of civilization no matter what we need. Old Manly said with emotion. No one thought that the key to evolving the light of civilization would be so simple. Why do you think that one of the reasons is because of knowledge? Xiang Qian continued to ask. Let's put it this way. The light of civilization is equivalent to the embodiment of the spirit, scientific and technological power and cultural connotation of a civilized race. It is a power that transcends the rules. But the core of the power of the light of civilization is still knowledge. It can be said that as long as something is recorded by the light of civilization, the light of civilization can materialize it. For example, if you understand the formula of electromagnetic conversion and the physical phenomena that occur during electromagnetic conversion, and fully master all the knowledge of electromagnetic conversion, you can use the power of the light of civilization to control the various powers of electromagnetic conversion. The material flow attack is the manifestation of the Big Bang produced when we use the power of civilization light to simulate the actual manifestation of the Big Bang. The most basic requirement for using civilization to launch a material flow attack is that we fully understand what will happen during the Big Bang. That is, we must master all the knowledge about the Big Bang. Only in this way can we use the light of civilization to simulate the material flow of the Big Bang. Old Manly explained. So, isn't the light of civilization equivalent to a special power, the power of knowledge? As long as you have the light of civilization and have enough knowledge, everyone can exert the power equivalent to the 9th level civilization. Xiang Qian said in surprise. Yes, that's what I mean. When the civilization level is low, we want to change the environment, and we can only use the power of technology. For example, we want to make the house warmer, so we make electric heaters based on scientific knowledge. As our technology level improves, and the level of civilization increases, the things we can influence become stronger and stronger. But no matter how powerful we are, at that time, we all rely on the power of various equipment. We humans cannot change the environment by ourselves, and we cannot fly directly into the sky. But with the power of the light of civilization, as long as we understand the relevant knowledge, the light of civilization will turn into equipment to realize our ideas, allowing us to easily achieve our dreams. In other words, if we want to create a black hole, we no longer need equipment. As long as we have the power of the light of civilization and the knowledge of singularity, we can create a black hole with a single click. Old Manly nodded. Xiang Qian stopped talking. He wanted to calm down and think carefully. If the situation continues to develop like this, every scientist will be the most powerful fighting force, because they have the most knowledge, so the power they can exert will be greater. Of course, if a person concentrates on learning a kind of knowledge with the most destructive power, such as all the knowledge of material flow attack, it is easy for people with current IQ to remember all the knowledge points. By then, everyone can use the light of civilization to attack with material flow, and then everyone will be a human-shaped weapon of mass destruction, which is very dangerous. There is only one way to control such a situation, that is, to control the spread of knowledge. But in that case, a deformed social hierarchy will inevitably emerge, which Xiang Qian does not want to see. Maybe now everyone receives compulsory education, and if you want to learn knowledge, you can go to the library to read it freely. No one restricts you, and the government encourages this behavior. But in fact, how many people don't read books and learn new knowledge? After all, not everyone wants to be a scientist. If you don't want to be a scientist, why learn so many things? It's completely useless. But when knowledge is linked to power, it's different. If you have a low level of knowledge, you can only be bullied and you are a weak person. Although this will stimulate everyone's desire for knowledge, this desire for knowledge is completely different from the desire for knowledge of scientists. One is because learning knowledge can gain powerful power, and the other is because of hobbies. The starting points are different, and the final results are definitely different. When one has powerful power, ambition will also arise. This is inevitable and unavoidable. Block this news and notify everyone to tell them that this news cannot be spread. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, What about the evolution of the light of civilization? Old Manly did not ask why, he only considered the evolution of the light of civilization. The Academy of Sciences will continue to promote the evolution of the light of civilization, but this news must not be spread. I will completely block the ability of individuals to use the power of the light of civilization. No one can use the power of the light of civilization in the outside world except in the Academy of Sciences. Xiang Qian said seriously. Well, I understand. I will gather everyone and pass on your order. Old Manly nodded. Then I will leave first. Contact me as soon as you have anything. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Old Manly looked at the empty office, sighed, shook his head, and left the room. After leaving the Academy of Sciences, Xiang Qian went directly to the core of the light of civilization. At this time, the civilization was constantly evolving to a higher level. Xiang Qian knew that when the light of civilization was fully evolved, it would be the time when the Earth Federation became a god-level civilization. But according to the nature of the light of civilization, peace would no longer exist at that time. So now Xiang Qian looked at the light of civilization with a complicated look, with expectation, entanglement, and a hint of relief. Finally, Xiang Qian restricted the power of the light of civilization. Except for the Earth Federation Academy of Sciences and the experimental universe, no one could use the power of the light of civilization. Only he and Shinkong could use the light of civilization at any time. He rarely used the power of the light of civilization. Shinkong used the power of the light of civilization against the monsters of the Soda civilization, so the information about the special properties of the light of civilization would not be exposed in a short period of time. As for when the light of civilization is fully evolved, it will not be under his control. He will leave it to fate. Chapter 819. The Earth Federation and the Soda Civilization Monster Group have been deadlocked at the edge of the scope of civilization for more than 10 epochs. Other weak civilized races in the entire universe took this opportunity to develop. However, facing the two giants of the Earth Federation and Soda Civilization, no civilized race has the idea of competing with them. As for another giant in the universe, the 9-level Civilization Alliance, it has been very quiet in these 10 epochs. Their figures are rarely seen in the entire universe. They seem to live a life of peace and tranquility, staying in this special universe to live peacefully. However, the civilizations that have this idea are all born after the collapse of the universe. Any civilization that has experienced the era of the universe before the collapse of the universe is sure that the 9th-level civilization is definitely brewing some conspiracy. Since the last time the 9th-level civilization fleet was destroyed by the Earth Federation, the 9th-level civilization has been hiding in this special universe, and no one knows what it is researching. In addition to the 3 top forces in the universe, 2 are fighting and 1 is playing hide-and-seek. Several alliances have emerged in the entire universe, and the cores of these alliances are all special universes. Of course, the Earth Federation will definitely not admit that the universe that has modified the rules is a special universe. These names of special universes are self-proclaimed. At most, they can deceive those newly born civilizations. Any civilization that knows about special universes will not believe it. But you have to admit that these alliances are now very active in the universe. On this day, one of the Alliance's level 8 civilizations discovered a very special universe while traveling through the universe. Because they found that in this universe, the power of the soul will increase over time. This discovery made them very happy. Soul power has always been the most difficult to improve. Except for level 9 civilizations, even if they are level 8 civilizations, they don't have the kind of heaven-defying means to improve soul power. But now the universe they discovered can actually enhance the strength of everyone's soul with the recommendation of time. Once the core rules of this universe are studied clearly, it means that they can also master this heaven-defying ability. The civilization in excitement did not find anything wrong with the universe. Tens of thousands of years later, suddenly one day they found that their soul power began to decay rapidly, and the decay speed was very crazy. Just when this civilized race wanted to pull out of this universe, they suddenly found that their spaceship could not jump away. In other words, they were trapped in this universe. In just 3 days, this civilized race came out of the spaceship system, and all the members of the tribe died. After all the people of this civilization died, a huge civilization flagship sailed into this universe. Although all the warships of the dead 8th level civilization attacked the huge civilization flagship under the control of the intelligent brain, it had no effect. After the huge civilization flagship launched the attack, all the warships were cut in half in one wave of attacks. Even the flagship of the 8th level civilization was no exception, and was completely destroyed. Afterwards, several somewhat transparent figures flew out from the huge civilization race flagship, and these figures began to carry the bodies of those who died. When all the bodies were collected, all the warships were destroyed, leaving no wreckage. If there were people from the Earth Federation here, they would know that the people who got off the huge civilization race flagship were from the Soul Clan. When the Soul Clan civilization race flagship disappeared, the universe was opened again, like a huge trap, waiting for the arrival of the prey. Such things happen all the time in the entire universe, but the independent universes in the universe are too big. The connections between the various civilizations are not strong, and they don't know this information at all. The only ones who found something wrong were the major alliances, but they found something wrong and sent people to investigate. But they didn't get any useful results. According to the information left by the space ripples, these disappeared civilizations all jumped away directly. But after they made a space jump from the last position, their space jump fluctuations were no longer found in the surrounding universe, which means that they had an accident when they made a space jump. Everyone was helpless to come to such a conclusion, but there was nothing they could do. Time passed slowly, and the war between the Earth Federation and the Soda civilization remained at a certain intensity. The Soda civilization could not break through the defense line of the Earth Federation, and the Earth Federation could not destroy the Soda civilization, so the two sides remained in a stalemate. In the blink of an eye, dozens of eras have passed. At this time, hundreds of eras have passed since the collapse of the universe. The information of the era of the universe has basically become a legend. Those civilized races that have experienced the collapse of the universe are now basically within the control of the Earth Federation and live a peaceful life. They have seen too much and no more. So they no longer have the idea of competing for the dominance of the universe. Now they just want to let their civilization continue peacefully. As for the dominance of the universe, that is something that the Earth Federation, Soda civilization, and the ninth level civilization can fight for. It is useless even if they work themselves to death. Naya of the Soda civilization, in these dozens of epochs, finally succeeded in transforming the core of the special universe into the core with the devouring rules inside the mother nest. The entire special universe seemed to be alive at this time. Finally done. Naya floated in the center of the special universe, watching the countless ninth-level monsters around her slowly being generated, but there was not much excitement in her eyes. As Naya controlled the special universe to approach the surrounding independent universes, the cosmic crystal wall of the independent universe only resisted for a while before it broke powerlessly. The next second, the special universe was like a huge monster, showing a huge vortex, directly absorbing all the matter of the independent universe. While absorbing this independent universe, countless level 9 monsters around Naya formed quickly, and in less than a moment, an endless army of level 9 monsters appeared. It's time to deal with the Earth Federation. Naya looked into the distance and said to herself. Then, the special universe actually began to slowly move towards the Earth Federation. All the independent universes that blocked the special universe along the way were swallowed up by the special universe. Chapter 820. Let's not talk about the two superpowers, Soda civilization and Earth Federation, which have been fighting each other, and let's talk about the ninth level civilization. In these dozens of epochs, the appearance of the ninth level civilization has increased again. Many civilizations have seen the figure of the ninth level civilization in the universe, but most of them just glanced at it and then disappeared. No one knows what the ninth level civilization is doing, and even if they want to track it, they can't track it. Therefore, the behavior of the ninth level civilization in these dozens of epochs has become a secret that many civilized races are looking for. Some civilizations said that the ninth level civilization had learned some secrets of the universe and was searching for them with all their might. Once they found it, they would become the most powerful civilization in the universe and dominate the universe again, suppressing all civilizations. Some said that the ninth level civilization was looking for a refuge, and that the universe was about to collapse again. Anyway, there were all kinds of rumors, but none of them were credible. Until one day, a shabby spaceship flew into the area actually controlled by the Earth Federation, and the mystery was solved. Xiang Qian looked at the 4 people on the big screen who were in a very bad state. If they were not known by someone, they would never have thought that they were once the first generation of special evolutionists with the highest reputation in the universe. Now they were dressed so well that no one would be surprised if they were called beggars. How did you get into this state? Xiang Qian asked curiously. Level 9 civilization. We were destroyed by level 9 civilization twice. Last time, level 9 civilization attacked our special universe, and we had no choice but to detonate the special universe to escape. As a result, the 9th level civilization was even more terrifying this time. Their civilization race flagship was simply a special universe, and it directly broke through the crystal wall of our special universe. You saw the final result, and only 4 of us escaped. The guide said with a dull look and full of resentment. Xiang Qian was speechless for a long time after listening. He didn't expect them to be so miserable. They were actually destroyed by the 9th level civilization twice. This was quite unlucky. But who made them want to participate in the battle for control of the universe? This is the price to pay for reaching the top in the end. You don't have to move. I let Shinkong pick you up, Xiang Qian said to the four people. Well, thank you. The guide didn't say anything. Since they came to the Earth Federation, they came to seek shelter, so there was nothing shameful about saying thank you. You're welcome. After you come, take a rest. When you recover, we can have a meal together. We haven't been together for a long time. Xiang Qian nodded and said, Okay. Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to use the power of the light of civilization to pull them into the parallel universe of the Earth Federation. Aren't you afraid that they might have problems? Asked the Vidin Prophet. Just now, after receiving the notification from Shinkong, Shen Hao asked Shinkong to notify the Vidin Prophet and the man in black, but they just didn't enter the screen range. What's there to be afraid of? Even if they enter the parallel universe, where can they do anything? Besides, we haven't gathered for so many eras, this is our last gathering. Xiang Qian nodded and said, with a smile on his face. Have you decided? Asked the Vidin Prophet. Well, after seeing the Soda civilization become like that, I have already decided. So even if the 9th level civilization comes now, I don't care. It's just a matter of time. Xiang Qian looked at the Earth Federation's cosmic star map on the big screen and said slowly. The Vidin Prophet didn't say anything else, and the man in black didn't say a word from beginning to end. But when the Vidin Prophet said that the three people might be spies, his fingers moved slightly, but soon returned to calm. The next day, Xiang Qian, Xingyu, Vidin Prophet, Man in Black, Fusion, Protector, Guide, and Killer, 8 first-generation special evolutionists, gathered together, chatting and eating barbecue. Man in Black, weren't you very crazy back then? You have been squatting here for so many years. Aren't you going to seek revenge on the 9th level civilization? Why haven't you gone yet? The Killer said to the Man in Black. His tone was not polite at all. I can't take revenge by myself, so I stay in the Earth Federation, and I'm waiting for the 9th level civilization to come and die. Although I cannot destroy the 9th level civilization, I can watch it being destroyed. The Man in Black spoke, and this was the first time he spoke so much in all these years. I am not as good as you, drink. The Killer looked at the Man in Black, smiled bitterly, and drank the wine in the glass. Here, Xiang Qian and the Fusioner drank and talked, and the two talked about the memories of the parallel universe. I didn't expect that the low-level civilization that seemed to have some potential back then would become one of the most powerful forces in the universe in a blink of an eye. The future really has countless possibilities. But where is my future? Haha. Actually, I have no future at all. When she left, I should have gone with her. Why let her be alone for so many years? I should have gone to accompany her a long time ago. Xiang Qian, can you promise me a request? If one day, when you stand at the top of the entire universe and know all the secrets of the universe, can you revive her? The Fusion Ka stared at Xiang Qian and asked. Okay, if that day comes, I will revive both of you. If I can't revive her, then I won't revive you either. Xiang Qian nodded and said very sincerely, Thank you for understanding me. It's nothing. The Vidin Prophet was sitting face to face with the guide at this time. Neither of them had eaten, and all they had in front of them was wine. Old man, did you predict anything? The guide asked after taking a sip of wine. I predicted that I would get you drunk. The Vidin Prophet said. You are still so confident. If you had been more low-key back then, you wouldn't have been tricked by me. The guide said. It's you. I knew that no one would do that except you, an ambitious person. The Vidin Prophet didn't react after hearing this. He just said to continue drinking. One night, everyone drank and chatted all night. By the next morning, the smell of alcohol on everyone had disappeared, and the 8 people stood face to face. If you don't make a move, you won't have another chance. After a long while, Xiang Qian saw that the other party still didn't make a move, and slowly spoke. Why, you obviously had countless opportunities to make a move, and we wouldn't resist. Why don't you make a move? Don't you know it's dangerous to do so? The Killer asked directly. If we don't let the 9th level civilization take advantage, how dare they break in directly? Xiang Qian said with a smile. At this time, the Vidin Prophet and the others were all smiling, and they didn't take the 9th level civilization seriously at all. You are really sure? This is not a joke? The guide asked at last. Of course, we are not that stupid. The Vidin Prophet answered immediately. The guide looked at each other, nodded, and took out a basketball-sized gray crystal ball from the portable space at the same time. Chapter 821. This is the killer weapon that the 9th level civilization has developed specifically for us. It doesn't seem to be very good. Xiang Qian looked at the gray crystal ball in the hands of the guide and said with contempt, "We don't know what this is, but we know that this thing will definitely cause serious damage to the special universe. Otherwise the 9th level civilization would not be so confident." The guide replied, "Then use it now." Xiang Qian's face became a little serious after hearing this, and he said in a deep voice, "If possible, help me take care of our people." The guide said to Xiang Qian before throwing the crystal ball away, "If there is a chance." Xiang Qian nodded. Pa. As the great crystal ball fell to the ground, the sphere broke instantly. However, the broken crystal ball did not emit any shock waves or explosions, as if it was just like breaking an ordinary craft. Seeing this, the guides were stunned. Not to mention the guides, even the Vidden Prophet was stunned. Only Xiang Qian was there. He didn't look dazed at this time, but stood there with his eyes closed and his brows furrowed. Although it seemed that the great crystal ball had no effect after it was smashed, Xiang Qian felt the changes in the parallel universe as soon as he became the controller of the parallel universe. The aging of the parallel universe is not the aging in the normal sense, but the rapid decline of various states. This is just like a young person aging rapidly and becoming an old man. The physical fitness is completely incomparable to when he was young. At this time, Xiang Qian already knew what the 9th level civilization wanted to do, and also knew what the 9th level civilization had loaded into the Grey Crystal Ball. That should be a curse before the death of countless intelligent lives. It is not appropriate to call it a curse. It should be a soul attack similar to the law of causality, but its target is not people, but the universe. This is a kind of directional causality. This kind of thing is useless if there are few of them, but when there are many of them, it is very scary. Shenhao could fully feel that the parallel universe was rapidly declining. This decline was due to the fact that the soul power of the parallel universe was consumed in large quantities, and was affected by the negative soul energy, which caused the parallel universe, which was originally a positive material universe, to consume too much original power. In fact, it was very simple for Xiang Qian to stop the decline of the parallel universe at this time, but he did not do so. Because if he eliminated these at this time, the 9th level civilization would definitely not appear. It would be better to deal with them all at once than to hide behind and harm others. As for whether the parallel universe will be destroyed and whether countless people will die, Xiang Qian didn't care. Because when he decided to implement the plan, all this would happen irreversibly. So instead of doing it himself, it would be better to take over the hand of the 9th level civilization, which would reduce his guilt. Of course. In the words of the Vidden Prophet, this is hypocrisy. How about it? Can you withstand it? The guide saw that he wanted to open his eyes, and asked immediately, "I can withstand it, and I can ignore this attack from the 9th level civilization, but I am not going to resist. Let him go." Xiang Qian said calmly. "But this is the case." The guide wanted to say something, but was unexpectedly interrupted by the Vidden Prophet. "Okay, don't worry, it's okay." The Vidden Prophet stepped forward, interrupted the guide, and took him away. The others also dispersed and left. Seeing that everyone was about to disappear, Xiang Qian said, "If you have any wishes, try to fulfill them during this time." The footsteps of the crowd paused, and then continued to move forward. The next second, Xiang Qian appeared beside Lung Ning, who was watering a strange flower. "I'm done," Lung Ning said naturally without looking up. "Yes, I'm done." Xiang Qian nodded. "Well, I cook your favorite dishes for you after I finish watering the flowers." Lung Ning turned around and said, "Okay." While the Earth Federation was extremely peaceful, the 9th level civilization hiding in the universe watched the Earth Federation's parallel universe begin to decline. At this rate, the parallel universe of the Earth Federation will decay in 3 days at most. At that time, the power of the rules within the parallel universe will not be able to suppress us at all. The leader of the Soul Clan said, "When we absorb the special substances from the destruction of the parallel universe of the Earth Federation, our power will reach its true peak, and no civilization in the entire universe will be our opponent. At that time, as long as we patiently destroy independent universes one by one, and let the entire universe evolve again, we will still be the most powerful civilized race in the entire universe. What Earth Federation, what Soda civilization, all will become our nourishment," the chief of the Stone Clan said arrogantly. At this time, a group of 9th level civilization chiefs looked at the parallel universe of the Earth Federation as if they were looking at a plate of feast that was about to be prepared. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. These 3 days were 3 days of carnival for the Earth Federation. All students had a holiday, all factories stopped working, all companies closed, and all government departments took a holiday. In general, everyone didn't have to do anything during these 3 days. They could eat well, have fun, and spend as happily as they wanted. As long as Xiang Qian issued such an order, no one knew, and no one asked. 3 days later, when everyone was waiting for new news, Xiang Qian's image appeared in every corner of the Earth Federation through virtual projection. Hello everyone, I am Xiang Qian. I am very happy to see everyone's happy smiles on their faces. Although 3 days is not a long time, it is good for everyone to be happy. If you want to continue like this, I have no way. As for why everyone wants to know why I gave everyone 3 days off for no reason, it is because the 9th level civilization is about to attack us. Our parallel universe can't stop the attack of the 9th level civilization, so let everyone live happily before dying. Are you satisfied with my answer? No. Countless people answered. Although everyone knows that this is definitely not Xiang Qian's real answer, they also know that the current situation of the Earth Federation is definitely not good. Okay, I know that everyone is not satisfied, so the previous answer is invalid. The most real answer is that I have a plan that has been prepared for hundreds of epochs. Once this plan succeeds, then our Earth Federation, our human beings will become the controllers of the entire universe, and we will also be immortal. But if this plan fails, the result is very simple, that is genocide. Xiang Qian said in a low voice. Chapter 822. Everyone in the Earth Federation was silent. Although they had thought of some possible situations before, they really didn't expect the truth of the matter to be like this. Now our parallel universe is rapidly declining, and the 9th level civilization is already eyeing the Earth Federation. In fact, I could have completely destroyed the 9th level civilization before, leaving them no chance to get close to our Earth Federation, but I didn't do that. Because even if there was no 9th level civilization playing tricks, I would destroy the parallel universe myself. So I used the help of the 9th level civilization to help me make up my mind. The 9th level civilization is not the opponent of our Earth Federation at all, and it has not been a match for a long time. We have only one real opponent, and that is the Soda civilization that is slowly moving towards us. Xiang Qian said this, and the starry sky showed the current situation of the Soda civilization. Countless screens showed the huge special universe of the Soda civilization, a special universe that moves forward while swallowing the universe in front. What you are seeing now is the universe of the Soda civilization, a special universe that integrates the swallowing rules, and is becoming stronger every moment. According to the calculations of the Academy of Sciences, when the special universe of the Soda civilization reaches our Earth Federation, we will not have the slightest power to resist. Therefore, I have to start this plan that has been prepared for hundreds of epochs. Now, if I want to start this plan, I need the help of everyone in our entire Earth Federation. Xiang Qian stopped here. Countless people were silent. Everyone knew what Xiang Qian meant, and what they were going to do next. For 10 minutes, the entire Earth Federation was silent, and no one spoke. Finally, after 10 minutes, a very ordinary young man spoke up. I was tired from playing yesterday, so I went home to sleep. I haven't finished my plant specimens yet. I have to finish the last one quickly. Another person said anxiously, and then teleported home immediately. Wang Ningning, I love you. Whether you accept it or not, I just love you. A young man turned on the communicator and shouted into it. After shouting, regardless of whether the other party had anything to say, he immediately turned off the communicator, showed a relieved expression on his face, and then disappeared in the center of the square. It's not a good thing to live too long. I hope I can sleep longer this time. Come on, son, Dad will play games with you again. Wife, cook me another meal. I want to see the stars. Countless people left the square. Some hurried to do what they wanted to do next, and some had a happy meal with their families. More people lie directly into the mental connection device and enter the virtual world. As time goes by, more and more people enter the virtual world. Boss, 93% of people have entered the virtual world. Should we notify others as soon as possible? Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. Don't be anxious, and don't rush them. Xiang Qian shook his head. Okay, boss. Shinkong's figure disappeared. At this time, Xiang Qian was hugging Lung Ning and looking at the moon, just like the first time they snuggled together to look at the moon on Earth. Although the moon is still beautiful, it is no longer the same moon as before. Lung Ning said to Xiang Qian. You still want the old moon now. It was made into a satellite fortress countless epochs ago. It was the first satellite fortress of the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian said with a helpless smile. I still remember that the satellite fortress transformed from the moon was called the Purple Moon. Lung Ning thought for a while and said, yes, it is the Purple Moon. Xiang Qian nodded. Xiang Qian spent the whole night chatting with Lung Ning, and the two recalled everything that had happened over the past countless epochs. It's dawn, I'm going to sleep. Remember to wake me up when you're done. Lung Ning kissed Xiang Qian's forehead, turned around, and left the balcony. Xiang Qian didn't turn around, still raised his head, staring at the sky without any change. 10 minutes later, Shinkong's figure appeared again. Boss, everyone in the Earth Federation has entered the virtual world. I understand. Xiang Qian slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were full of determination. Instantly, Xiang Qian appeared in the office, opened the drawer, and took out the key to civilization. Then, Xiang Qian's figure disappeared again, and when he appeared again, he came to the core of the light of civilization. Starry sky, let's start. Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. Okay, boss. After Xiang Qian gave the order, everyone in the virtual world saw the image left by Xiang Qian. When the light of civilization shines on the starry sky, it will be the day when the Earth Federation will be reborn from the ashes. Please believe me. Everyone felt exhausted at this time, because too much spiritual power was extracted. But no one resisted. Everyone silently recited what Xiang Qian had just said. Everyone also firmly believed that the Earth Federation would defeat all enemies, and be reborn from the ashes. After a few minutes, everyone's mental will had weakened to the limit, and they slowly lost consciousness. At this time, Xiang Qian, who was at the core of the light of civilization, took out the key of civilization and threw it at the core of the light of civilization. Crack. When the light of civilization touched the core of the light of civilization, it shattered instantly. The next second, the entire light of civilization began to undergo earth-shaking changes. Seeing the scene in front of him, Xiang Qian directly led countless light points into the light of civilization. These light points are the soul cores of all people in the Earth Federation, and are also the guarantee for their resurrection. At the same time, the spiritual will of countless people in the Earth Federation also began to converge towards the light of civilization. Buzz? Under the spiritual will of countless people, the evolution speed of the light of civilization is crazy. The rule system inside the key of civilization began to decompose bit by bit, and merge the core of the light of civilization. At this time, the parallel universe of the Earth Federation began to collapse. The rule system inside the entire parallel universe has been disordered, and countless disasters such as landslides, typhoons, tsunamis, particle storms, space cracks, etc. have erupted. The entire parallel universe is completely a doomsday scene. At this time, the crystal wall of the parallel universe began to crack, and the external space-time turbulence began to flow into the parallel universe, making the already collapsed parallel universe even worse. Crack, crack, crack. Boom, boom. 9 huge noises resounded throughout the parallel universe, and 9 huge black holes appeared inside the parallel universe. The space around each black hole was all shattered, and the long space cracks extended to the depths of the parallel universe. Haha. It's already like this. It seems that they are finished without us doing anything. The patriarch of the Stone Clan said with a smile after seeing the parallel universe in front of him. Chapter 823. Something is wrong. Even if the Earth Federation cannot prevent the collapse of the special universe, it is absolutely impossible for it to become like this in such a short time. The Soul Clan's patriarch said. Their special universe is over. What's the use of any conspiracy? The Stone Clan's patriarch said indifferently. You can't say that. The Earth Federation may have other cards. We must be careful. No matter what, we must completely destroy the Earth Federation today. Don't talk so much nonsense. First, completely destroy their special universe. Then we will see what they can do. Boom! A huge energy tide erupted in the 9 huge flagships of civilizations. This was a pure energy tide, without any rules or technological power. It was just pure energy, an unrivaled energy tide. As the energy tide erupted, the parallel universe, which was already severely damaged and could be destroyed at any time, instantly experienced violent turbulence. The spatial structure inside the parallel universe began to distort, and the space began to collapse as the energy tide swept over it, and the entire parallel universe suddenly fell into a countdown to destruction. Crack, crack, crack. The space began to be destroyed, and the space of the entire parallel universe was like a weathered wall, with space fragments falling everywhere. If you look from the outside of the parallel universe, you can see that on the crystal wall of the universe, countless spider web-like cracks are rapidly expanding. The collapsed parallel universe began to eject energy and material flows outward. Just like a deflated balloon, it began to shrink and finally destroyed. At this time, several level 9 civilizations still did not find any movement from the Earth Federation. Even if the entire parallel universe is about to collapse, and will turn into a singularity and explode, the Earth Federation still does not move. It would be great if we could find the core of the special universe of the Earth Federation. Unfortunately, the core of each special universe cannot be found by any civilized race except our own race," the Soul Clan leader said with regret. "It's a pity that the Earth Federation has not come out yet. Is there any conspiracy brewing?" the Void Clan leader said with doubt. "The collapse of the special universe will cause a big explosion. They won't try to escape at that time." The Sin Tribe leader immediately thought of a possibility. "No way. Although we will evacuate here in advance, they can't escape if we stay outside," the U Tribe leader said confidently. "No matter what the Earth Federation is doing, they can't try to escape today," the Huan Tribe leader said viciously. "After more than 10 hours, the parallel universe of the Earth Federation has collapsed to the limit. If the limit loses mass, it will turn into a singularity. At this time, all the 9-level civilizations left the parallel universe. If they did not leave, they would easily be drawn into the singularity. Although that would not lead to their destruction, it was obviously not a good thing. After the 9-level civilization race flagships withdrew from the parallel universe of the Earth Federation, the parallel universe quickly collapsed inwards, and a singularity with infinite mass was about to be produced. At this time, Xiang Qian, who was at the core of the light of civilization, did not care about the destruction of the parallel universe at all. His entire mind was now focused on the light of civilization that was about to evolve, and he had no time to pay attention to anything else. At this time, the light of civilization had changed from having no entity to a group of extremely replicable lines. The regular lines representing the mysteries of the universe were rotating around the origin of the core of the light of civilization, and at the core origin, the key of civilization was about to disappear, and the civilization system it contained would also be completely absorbed by the light of civilization. Crack! The last core of the key of civilization, the core that was like an eternal star, was completely shattered, and at the same time, the last core rule inside it was completely absorbed by the light of civilization. When the key of civilization completely disappeared, the light of civilization absorbed the entire civilization system of the cultivation civilization in the last cosmic era, and finally produced a qualitative change from quantitative change. The power that countless civilized races had assimilated to the light of civilization for so many epochs quickly gathered towards the Queen of Civilization at this time, and after the Queen of Civilization took back all the power, a physical entity finally appeared at the core, which was a core crystal similar to the core of the key of civilization, like a crystal of an eternal star. Dingling. When this crystal was produced, it instantly made a crisp sound, as if announcing its birth to the entire universe. The next second, this crystal directly merged into Xiang Qian's forehead, and Xiang Qian also lost consciousness at this time. At this time, the 9th-level civilization in the outside world saw an extremely spectacular scene. In the entire universe, in countless independent universes, as long as there is a race that has understood the civilized race and tried to gather the civilized race, every race will burst out a ray of civilization light at this time. And this light will also cross countless independent universes at this moment, pass through countless universe crystal walls, come to the core of the parallel universe, and merge into Shen Hao's body. So at this time, outside the race flagship of the 9th-level civilization, there are beams of light everywhere. These beams of light quickly merge into the parallel universe that is collapsing towards the singularity, turning the singularity that should have been extremely dark into a huge ball of light at this time. What is this? Could this be the Earth Federation's trump card? The Stone Clan leader said in surprise. Although the countless rays of light just now did not cause any harm to them, anyone could feel how terrible the power would be when those rays of light gathered together. This should be the light of civilization, but what is the Earth Federation doing? Why didn't it use this power earlier? It has to wait until the parallel universe is about to be destroyed before it starts to mobilize this power, the U-Clan leader said with a frown. Is the Earth Federation trying to explode this power through the singularity of the parallel universe and destroy us together? The Void Clan leader thought for a while and said, No, this may not destroy us, but the Earth Federation will be doomed. The Zerg Clan leader said, In any case, let's stay away from it first. After the Sin Clan leader finished speaking, he began to control the flagship of the civilization race to retreat. The other 9-level civilizations thought about it, and began to retreat as well. They were all very afraid of the beams of light that were still converging towards the parallel universe of the Earth Federation, which made them very afraid of the singularity. After a full hour, the beams of light converging towards the singularity disappeared, and at this time the singularity had collapsed into a huge black hole, madly absorbing the energy and material debris floating around. And inside the singularity, Xiang Qian, who had lost consciousness, slowly opened his eyes after the beams disappeared. As the parallel universe collapsed into a singularity, it looks like it will explode soon. Xiang Qian was suspended inside the singularity. The gravity was so huge that it could crush atoms, but it had no effect on Xiang Qian. At this time, Xiang Qian's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. He seemed to be able to see through any changes inside the singularity. Anyway, this singularity is also left after the collapse of our Earth Federation parallel universe. It is completely meaningless to explode like this. Since it was the 9th level civilization that destroyed you, then use your power to take revenge, Xiang Qian said calmly. At this time, the level 9 civilizations in the outside world were staring at the singularity, because the singularity was about to explode. As the black hole paused, the material flow absorbed from the surroundings spread instantly. The huge energy in the singularity was about to explode at this time, and the level 9 civilizations were also ready to meet the impact. But at this moment, the singularity was fixed there, and did not move. It neither exploded nor absorbed material flow, just like an ordinary black glass ball suspended there. What is going on? Is time not moving? How could the singularity suddenly stop a second before the explosion? This is impossible. All the level 9 civilizations were dumbfounded, but what made them even more dumbfounded was still to come. Chapter 824. After the singularity was fixed, all the 9 level civilizations were dumbfounded. But what made them even more dumbfounded was that Xiang Qian slowly walked out of the singularity, then grabbed the singularity with his hand and smiled at them. Impossible, what kind of power is this? Even if the rules are reversed, they can only destroy the singularity, and it can't be done to this extent. The Yu clan leader roared in disbelief. Is this the rule of time? But the timeline has not fluctuated. The Ling clan leader frowned and said, no matter what rules or power it is, we will know after a try. After the Void clan leader finished speaking, he immediately used the power of the civilization race flagship to attack Xiang Qian. The surging space fluctuations erupted from the civilization race flagship of the Void clan. Under this space fluctuation, the surrounding universe's falsehood instantly collapsed into the most basic virtual particle flow, pressing directly towards Xiang Qian. All the virtual particles in the entire void burst out with the greatest power, just like the annihilation of the universe, showing the strongest power to Xiang Qian, the only existence in the void. This is the strength of the Void clan, and it is also the strength of the powerful race that has the deepest grasp of the rules of space among all the 9th level civilizations, and can naturally integrate into space. Such attack power has reached the standard of philosophical weapons, but this is just an attack of the Void clan, not a full-strength explosion. Xiang Qian looked at the endless virtual particles that enveloped him like the sky falling, and snorted softly. The next second, the singularity in his hand exploded with endless gravity. All the virtual particles instantly turned into material flows, and were sucked into the singularity. When all the material flows disappeared, the singularity once again returned to calm, quietly suspended in Xiang Qian's palm. The two words light as a feather can fully describe Xiang Qian's performance just now. All matter exists based on the universe. Without the universe, there would be no matter, but all matter will eventually return to the universe. This is a cycle. Do you know what the universe looked like when it was born? Xiang Qian held the singularity, and said to the 9th level civilization with a playful look. Don't think that you are amazing just because you took our attack. It was just an ordinary attack. The head of the Void clan looked unhappy. Although it was just an ordinary attack, Xiang Qian took it so lightly, which made the Void clan look incompetent. I don't know what the universe looked like when it was born, but I know what you looked like when you died. The head of the Stone clan said this and launched an attack. A very tiny particle was directly launched by the flagship of the Stone clan civilization race. Although this particle was very small, and the impact on the surrounding area was not as spectacular as that of the Void clan just now, the power contained in this particle was not comparable to the overwhelming virtual particles just now. But when the particle reached Xiang Qian raised his other hand, stretched out a finger and gently pointed at the particle, and the particle stopped on Xiang Qian's finger. This particle is already the limit of the rules of matter, which basically contains all the basic changes of matter. If the power of space and time rules is added, a small universe can be generated inside this particle. But it's a pity that you want to turn the technology that can create a new universe with one step forward into a purely destructive technology. I really don't know what you think. Are all the thoughts of destruction in your mind? Don't you find that when the countless basic particles inside this particle are constantly changing, it is really beautiful? As Xiang Qian said this, he enlarged the particle on his finger, and soon it became the size of a basketball. At this time, the changes of the basic particles inside the particle were clearly displayed in front of everyone, so that everyone could know how this kind of particle of the Stone Clan was formed at the first time. Because after Xiang Qian enlarged the particle, all the secrets inside it were exposed. At this time, the 9-level civilizations were silent. They had never seen or heard of the method used by Xiang Qian. Not only did he directly intercept the attack of the Stone Clan, but even the opponent's technology was cracked in an instant. This ability was really terrible. At this time, the 9-level civilization did not launch another attack, nor did they speak. They were all using all their strength to analyze Xiang Qian's current state. But as the result of the scan came out, they were shocked again. Because Xiang Qian in front of them was just a shadow, a body condensed from basic particles, not a physical entity at all. This result scared them. It was not a physical entity, but just a particle projection, and it could easily control the attacks of the Stone Clan. They asked themselves, they could not do this at all. Why are you silent? Are you analyzing why the projection condensed by my particles can have such a strong power? Xiang Qian said with a smile. The 9th-level civilization was silent, but they were all thinking about countermeasures. Don't think about it, you can't figure it out at all. Because there is only destruction and destruction in your consciousness, but no creation. I know that your current civilization race flagship has been integrated with the special universe core, and has also added the results of the transformation technology of the previous universe era. You have integrated the rules of the universe of our era, added the ideas of the special universe, and the technological power of the previous universe era, hoping to break the confinement of the civilization system of the previous universe era on you. The idea is good, but it is actually a failure. You have been walking on a wrong path from the beginning to the end. That is, you have been thinking about devouring, destroying, and absorbing the power of the outside world to strengthen yourself, and have never considered creating power to feed back to the outside world. This is why I successfully broke through the God-level civilization, while you are only the peak of the 9th-level civilization. Xiang Qian directly pointed out the biggest mistake of the 9th-level civilization. Silence, endless silence. The 9th-level civilization was dumbfounded by Xiang Qian's words. Although they didn't want to admit it, they knew that Xiang Qian was telling the truth. They have no way to go. They have reached the end of the 9th-level civilization. They cannot break through the God-level civilization, nor can they find a way to break through the God-level civilization. That's why they want to destroy the Earth Federation, obtain the Earth Federation's technology system and civilization system, and hope to integrate the Earth Federation civilization system to allow them to break through the God-level civilization. But they never thought that the Earth Federation, which was still a 9th-level civilization a second ago, became a God-level civilization the next second. This change far exceeded their imagination, leaving them unprepared and unable to accept it. Chapter 825. You have just become a God-level civilization at most. If we destroy you directly, we can also become a God-level civilization, the Soul Clan's patriarch said. After a long silence, the Soul Clan's patriarch finally broke the atmosphere, and the 9th-level civilization once again surged with fighting spirit. This is the bad nature of all intelligent creatures. When you were still a 9th-level civilization, did you think that the 8th-level civilization could challenge you? At that time, you would say of course, it was impossible, because you were a 9th-level civilization. But when your civilization level is suppressed, you want to challenge a higher-level civilization. Where do you get your confidence from? Or have you been dominating the universe for too long as a level 9 civilization, so you think you are invincible? Xiang Qian said disdainfully. It's hard to say whether you are a God-level civilization. Don't think that you are great just because you have a magical state. Take our strongest attack first. The Zerg leader said. That's right. Even if you are a God-level civilization, what's the use? Do you want us to wait for death? Give up. Even if we really can't beat you, we won't let you have it easy. The Sin-Tribe leader also said. For a while, the 9-level civilizations launched their strongest attacks. If you say that the 9-level civilization is weak, then it is definitely not weak. In the entire universe, except Xiang Qian and Naya, no civilization is the opponent of the 9-level civilization. Even if all civilizations come together, it is useless to rely on numbers. But the gap between civilization levels is huge, especially the gap between high-level civilizations, which is incalculable. Otherwise, how could level 9 civilizations deter the entire universe? Wouldn't so many level 8 civilizations resist? It's not that they didn't resist, but that they couldn't resist. The gap between level 9 civilization and level 8 civilization is a chasm that can't be made up by numbers. And the gap between level 9 civilization and God-level civilization can only be said to be the distance between river systems. That kind of gap can only make people despair. Without becoming a God-level civilization, it is impossible to understand the horror of God-level civilization. The flagship of a civilization race instantly launched the most powerful attack. This attack is a fusion of two civilization systems and different cosmic rules. It is more powerful than the strongest civilization race in the previous cosmic era, and it is also infinitely close to the power of God-level civilization. Space is annihilated, dimensions are chaotic, and the long river of time is broken. In an instant, Xiang Qian's surroundings completely turned into a chaotic ocean, and extremely violent power erupted around him. The power of rules has disappeared, and there are no rules around him. What remains is only the purest energy and matter. However, facing such an attack, Xiang Qian's expression did not change at all, but he said calmly, "Let you see what a god-level civilization is." The next second, the singularity in Shenhao's hand flew out, and then endless regular patterns burst out. For a moment, his surroundings turned into a colorful world. At this moment, all matter and energy were still, whether it was the flow of matter or the flow of energy. They all rushed into the singularity like a swallow returning to its nest. The singularity that absorbed these material and energy flows, under the imprint of regular patterns, turned into a strange silver-white crystal ball. Inside it, countless materials flowed like nebulae, as if there were a group of cosmic stars inside. This full-strength attack of the 9th-level civilization disappeared just like that. All the power turned into the nebulae inside the singularity. Impossible. The patriarch of the 9th-level civilization looked at the silver-white singularity in disbelief at this time. Xiang Qian once again took the singularity in his hand, and said to the 9th-level civilization, "Nothing is impossible. When you attack me, the outcome is already determined. Although you are very smart not to use the power of rules to attack me, but use the purest and most basic energy essence and material essence to attack me. But whether it is energy or matter, the most fundamental origin is still this universe. I just said that without the universe, all the energy, matter, and space in front of us will disappear. But you still use the basic matter generated by the universe to attack me. I can only say that you are very naive. Unless you can jump out of this universe and use the power I don't know to attack me, you will never be able to defeat me. Jumping out of this universe, is it possible? Of course not. So the 9th-level civilization can't defeat Xiang Qian at all. Escape separately. Whether we can jump out depends on our luck." After the Void Clan leader finished speaking, he immediately let the civilization race flagship merge with the Void, and then fled at the fastest speed. The other 9-level civilizations also reacted quickly. If they didn't run at this time, they would be foolish. They obviously couldn't win. If they didn't run, they would just wait for death. Seeing the 9-level civilization running away, Xiang Qian didn't chase them because there was no need. The next second, the singularity in Xiang Qian's hand began to expand, and the surrounding space began to shrink. The scale of both sides was increasing at a strange ratio, and soon Xiang Qian saw the fleets of several fleeting 9-level civilizations. But in Xiang Qian's eyes, these fleets had become smaller than sesame seeds. It's not that they have become smaller, but the scale of the universe has become smaller, and it's not the kind of shrinkage caused by space folding. It's like the Earth, which becomes a world map in just a few seconds. The surrounding universe is like this now. Whether it's the flagship of the 9th-level civilization or the independent universe around it, they have become very small. You don't know what the Big Bang looks like, and you haven't seen the birth of the real universe. Before your life is about to end, I will let you see the power that only the God-level civilization can comprehend, the creation of the world." After Xiang Qian finished speaking, everything around him disappeared instantly. The independent universe disappeared, and there was only an empty dark space around, without any matter and energy, and even time could not affect it. This is a true vacuum, a space that never changes. The independent space and countless material energy flows in the distance are rushing towards the vacuum created by Xiang Qian, a bit like the vacuum siphon effect inside the planet, but the scene is much bigger than that. At this time, the 9th-level civilization race flagship has entered the singularity. At this time, the singularity is in chaos, without matter and energy, and there is nothing except the 9 civilization race flagships. It was as if all the matter and energy absorbed by the singularity just now disappeared mysteriously. But the next second, Xiang Qian's voice came. "Before your life is about to end, I will let you see the power that only a God-level civilization can comprehend, creation." When Xiang Qian's voice disappeared, the surroundings immediately changed dramatically. Chapter 826. Xiang Qian's voice disappeared, and countless law patterns appeared in the singularity universe in an instant. With the appearance of these law patterns, a crazy material reaction began to occur in the singularity universe. In an instant, countless basic particles were generated, And then the fundamental physical rules between countless particles began to change. The changed particles formed different substances and energies, and a chain reaction began to occur under the influence of the universe's rules. At this time, the huge civilization race flagship of the ninth level civilization was also oppressed by the power of the rules, and began to slowly disintegrate. Even if the ninth level civilization itself possesses the power of rules, it cannot resist this kind of creation-level power. Impossible. How could he have such power? Absolutely impossible. The patriarch of the Yu clan said in despair. At this time, the flagship of the Yu clan civilization race had begun to collapse, and no matter what they did, they could not stop this collapse. Even if they wanted to use the power of rules to launch an attack, they could not do it at this time. Damn it, stop. Compared to the Yu clan, the Shi clan was even more miserable. At this time, not only was the flagship of the Shi clan civilization collapsing, but even their bodies were slowly collapsing. The power of rules imprinted in the body and soul could not be mobilized at all, as if the endless power of this body before was all illusory. At this moment, they could only watch their bodies slowly dissipate little by little, and could not stop it. Among the 9 ninth-level civilizations, the Soul Clan was the best at this time, because they did not use the concept of body. Any member of the Soul Clan was a soul body. The universe has just evolved, and the soul rules have not yet begun to take effect, so the situation of the Soul Clan is relatively good. Of course, although the Soul Clan is fine now, the Soul Clan leader knows that when the universe begins to evolve life, it will be the time for them to perish. Patriarch, all the rule power cannot be used. Even the soul energy cannot generate any power at this time. The Soul Clan member said anxiously. Don't worry, we have no way to stop this. If I guess correctly, we are now in a universe that has not yet been born. The rules of this universe are completely different from the rules we are familiar with, so we cannot mobilize any power now, because our rules belong to the rule system outside this universe, not the rule system inside this universe. The Soul Clan leader said to all the clan members. Is there no way out? Is our Soul Clan going to perish like this? How is it possible? We are the Soul Clan. We can't just perish like this. Why is this happening? I don't believe it. The people of the Soul Clan collapsed. They didn't believe it. They didn't believe the Soul Clan would perish. As time went by, in the infinitely small singularity, an infinitely large universe was born. This change in scale is very magical. Since Xiang Qian didn't allow the singularity to produce a cosmic crystal wall, all the level 9 civilizations inside the singularity could fully see the situation outside the singularity at this time. Xiang Qian's figure was larger than the entire universe. The universe they were in was quietly suspended in Xiang Qian's palm. Crack, crack, crack. The flagship of the 9th level civilization race began to collapse. Endless rule power oppressed all the 9th level civilization members. This was the universe's rejection of the different rule power they carried. The rules of the universe's operation did not allow different rule power to appear within the universe, so at this time, no matter which 9th level civilization it was, their bodies were slowly decomposing. Do you understand now? The power of rules will change in every cosmic era. No matter how strong the power of rules is, when the universe changes, all power will turn into nothingness. The power of the 9th level civilization is just the extreme of the rules, while the power of the God level civilization is beyond the rules. These are two different levels of power, and they are also the misunderstandings you have always had about the universe. Xiang Qian's voice reached the ears of all the 9th level civilization members, but at this time, they could only listen but not speak, because at this time their bodies had all disappeared, and only their souls were left. At this time, the patriarchs of the 9th level civilization wanted to surrender very much. They were willing to submit, but it was too late. After taking a last look at the situation inside the singularity, Xiang Qian raised his head and clenched his fist. In an instant, the universe in Xiang Qian's hand was annihilated, turned into nothingness, and disappeared in the universe. The next second, Xiang Qian's camera disappeared in the void of the universe and appeared in a place composed of countless regular lines, which was also the core of the entire universe. These countless regular lines were still changing at this time, but no matter how these regular lines changed, there was always a problem, that is, countless regular lines could not be connected together, and there was no way to form a cycle. Among these rule patterns, Xiang Qian saw several very special rule runes. These could not connect to many rule patterns, but at this time, these runes were dim, and many of the rule patterns they connected were no longer involved in the evolution of the universe. It turns out that making up for the origin of the universe and stabilizing the rule structure of the universe is the meaning of the existence of the first generation of special evolutionists. Xiang Qian said with emotion. After seeing those special runes, Xiang Qian knew that those runes represented the ability of each first-generation special evolutionist. Each first-generation special evolutionist was born from the origin of the universe, and the meaning of its birth was to fill the gap in the rules of the universe. However, due to the collapse of the universe rules were repeated, and these runes representing the abilities of the first generation of special evolutionists had lost their effects at this time. Although I can restore the universe, this is not the universe rule I want, so it can only be repeated here again, Xiang Qian said to himself after reading the basic structure of the origin of the universe. Then he did not move, just standing quietly in the origin space of the universe, his eyes spanning countless dimensions, staring at the huge special universe of the Soda civilization. At this time, Naya was still controlling the special universe to move towards the location of the Earth Federation. She didn't know that the entire Earth Federation had disappeared. As the special universe moved forward, countless independent universes around it were absorbed by the special universe and became part of the special universe, making the special universe larger and more powerful. After several epochs, when Naya controlled the special universe to the location of the Earth Federation, she saw a fragmented universe. Has the Earth Federation perished? Did the 9th level civilization do this? Naya frowned, not daring to believe it. Based on her understanding of the 9th level civilization, she absolutely did not believe that the Earth Federation could be destroyed by the 9th level civilization. Whether it is really perished or hiding, I don't believe that you can continue to hide when the entire universe is in my control. Naya thought for a while, then controlled the special universe to start swallowing the surrounding cosmic void. Instantly, the special universe turned into a huge black hole. It's just that this black hole doesn't devour matter, but the universe. As independent universes are devoured, special universes become larger and larger, and the civilizations in the independent universes are no different from ants at this time. Even if they leave the independent universe that is about to be devoured, they can only survive. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 eras have passed. There is only one special universe left in the entire universe. There is no matter around this special universe, and it is an absolute vacuum. But at this time, Naya discovered a problem, that is, although she let the special universe devour all the matter in the entire large universe, the large universe is still the large universe, and her special universe is still the special universe, and it has not replaced the large universe. Moreover, in so many eras, neither the 9th level civilization nor the Earth Federation has appeared. Now all the matter and space in the entire universe have been devoured, and there is no place to hide. Is it over? Everything is over. Father, mother, what should I do now? Naya stood quietly in front of the corpse of the leader of the Soda civilization, and said in confusion, "What do you want to do now? Do you have any wishes?" Xiang Qian's voice suddenly sounded behind Naya. Naya turned around, and saw Xiang Qian, with a smile on his face. The Earth Federation is not destroyed? Naya frowned immediately after seeing Xiang Qian. Well, you are right to say that the Earth Federation is destroyed, but the actual situation is that the Earth Federation is waiting for a new life. Xiang Qian explained. Waiting for a new life? Can people be resurrected after death? Naya asked. I don't know about others, but people in the Earth Federation can, because their soul cores are well preserved. Are these your parents? The patriarch of the Soda civilization died, because he tried to stop our Earth Federation in the parallel universe. So after you inherited the Soda civilization, you wanted to destroy the Earth Federation because of this? Xiang Qian asked curiously. Yes, before that, I was the central mastermind of the Soda civilization. My mother designed me, and it was because of my mother that I became an intelligent life. When the attack on your Earth Federation failed, my father saved me, and it was at that time that I became a real intelligent life. Naya nodded. Do you still want to seek revenge on the Earth Federation now? Xiang Qian continued to ask. Revenge? It's no longer possible. And even if revenge has any meaning, so many years have passed, I just want my parents to come back to life, but unfortunately, Naya said lightly, there is no hope for the Earth Federation to keep us. When she saw Xiang Qian, she knew that she probably knew something. God-level civilization. Only God-level civilization can reach Xiang Qian's level. What is your last wish? Xiang Qian asked. I hope that I can become their real daughter in the next life. Naya said expectantly. Okay, I try my best. You can stay with them for 10 minutes, and the universe will repeat itself in 10 minutes. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, his figure disappeared. When Xiang Qian disappeared, Naya turned around and lay between the former patriarch and his wife of the Soda civilization, watching the game with peace of mind. Don't you think you are a bit cruel? You used others to help you devour the entire universe, But now you are so ruthless, it's not good. When Xiang Qian once again returned to the origin space of the universe, and was ready to let the universe repeat itself, a voice came from behind him. Then what do you think I should do? Give this universe to her. Xiang Qian turned his head, and saw Wang Peng standing there. Xiang Qian was not surprised at all. He knew that Wang Peng was definitely a super powerful being, so he was not surprised at all that he could appear here. She is not a god-level civilization, and she can't control the universe. What's the point of giving her the universe? Wang Peng rolled his eyes and said. Then what do you think we should do? Xiang Qian was speechless. In fact, her situation is quite compatible with one of my brothers. My brother is also an intelligent life. I think it's better to let her be reborn with my brother, Wang Peng said with a smile, as if he had thought of something fun. But I just promised her, it's not good to do this. Xiang Qian frowned and said. Don't worry, I tell her that she will agree to it at the cost of resurrecting her parents. Wang Peng disappeared after he finished speaking. A few minutes later, Wang Peng appeared again, and this time Naya followed Wang Peng to the origin space of the universe. This is the soul core of Naya's parents. You know what to do. I take people away first. You can come to me when you're done. After Wang Peng finished speaking, he threw 2 soul cores to Xiang Qian and disappeared with Naya. Xiang Qian looked at the 2 soul cores in his hand, curled his lips helplessly, and began to replay the universe. As the countless regular patterns of the origin space of the universe changed, the huge special universe condensed by Naya began to collapse. In an instant, the rules of the entire universe began to be reconstructed, and the matter after the collapse of the special universe began to change. Nebulae, planets, stars, star systems, galaxies, galaxy clusters, super galaxy clusters, star fields. Countless planets were formed, and the universe evolved rapidly. In the core of the reenacted universe, a huge Earth appeared. The Earth was full of buildings, exactly the same as the image of the Earth Federation before. Inside each room, countless people's bodies began to form under the accumulation and combination of particles. It's over. Is everything over? Countless people walked out of the mental connection device, looking at the familiar environment around them, and said with a blank face. Everything is over, the entire universe is re-evolving, and everyone can do whatever they want in the future. From now on, no civilized race in the entire universe can threaten us, and everyone can have fun. Shen Hao's voice rang in everyone's ears. Instantly, countless people cheered. At this time, Xiang Qian had come to Leng Ning and hugged her gently. How long have I slept? Leng Ning asked. More than 1,000 epochs, Xiang Qian said with emotion. Hubby, let's have a few children. Leng Ning hugged Xiang Qian tightly and said in his ear. Okay, it's okay anyway, you can have as many children as you want. Xiang Qian said with a smile. Then what are you waiting for? Haha. I'm going to have a baby. End. Chapter 827 Extra. When the universe was replayed and everything was stable, Xiang Qian crossed the universe crystal wall and came to another universe. What are you doing? After Xiang Qian came here, he found that the entire universe was replaying and the timeline was a mess. Wang Peng was at the core of this universe, constantly changing the rules of the universe. It's so annoying to set up the rule system and problem system of this universe. After so long, there are still loopholes. Wang Peng said unhappily. Where is Naya? Where did you take her? Xiang Qian asked. In the operating rules of this universe, I made a mistake before, and now this is the only way, Wang Peng said awkwardly. What about your brother? He's also in there. Xiang Qian looked at Wang Peng with an embarrassed face, thinking, do you have to be so unreliable in doing things? You have also repeated the big universe I had before, and replayed it countless times. Xiang Qian asked. Nonsense, how can it be done in one go? It took you thousands of epochs to complete it. Besides, if I hadn't been constantly replaying and replaying, you wouldn't have been able to be reborn, Wang Peng said unhappily. Okay, let me help you with what kind of universe you want to set up. Xiang Qian said speechlessly. This is really the case. Great, that's it. The 2 universe controllers studied the core of this universe for dozens of epochs. Finally, they got things done, and both of them were exhausted. Dandan, I've done my best, and the rest is up to you. Wang Peng looked at the re-evolving universe and said with emotion, if I were your brother, after becoming the master of the universe, I would definitely beat you up as soon as possible. This is really too bad, Xiang Qian said unhappily. Ahem. Let's not talk about this for now. Let me tell you about the high-dimensional universe first, and then